Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah, Berma Bemeti Garafru Kube Puntimpunasi Sokode, no Akanchra Katabin say you, what you can say, Kwabena, Kaja Gumamanianko. Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah, Berma Bemeti Garafru Kube Puntimpunasi Sokode, no Akanchra Katabin say you, what you can say, Kwabena, Kaja Gumamanianko. Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah, Berma Bemeti Garafru Kube Puntimpunasi Sokode, no Akanchra Katabin say you, what you can say, Kwabena, Kaja Gumamanianko. Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah, Berma Bemeti Garafru Kube Puntimpunasi Sokode, no Akanchra Katabin say you, what you can say, Kwabena, Kaja Gumamanianko. Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah, Berma Bemeti Garafru Kube Puntimpunasi Sokode, no Akanchra Katabin say you, what you can say, Kwabena, Kaja Gumamanianko. Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah, Berma Bemeti Garafru Kube Puntimpunasi Sokode, no Akanchra Katabin say you, what you can say, Kwabena, Kaja Gumamanianko. Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah, Berma Bemeti Garafru Kube Puntimpunasi Sokode, no Akanchra Katabin say you, what you can say, Kwabena, Kaja Gumamanianko. Nana kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema bemeti gara furukube punti mpunasi sokode. No wakanchira katabin se you wati unkensen. Kwabena keja guma mni yanko. Nana kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema bemeti gara furukube punti mpunasi sokode. No wakanchira katabin se you wati unkensen. Kwabena keja guma mni yanko. Nana kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema bemeti gara furukube punti mpunasi sokode. No wakanchira katabin se you wati unkensen. Kwabena keja guma mni yanko. Nana kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema bemeti gara furukube punti mpunasi sokode. No wakanchira katabin se you wati unkensen. Kwabena keja guma mni yanko. Nana kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema bemeti gara furukube punti mpunasi sokode. No wakanchira katabin se you wati unkensen. Kwabena keja guma mni yanko. Nana kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema bemeti gara furukube punti mpunasi sokode. No wakanchira katabin se you wati unkensen. Kwabena keja guma mni yanko. Nana kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema bemeti gara furukube punti mpunasi sokode. No wakanchira katabin se you wati unkensen. Kwabena keja guma mni yanko. kwabena Bobie Ansah berema be meti gara furuku be punti mpuna si sokode no wakanchira katabin se you wati unkensen kwabena keja guma mne yanko kwabena Bobie Ansah berema be meti gara furuku be punti mpuna si sokode no wakanchira katabin se you wati unkensen kwabena keja guma mne yanko kwabena Bobie Ansah berema be meti gara furuku be punti mpuna si sokode no wakanchira katabin se you wati unkensen kwabena keja guma mne yanko kwabena Bobie Ansah berema be meti gara furuku be punti mpuna si sokode no wakanchira katabin se you wati unkensen kwabena keja guma mne yanko kwabena Bobie Ansah berema be meti gara furuku be punti mpuna si sokode no wakanchira katabin se you wati unkensen kwabena keja guma mne yanko kwabena Bobie Ansah berema be meti gara furuku be punti mpuna si sokode no wakanchira katabin se you wati unkensen kwabena keja guma mne yanko kwabena Bobie Ansah berema be meti gara furuku be punti mpuna si sokode no wakanchira katabin se you wati unkensen kwabena keja guma mne yanko Bobie Ansah. Berma be meti gara furuku be punti mpunasi sokode. No wakanchira katabin say you wati unkensen. Kwabena keja guma mni yanko. Bobie Ansah. Berma be meti gara furuku be punti mpunasi sokode. No wakanchira katabin say you wati unkensen. Kwabena keja guma mni yanko. Bobie Ansah. Berma be meti gara furuku be punti mpunasi sokode. No wakanchira katabin say you wati unkensen. Kwabena keja guma mni yanko. Bobie Ansah. Berma be meti gara furuku be punti mpunasi sokode. No wakanchira katabin say you wati unkensen. Kwabena keja guma mni yanko. Bobie Ansah. Berma be meti gara furuku be punti mpunasi sokode. No wakanchira katabin say you wati unkensen. Kwabena keja guma mni yanko. Bobie Ansah. Berma be meti gara furuku be punti mpunasi sokode. No wakanchira katabin say you wati unkensen. Kwabena keja guma mni yanko. Bobie Ansah. Berma be meti gara furuku be punti mpunasi sokode. No wakanchira katabin say you wati unkensen. Kwabena keja guma mni yanko. Nana kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema be meti garafuru kube puntimpuna si sokode. No wakanchira katabin say you wati unkensen. Kwabena keja guma mni yanko. Nana kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema be meti garafuru kube puntimpuna si sokode. No wakanchira katabin say you wati unkensen. Kwabena keja guma mni yanko. Nana kwabena Bobie Ansah. Berema be meti garafuru kube puntimpuna si sokode. No wakanchira katabin say you wati unkensen. Kwabena keja guma mni yanko.
Healthcare costs, thereby improving productivity and also ultimately helping with rapid economic development. Efforts in Ghana to improve the country's healthcare system include the completion of healthcare infrastructure in several parts of the country, the scaling up of the National Ambulance Service to cover all the districts, and the training of emergency medical technicians, and the re-engineering of our policies in order to give more meaning to healthcare delivery. Mr. President, Ghana is a country that recognizes and appreciates the contribution of the youth to nation building and the growth and sustenance of our democracy. We believe that the adoption of a political declaration urging member states to adopt comprehensive plans and measures to give meaning to youth development is commendable, especially since this is the International Year of the Youth. In Ghana, we are implementing policies which are intended to situate young men and women in the center of nation building. Mr. President, one of the major reasons for our relentless fight against drug trafficking is to ensure that we secure the future of our young Ghana will be able to move forward in leaps and bounds, and Ghana will continue to be a beacon to the rest of Africa. Ghana has been transformed. I keep telling people, Ibineze Oba Anapa, Ibineze Obe Wia, Ibineze Obe Nyubiri. Once the good Lord will be with us all.
Professor John Evans Fifiata Mills was born in Takwa in the western region, but hailed from a Kumfiotwum in the central region of Ghana. He received formal education at Achimota School, where he completed the advanced level certificate in 1963, and the University of Ghana, Legon, where he completed a law degree in 1967. While pursuing a PhD in law from the prestigious School of Oriental and African Studies in London, the Prof, as he was affectionately called, was selected as a Fulbright scholar at Stanford Law School in the United States in 1971. He earned his PhD at age 27 in taxation and economic development.
It's God who knows best. Professor Mills was a respected member of the academic community, especially in the University of Ghana, and he affected the lives of many of us, even as students, while we were in Commonwealth Hall.
Mills' first formal teaching assignment was as a lecturer at the Faculty of Law at the University of Ghana. He returned to Ghana to work at his alma mater, the University of Ghana, for 25 years. He became a visiting professor of Temple Law School, Philadelphia, USA, with 2 stints from 1978 to 1979 and 1986 to 1987. Again, he was a visiting professor at Leiden University, Holland, from 1985 to 1986. During this period, he authored several publications related to taxation during the 1970s and 1980s. By 1992, he had become an associate professor of law at the University of Ghana. Outside of his academic pursuits, Professor Mills was the acting Commissioner of Internal Revenue Service from 1986 to 1993 and the Substantive Commissioner from 1993 to 1996.
Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
The school feeding program was also rational. In the area of health, Libu Teaching Hospital have been credited to the administration of Professor Mills. There was also significant increase in coverage of the National Health Insurance Scheme. Other areas were the energy sector, infrastructure, agriculture and security.
Joe, Enianum Medawana say. Na Mbiribia one fan that say Manyanko Pony was now. Yeah, Ben, things were not easy. We had a lot of difficulties, but we have come this far. Look, there is a lot that we can show Ghanaians that we have done for them. Along the way, we have had to make sacrifices, and many of you here have felt the force of the sacrifices that we have made. But I want to assure you that the next 4 years are going to be better. The next 4 years are going to see our dreams fulfilled, because we have been able to remove the impediments.
Away from his official duty, the Asundre Hene, as he was fondly called, was enthusiastic about sports and enjoyed field hockey and swimming. He also once played for the national hockey team and remained a member of the veterans hockey team until his death. He was also a board member of Heart of Oak and a Manchester United fan.
When I was in Commonwealth Hall, he was the chairman of the amalgamated clubs, and so he was in charge of all sporting activity on campus. And so from football to hockey to volleyball, basketball, everything, he was responsible for organizing it. And I remember at those times, sporting activity was very vibrant, on campus. Those of my friends who were talented, in terms of sports, Jovi and Co were hockey players and all that, used to regularly go and, play friendly matches with neighboring universities in neighboring countries. They used to go to Benin, to Nigeria and things. And, he made it a very vibrant, area where people with talent, were able to express themselves. Even for some of the controversial sports where, sometimes when Commonwealth were losing, we went and hijacked the cup and things, Prof was, the overall supervisor of many of those events,
Preston Mills has several publications to his credit. They include taxation of periodical or deferred payments arising from the sale of fixed capital, exemption of dividends from income taxation, and Ghana's income tax laws and the investor. He was married to Dr. Ernestina Nadu Mills, a director of education and trained marriage counselor. He had a son, Sam Kofi Atta Mills. On 24th July 2012, at 2:15 p.m., Professor Johnny Vance Atta Mills passed on after a short ailment at the 37 Military Hospital.
Fellow countrymen and women, our nation has been hit by an unprecedented tragedy. Our nation is in mourning at the sudden and untimely death of the President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, His Excellency Professor John Evans Atta Mills. For the first time in the history of our dear country, we have lost a sitting president who worked so tirelessly for his people. Madam Speaker, the President was taken ill around noon today. He was rushed to the 37 Military Hospital, and try as the medical team did, they were not able to avert this tragic loss. The President passed away at 14:15 hours this afternoon. This is the saddest day in our nation's history. Tears have engulfed our nation, and we are deeply saddened and distraught.
It is the wish of many Ghanaians that he finds rest in the bosom of his Maker. May his soul rest in perfect peace.
May God continue to bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation greater and stronger. Ghana will be able to move forward in leaps and bounds, and Ghana will continue to be a beacon to the rest of Africa. Ghana has been transformed. I keep telling people, Ibineze Obanapa, Ibineze Obewia, Ibineze Obenyubiri.
Professor John Ansah Tamils, and a still the professor, a gentleman, and of course a peaceful man who loves peace and always wanted peace to prevail in our motherland Ghana. 53 minutes after 2. Accra 100.5 FM. Maybe I miss Mammy said maybe Yachemi Atanase. Does he catch the Tremukakra? Yanimous and na Yaman Penny that our daddy Benkum so Abrana or Wabemo said Ghana for you President Yabano Dini. His Excellency John Ansah Fifi Tamils. What premium Fiama come could do 9 years. And it's a kind of Professor John Ansah Fifi Tamils. Yeah, the 4th in the year lecture our UPS auditorium. Yatos Afre Professor Frimpom Boateng as a guest of Anna. And also Honorable Hannah Sewa Tete as the chairperson. And today, you may hear yeah, the Ahmad. His Excellency the late President John Ansah Fifi Tamils. The media near Sadia Bekobia the Babremo on the Citizen Show. Your friend Mikechre, Metre Mwamanana Otu Dako and the Kobana Bobie Ansah. And Yaga Sadia Jumedi and Beko, Sadia Bekobia and Busha for the Babremo, Yabeka ya. President Ansah Fifi Tamils. Eba beye wo my penny, e wo Ghana. Babrana wakwa ni impressa so. Odinkan ene President Kofua Koye. Ghana ntwaba mano. Nemprenu so President Kofua de na membo baby ye no Ghana fo hun ye. Eni pe woni mu ane ye twaba mano. Sofia ntwata. Babro da so ti akonya so. Ena omampeni Professor John Ansah Fifi Tamils. Edani Benkum so. Me kai sada de pa that was around we abeye no me no. Na me wo Angel FM e wo Kumase. Me kai pa me wo ana penny bi frame say catch the asem esi won kran ni o. And I'm say asem esi say I say Professor Ansah Fifi Tamils. Wayenya media sisia. And I'm saying, okay, we are penny, what can they let me also find out? So I had to make some calls. May I call Sahudo Bebre? And ye free mobile and is a seminar matinee and no credit. I was a penny on no crap for me, Bomber money and on the soon TV as it BM. That may say, my friend, I'm afraid, and you're enough, and I'm say, My name is Boss on Casa. I say, oh, boss, on Katias for whom be so sad. And so I know now, breaking Professor Jones, Evans, Fifiata Mills. And the demise in the news, not a break each time. About some Ghana, Professor Evans, Fifiata Mills, by some Ghana. Na ho fama na ho brase ne suban pa obi asebi otafrache wambe fom Ghana japade ambe pre Ghana japade amfa ne nsa ambe bo Ghana sike mambe hwia Ghana sika anton yakwaye anchama yansa yensase na obi tisa na sebi otafrache wo firi mu a enya ya eya ya can say and then if I could do nine Professor Evans Fifiata Mills Odani benkum so abrana wote akunya kase so abenja so ebu o my Ghana say man penny and ancha nyamati to ebeko UPS auditorium hono ya bodwa data jakase pa ye dey lectures ede amano. And the professor from Boating, would job on us, where peninsula quiet to Safrena. Sana Honorable Hannah, say what tete a chairperson. And there was a found San Kefi, no man in the hair, a higher cry. Never cost be a infant Kamomota, the best summer, Wakra 100.5 FM. Good afternoon, stay tuned.
Ghana will be able to move forward in leaps and bounds, and Ghana will continue to be a beacon to the rest of Africa. Ghana has been transformed. I keep telling people, Ibinize Obanapa, Ibinize Obewia, Ibinize Obenyubiri. Once the good Lord will be with us all.
Professor John Evans Fifiata Mills was born in Takwa in the western region, but hailed from a Kumfiotwum in the central region of Ghana. He received formal education at Achimota School, where he completed the advanced level certificate in 1963, and the University of Ghana, Legon, where he completed a law degree in 1967. While pursuing a PhD in law from the prestigious School of Oriental and African Studies in London, the Prof, as he was affectionately called, was selected as a Fulbright scholar at Stanford Law School in the United States in 1971. He earned his PhD at age 27 in taxation and economic development.
It's God who knows best. Professor Mills was a respected member of the academic community, especially in the University of Ghana, and he affected the lives of many of us, even as students, while we were in Commonwealth Hall.
Mills' first formal teaching assignment was as a lecturer at the Faculty of Law at the University of Ghana. He returned to Ghana to work at his alma mater, the University of Ghana, for 25 years. He became a visiting professor of Temple Law School, Philadelphia, USA, with 2 stints from 1978 to 1979 and 1986 to 1987. Again, he was a visiting professor at Leiden University, Holland, from 1985 to 1986. During this period, He authored several publications related to taxation during the 1970s and 1980s. By 1992, he had become an associate professor of law at the University of Ghana. Outside of his academic pursuits, Professor Mills was the acting Commissioner of Internal Revenue Service from 1986 to 1993 and the Substantive Commissioner from 1993 to 1996. Professor Ansah Mills served as Vice President to Jerry John Rawlings between 1997 and January 2001.
We have a country where only the privileged few are enjoying, while the generality of the people are wallowing in poverty. This must come to an end. And I'm sure you, Ansah Mills and the NDC, will provide the needed relief. May God bless us all.
He took over the leadership of Rawlings' National Democratic Congress and lost 2 presidential elections in 2000 and 2004 respectively.
Yeah, that's it. How about UPS Nana Chamfoni Kakra Extra Udu on a hot at the same.
Yo, where the Besempa, a better achieve for us na Accra 100.5 FM, Metro Citizen Show. One way the achieve so I bet for content bonus so you don't see a brook, say, one casa Fidia Frumano at the Hanum. Now, the question is, Mosomami, say, my family in the future, Mensa. Having a Santemo in the year Juma, a Cosso and UPSC achieve. The engineer said, Jumadino F. A former president John Evans Atamels. When you're the baby call at home. Now we know the 14th anniversary commemorative lecture. Not just a Mura at 201 Sierra, official bedroom at Linia. Ya kwa kaino na ya kanse mpafa no ho sebi asuade a ujaye usuahune beti benya free mu na ya chekere epo e wo ho no na sebi ni mu ye bedenso a de nyansa wo ma yo so beti atase bi no na eno so ya tase bi anokwase me se ye nyansha adwuma no ase de mum wo hwe mfoni a ye nsa so a menim say yedi nkomo yi kwa me de beto so a wobehunu say empanyifo me kire Ghana fo no ahyase a omo ba enche yedi dwumadi ni nyina ebehye so na so bi hwe bia UPSA what Ayawa so was constituency the University of Ghana what and cry honor said you maybe no coso a year auditorium Cassia what honor and I said you maybe a coso na Yabeka Professor Tabeosa Abia Sabi a fellow be at the day maybe I got off from Banquem if you may hear said Sabi a crown you become for Nikakra or yeah or share Fourth Republic no the kind in president before when being Eddie John. Now, she say in obi to say Fly Lieutenant Jerry John Rollins. One free so obi to say John Ajekum Kufuor. A year former president Ansah Mills, the third John of the Fourth Republic. Interestingly, near one say as third John of the Fourth Republic, look actually. Or some contested an impress as well the third time, Ansah Otimi Ababenya and couldn't be. And even the third time now contested and Yabekaya, to Nabano Empressa. You can't to obey the kind, you 2 million, prior, no, it was a quarter time. Yabekaya fee in Pinu and then watching 2008. Ansah Professor Mills, Eba Benya in couldn't be. Na Professor Mills Yobia, Yemudu Duanwa, Yakade said, and I friend said, or Yasumje Hene. It's answer, Aquania Senina, so an among our 2 year, Genesia will see ye, Nina, a comma, Ghana, any Ebimai, Asumji. And on I said, and Abrewa, Ebi na Ebi Crusoe. Na Yedi Besha, so they be as and Pennyfua. Yaton from say, Omumra. Na omani embedu dwumai omnyina beba na bibia aye kama na em se medicante wo uni anim kase ebo no se guest speaker anoni pastor nko a yato nsa afren dwumadi ase Professor Kwabena Frimpong Boating yina nim se oye renowned cardiothoracic surgeon na che se Dr. Penia wagini din ewo ewiase afa na nyina organ this year Maybe a tram kra now or your swafwa or Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology. Miray Anna Ne Jumedi Yeshenim say Obekasa Ewasi na Yafam Waba. Na Ebio Yabeka say Yema me Honorable Hannah say watete and so a swafwa no she amanone semso ne ma me ne Yeshenim so say Yakobo Yadum na Oba Obe Jumedi no titreni. Na sabi enye se ohwe amanonsem so keke ebribi atwam me no say ye maame ye adwuma directly under the United Nations Secretary General United Nations Support Mission Libya krampo no ye maame edi honom akotene pa or representing the United Nations na ye beka nso a ye maame sanso ye former minister for trade and industry Oyobi anadwuma Bobie sebi wabobra onimde ba amani kita hodi broni beka se diplomacy a ye maame wakwada mu pa ye hwenim so se ye maame de na ni onyam ba bete dwumadi bechi na etwasan kehase no mienu na menim se ebia no mienu no so ya arrival time wa ye de ma Ghana for ebi guso ba de ba menim se enche kura ye dwumadi no ebehye so enti ye hwenim wa se
Nana to Dakon, Mamembisao, Wabo, Mame, Hana, Sewa, Tete, Edin. Odu when you femwa, and penny for buying Ansah Abre, Drew Honma, one of Sajo Maconia, I bet me Abu within the Atraman.
And no question, say, 7 penny for him. Ebiana empanyifo adwuma edoso nti minim se bia empanyifo ni bi hwe bia Ansah no waba menka mu dwumadi na nimtia na mo mede mani hwe mu no atitiro no em se ne matimi adi me sese me bu abone din osabare makwasi atoto so mienu ogwa mahene
okay
na afin so mahunu enkromais ne kedes akase ni bi you can end this national kedes on titreni
okay
ira so mahunu se ote hono
but minimum say and check. No who say cars maybe so back. Same say and penny for no one I shall say about.
All right.
So say check. You didn't have a so now your friend so say a year UPSA and so a vice chancellor and so about account like you made we pay.
All right. Professor John K. Mesa Mautonana. Okay, and then I'm a found here. I was about champion. Now, young court, now said you made in the econo. Yakofa in your no ways of 4 or more, almost so I couldn't be beer. Now, intermittently, near Baba, near no about Dinkomo. Now, you said you made in it. Yeah, that's it. Until for UPSA and I call and we nana or 2 dako and a codi and commodity. You made the success so my uncle na yankofa Jumedi no said the Esikro.
The following personalities before I proceed. Chairman of this special occasion, the late President, a majority leader who is here present, the chairman of the governing party, and members of the NDC, ministers of state, distinguished members of parliament, members of the diplomatic corps, traditional and other religious leaders, members of sister universities here present, members of other political parties here present. Oh, okay, I can see Queen Mothers. Let me address it very well. Name, Mama Gao, the rest I cannot proceed. Then, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, let me state that during the 13th commemorative lecture, I delivered a welcome address in remembrance of the late president. And today, we gather not simply to remember a former president, but indeed, we today gather once again to reflect on the life of service and also celebrate the legacy of a character. And we are gathered here once again this year to ask ourselves some fundamental questions. So I hope that this afternoon we'll leave this place being reflective of who we are and what we really want to do. Chairman said, 14 years ago, what does the life of our former president say to Ghana? Indeed, like I mentioned, to be more reflective, given the topic, to Ghana, Africa, and especially the next generation of leaders. And if you ask me, I would say that the answer lies in the values our former president represented.
Integrity, transparency, accountability, humility, and servant leadership. Indeed, these are not merely words, but they are the foundation upon which great nations and enduring institutions are built. That our former president demonstrated that leadership is not just about the powers one possesses, but about the character which the power is exercised. And his leadership reminded us that the public office is the trust indeed to say. Remember, I'll never forget that day when I was a student leader on representing students on the GET fund. We were just pondering over
over who this man was and what we have to do in his remembrance. And I'm very happy that for the past 2 years, this program is held on this campus. And for that reason, I'll be present.
That is why this point I have to go and feast. The Public Accounts Committee. Quickly move in and then come here and present my message. Indeed, our former president was a good man. He was a good man. Indeed, at the time when we all thought that things were things without character, indeed is insufficient. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, his values resonate deeply with what I would say that the mission of UPSA. As a university, we are dedicated now and must have good character leaders with integrity, as well as citizens that understand knowledge that comes with responsibility. Chairman said, that's the essence of servant leadership, and the former president espoused this in a short period. But as we come to few recommendations as a vice chancellor of this great university, indeed we must move beyond memory to meaning, from commemoration to actions, and from legacy to spirit. That I believe that UPSA will stand to explore the possibility of establishing a center for Professor John Evans Fifi Atta-Mills. I think it will be a lasting legacy to commemorate such lead political, association and others. And this is what I present to the family, the government, and the organizers of this occasion, that it is time we have some of these programs organized on academic environment where we can flag out the history, the leadership experiences, and then create literature out of it for the future generation to learn from what this man stands for and other leaders. We hardly do that in our academic institutions. But when I travel to other institutions, they immortalize a lot of leaders by writing about them, and we are compelled to read about their literature and learn from their leadership style. And I think it is time that Ghana must chart the same path. That is why in the coming years, I hope and wish that it is only in UPSA that we may have former leaders of this university enshrined in our centers of excellencies, and throughout the year we will organize lectures to share their experiences to the future generations. And I hope this proposition will be accepted by the stakeholders. Chairman said, there are a lot of lessons that I mentioned we can learn from our former president. And by extension, we acknowledge that the greatest beneficiaries of Professor Atta-Mills' legacy are the generations yet to come. And we must inspire our young people to understand that leadership is service, integrity is strength, and transparency builds trust, and accountability is a responsibility. And Atta-Mills Center of Excellence at UPSA will therefore send a powerful message to future leaders to lead with integrity, serve with humility, be transparent, embrace accountability, and always put the public good above personal interests.
the legacy of Professor Atamos must inspire us not merely to remember him, but to build a new generation of leaders who are worthy of trust and place, the trust that we place in them. Finally, before I give my conclusion remarks and assume my seat, let me once again acknowledge the Chief of Staff and all those who I did not acknowledge. Indeed, it is very difficult to be the first speaker, especially when you are speaking and you raise your head and you can see faces that you have not acknowledged. In that regard, I want to welcome all of you. All of you. Yes, all of you. Please, all of you. You are welcome. For 14 years on, Professor Ansah reminded us that once again that true leadership is rooted in integrity once again. I've used this word throughout because it resonates with him. Transparency, accountability, and service. Let us honor his memory, not only by remembering him once again, but by living the values he represented. The proposed, I want to emphasize that the proposed Atamos Center of Excellence at UPSA can serve as a beacon of ethical leadership and a platform for nurturing young leaders. And 40 years on, once again, we remember, 14 years on, we are inspired. That is why we are all here present. And 40 years on, we really commit ourselves to building Ghana, where leadership by integrity, or where leadership is defined by integrity and service. Once again, may the memory of the late former president continue to inspire young generations and those yet to be born. Once again, thank you and welcome to UPSA. And let's have a very fruitful commemorative lecture. Thank you.
You did. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together one more time. Right, I've been given a list of dignitaries here to introduce you, and with all due respect to lay down protocols, shall we please acknowledge the presence of the Chief of Staff, Honorable Julius Deborah. Also here with us is the NDC National Chairman, the Honorable Johnson Asiedu Nketia. We have a majority leader in Parliament, the Honorable Mahama Ayariga. Also here, Council of State Elders of the Council of Elders of the NDC, the Honorable Kofi Tutu Bikwachi. And then I have here statesman and member of the Advisory Council of the Atamils Heritage, Mr. Kwame Mpini. And the last but not the least on my list, I have the Member of Parliament for Komenda Edna Egwafo Abrim, and my own boss, the Honorable Samuel Atamils. Right, so to introduce the chairperson for today, ladies and gentlemen, shall we please invite the Deputy Chief of Staff, Finance and Administration, CEO and Secretary, JEA, Mills Memorial Heritage, the Honorable Nana Oye Bampo Adu.
Thank you very much and good afternoon to you all. The Chief of Staff of the Republic of Ghana, Honorable Dr. Julius Deborah, the first Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Ghana, Majority Leader of the Parliament of Ghana, the National Chairman of the NDC, Honorable Johnson Asiedu Nketia, members of the Council of State of Ghana, members of the Advisory Council of the John Evans Mills Memorial Heritage, executive members of the John Evans Mills Memorial Heritage, our distinguished keynote speaker, members of the family of President John Evans Mills, the Vice Chancellor and Management of the University of Professional Studies, Nime Name, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 14th anniversary commemorative lecture in honor of our late President, His Excellency John Evans Atta Mills. It is my singular honor to introduce to you the chairperson for the 14th commemorative lecture. And I must confess that this duty is a joy for me beyond the ordinary. The distinguished woman I am about to introduce is not merely a distinguished chairperson for today's proceedings. She is a sister and a classmate from September 1978 from Wesley Girls High School, through to the University of Ghana Faculty of Law, through to the Ghana School of Law, and she is a seasoned peacemaker. We call her Honey. She is a seasoned peacemaker and one of the most consequential diplomatic voices our continent has produced in a generation. And for what it is worth, on an afternoon such as this, she is an ardent supporter and was an executive member of Accra Hearts of Oak. And she told me the story this afternoon, why she joined Accra Hearts of Oak and not great Olympics like Honorable Betty Maud Idrisu and Nana Oye. Ladies and gentlemen, join me now on a journey through the life and work of our esteemed chairperson, Honorable Hannah Sewa Tete. She holds a Bachelor of Laws from the University of Ghana, Legon, and was called to the Ghana Bar in October 1992. She began her legal career with Ansah Asari and Company, Hensel Chambers, before she joined the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice. She later worked as the solicitor and legal advisor to Ghana Agro-Food Company. In 2008, Hannah was appointed National Communications Director of the National Democratic Congress. She succeeded President John Dramani Mahama, who had become the party's vice presidential candidate alongside the late John Evans Atta Mills. Her steady handling of the party's communication strategy through that campaign made her one of the most prominent spokespersons, and following NDC's victory, she served from January to February 2009 as spokesperson for the President-elect John Evans Atta Mills' transition team. From 2009 to 2013, Hannah served as Minister for Trade and Industry. She was a member of the Economic Management Team for Ghana, the National Development Planning Commission, and the Millennium Development Authority Board, and also chairperson of the Ghana Free Zones Board. Her ministry developed the Private Sector Development Strategy Phase 2 and Ghana's industrial policy. She also negotiated the third expansion of Ghana's Rural Enterprise Program, co-funded by government and the International Fund for Agricultural Development and the African Development Bank. She expanded the districts on this program from 66 to 160 districts in Ghana. Ghana also co-hosted the African Trade Ministers meeting in 2011 under Hannah's leadership, whose recommendation to fast-track a continental free trade area culminated years later in the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement of 2018. From January 2013 to January 2017, Hannah served as Minister for Foreign Affairs and Rural Integration and was a member of Ghana's National Security Council and the Armed Forces Council. Hannah introduced Ghana's visa on arrival policy for African citizens, the third country on the African continent to do so after Seychelles and Rwanda. She also secured cabinet approval for the Foreign Ministry to retain its own internally generated funds. Between 2014 and 2015, while Ghana's president chaired the Economic Community of West African States, Authority of Heads of State and Government, Hannah chaired the body's Council of Ministers and its Mediation and Security Council. She was able to steer the region through the resolution of the Malian conflict, a peaceful transition in Guinea-Bissau, and Burkina Faso's transition following the resignation of President Blaise Compaoré. In 2017, fellow foreign ministers of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development appointed Hannah to mediate the Second South Sudanese Civil War, negotiations that produced the revitalized peace agreement signed in September 2018. This established the government that sits in Juba today. Between assignments, she was the Richard von Wiska Fellow at the Robert Bosch Academy in Berlin, Germany. That same year, Hannah joined the United Nations as the Director General of the United Nations Office in Kenya, the United Nations headquarters in Africa. Before she was nominated at the rank of Under-Secretary General of the United Nations, in that post she held from 2019 to 2022 under the joint 2017 Joint Framework Agreement on Peace and Security. Hannah worked very closely with the chairperson of the Africa Union Commission and the Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security. She coordinated the annual UN Africa Union Summit consultations and the joint meetings of both organizations' peace and security councils, and she served as a trustee of the Africa Union Peace Fund. From 2022 to 2024, Hannah served as the Secretary General Special Envoy to the Horn of Africa. She headed the regional office and worked with the Intergovernmental Authority on Development and its 8 member states. Hannah worked with the Africa Union, the Intergovernmental Authority, and Ethiopia in the Africa Union-led process that ended the Tigray War. She represented the United Nations as observer at the Pretoria talks, producing the November 2022 cessation of hostilities agreement, and reopened after 13 years of silence negotiations between Sudan and South Sudan on the final status of Abyei. This was tragically interrupted by Sudan's own civil war. Since February 2025, Hannah has served as Special Representative of the UN Secretary General and head of the United Nations Support Mission in Libya, an integrated political mission established in September 2011 following Libyan civil war, and this is to support an inclusive political process and long-term stabilization of Libya. Hannah presented a political roadmap to the UN Security Council last August and has since guided the largest, most inclusive national dialogue Libya has ever held on its soil. This was concluded only last month with recommendations addressing Libya's governance, political, security, and reconciliation challenges. Hannah now facilitates negotiations between the Government of National Unity
and the Libyan National Army on reconstituting the High National Elections Commission and reforming the electoral laws to pave way for long overdue elections in Libya. Ladies and gentlemen, a personality of such caliber, whose life's work has touched Ghana, has touched the African continent and the wider world in equal and enduring measure, could not have been more fitting to be the chairperson for this 14th anniversary lecture, which is being held in tribute to the enduring leadership, legacy, and unwavering patriotism of Ghana's third president of the Fourth Republic, Professor His Excellency John Evans Atta Mills. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming your chairperson, Chairperson Hannah Sewa Tete. Your audience awaits you. That was an incredibly generous introduction, perhaps more than I deserved. The Right Honourable Chief of Staff, the Right Honourable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, the Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, the Majority Leader in Parliament, members of the Council of State, members of the NDC Council of Elders, members of the Advisory Committee of the John Evans Atta Mills Heritage, honourable ministers here present, honourable members of Parliament, Nananum Nime Name, friends of President John Evans Atta Mills and his family who are sitting right in front of us. Honourable Samuel Atta Mills, I have to recognize you for special mention. I always used to call him Uncle Femi, and I still intend to do that, honorifics notwithstanding. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the media, and because I can see the colors, members of the great NDC family, and fellow Akatamansonians. First, let me thank my colleague and friend, and indeed sister, Honorable Nana Oye Bampuado, the Deputy Chief of Staff, for that very generous introduction. And let me also thank the Atta Mills Heritage for inviting me to chair this year's 14th anniversary and commemoration of a very great man. I was privileged to have His Excellency President John Evans Atta Mills as my lecturer in university. He taught me commercial law and he taught me tax law. I was also privileged to have him as a mentor when he became our presidential candidate. Because without him, I don't think I would have succeeded in my first election in the year 2000 and have become a young member of parliament, a young politician, and the rest of what has happened in my life till date. He gave me a tremendous amount of support. And even though we were not successful in that election in winning the presidency, it was his hands that guided me on the path that has led me to where I am today. And when I had the opportunity to work with him in the 2008 election campaign as the Director for Communications for the NDC party, I thought that it was indeed an incredible opportunity given to someone who at that time was relatively young to be an important part of making history. I think that the honor that the University of Professional Studies, Accra, wishes to bestow on His Excellency President John Evans Atta Mills is indeed entirely appropriate. And thank you very much for that initiative. Because a center of excellence under the name of a leader who lived his values of service, of professionalism, of commitment, and of excellence is indeed an opportunity to give meaning to good governance within the context of Ghanaian history, our society, and for generations yet to come. So thank you very much, sir, for making that offer. I also very much want to thank all of those who have been responsible for organizing this very important event, because it gives us the opportunity to reflect on a great man, a humble man, somebody who, when you think about it in retrospect, was very self-effacing, most certainly did not draw attention to all of his stellar credentials, and was determined to make a team work together to deliver for the people of Ghana, a better Ghana, investing in people, investing in the economy, maintaining a transparent and accountable government for this country. And for the short period that he was our president, he certainly lived and led that aspiration. Now, you're not here to listen to a speech from me, because we have a very distinguished speaker who is going to give us an address that talks about the values that this esteemed gentleman, His Excellency President Mills, demonstrated, but also is able through that process to give us an insight in how he affected others who were not of the NDC party, and which of course makes him an astounding and exceptional statesman, one who will be remembered for the ages. And so I don't think I will continue for much longer, because it's my pleasure, of course, to give the space to Honorable Dr. Frimpong Boateng, who will be properly introduced and who we will have the pleasure to listen to today. I think that coming together to commemorate such a wonderful leader also gives us the opportunity to reflect on what we can do to contribute to that process, how we can live the values that we saw President Mills living in his lifetime, not just talking about them, but actually doing them. Of course, for those of you who are his family, he has a very special place in your hearts. He was more than just a leader. He was a father. He was someone who nurtured you and someone who gave you the opportunity of training firsthand that many of us envy. And I'm sure that you continue to live and to make sure that his legacy lives in you, because it is through that that we will also have living examples of what it means to be a descendant and a beneficiary of such a wonderful heritage. So without further ado, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I must say it's good to be home. It's good to be in Accra. Thank you very much once again for the invitation. And let me now hand over so that our speaker is properly introduced and you'll have the opportunity to listen to him. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, reminding all of us in the auditorium and as well, or welcoming all of us that are tuned in live on television, on TV3 as well, live on Wazer TV, welcoming all our viewers from across the country and as well the world. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today we gather here to honor a life of immense intellectual excellence, profound humility, and unwavering commitment to our beautiful country, Ghana. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, again, we are truly blessed to be here with a gathering of constellation of leaders from every sphere of our public life, from governance, diplomacy, academia, tradition, and religion. Allow me acknowledge the presence as well, officially or formally, of the first Deputy Speaker of Parliament of Ghana, Honorable Bernard Ahiafo, who's also the MP of Akashi South. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. As well, acknowledging the presence of the members of the Atta Mills Heritage, members of the Advisory Council of the Atta Mills Heritage, members of the Council of State, the Wolome Chiefs and Queens, Ministers of State gathered present, CEOs that have made time to be here as well, national executives of the great NDC, regional executives of the great NDC, and as well constituency executives of the great NDC party, and members of Parliament here present. Now, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we quite remember the man of peace, as we know and love. And it's time to get into the statement of our purpose of gathering. It's a pleasure to call back on stage a woman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that is truly remarkable in every sense of the word. And she is going to do us the honors of the purpose of gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, Nana Oye Bampo Ado, our Deputy Chief of Staff. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. I stand on existing protocol. We are gathered here this afternoon for a purpose far greater than nostalgia. We gather to listen once again to a lecture on transformative leadership and governance, on ethical leadership, on peace and love for Ghana and for humanity, and on true values, virtues, and principles of a man who did not only live, but who made a profound difference in our body politic. This is our 14th lecture since the passing of our third president of the Fourth Republic of Ghana. Last year, we were privileged to have Madam Charlotte Osei deliver the lecture, and we were blessed with many revelations of who the late former president truly was to his students and mentees, drawn from her own experience as one of them. Indeed, Professor His Excellency John Ansah Mills was a colossal figure who meant so many positive things to so many categories of people, to his wife and his son, to his mentees, his students, his compatriots, to his beloved party, even to his critics, and above all, to our dear nation. His life was filled with an epoch of lessons. It has been said that the best way to honor a national hero is not to heap praises on him once he is gone. Rather, we must make a conscious effort to emulate what he stood for. This conviction drives everything we do at the John Ansah Mills Memorial Heritage. We believe in inspiring humanity for a better society, and our mission is to promote His Excellency John Ansah Mills' unique view of society, values, and advancing our common humanity. So it is in that spirit that we are here once again delighted to celebrate the enviable leadership and personality of His Excellency John Ansah Mills. This lecture is marking his 14th anniversary. Following today's proceedings, we'll gather again for a wreath-laying ceremony at Asumdwe Park on Friday, the 24th of July. And there will be a hockey tournament on the 25th of July in Would-Be Inspired, ushered into a period of very honest reflection over your own public life, your education, your virtues that carry a nation forward. Extend love to humanity, tolerate your adversaries, and above all, help live up to your own unique calling. On behalf of the John Ansah Mills Memorial Heritage, welcome once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we hand over to the choir, Symphonal Chorale, to take us into a distinguished and exciting moment of music.
Beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, I worked under him of the Ghana Tourism Development Company. He commanded an aura of peace, just like the elder brother. Wherever he went, he's acknowledged a very peaceful man. And I know he's still carrying that across. Shall we please invite from Commander Edna Iguafa Brem, the Honorable Member of Parliament, and the brother of the late Professor John Ansah Mills, my boss, the Honorable Samuel Atta Mills.
Madam Chairperson, may I stand on existing protocols? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. The family is eternally grateful for all that you are doing for us. Let me tell you something. There was a day that Prof was very upset about something. And then he called me. And when he calls me big brother, I know there's something going on. He's like, look, when you die and I die and we come back as family members, never allow anybody to convince me to be president. We are here, brother, because you were the president. You said we should stay away from politics. You played your part, and now I'm a member of parliament, a third-term member of parliament. The family is grateful. You have made us proud. And big thanks to Memorial Heritage, to the great leader, great consultant, and a great conspirator. You guys have made this thing happen, and we very, very much appreciate it. And another update to my brother, if I could talk to him one-on-one. When I came to the castle, he told me that I should buy my own car, drive my own car, and then not get even a drop of petrol from the castle. Brother, I did it. And you remember the day that you were supposed to travel with me. I took my car to the car wash. And a very big man's driver told the car wash people, he's a big man, wash his car. They never did. Because they said if I was a big man, I wouldn't have driven my car over there. Brother, you had to send a dispatch rider to come and get me. Now I have a driver, but I still go to the car wash. My car wash is not 50 cedis anymore, brother. When I go, I have to pay 10 times, 20 times that price. Maybe I should get a driver who will take my car to the car wash. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, and a belated happy birthday to Big Brother. He was 82 yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable. At the core of it, while the nation loved him, he was at his core a beloved brother, husband, and father. And we thank you so much to the family for sharing him with us. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are live on Clog TV as well, live on TV3 on channel 279 on DSTV, and live as well on Wazor TV, and on their social media handles as well, so you can share the link for someone who is not currently around to be able to view today's proceedings. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, they say a picture is worth 1,000 words, and a film is known as a moving picture, so that should be worth 1,000,000 words. At this point in time, we're ready to view a documentary that captures the true essence of the man we knew and loved, President John Evans Atta Mills. So please, ladies and gentlemen, avert your eyes to the screens and let us watch the documentary.
We have a country where only the privileged few are enjoying, while the generality of the people are wallowing in poverty. May God bless us all.
at a time when world economies had just
been plunged into the worst financial crisis since the Great Depression of the 1930s. Visionary leadership and direction, he was able to steer the nation through tumultuous times and oversaw the nation's rise as one of the best performing economies in Africa.
Ghana became the fastest growing economy in the world. Calm demeanor,
school education at Achimota, the University of Ghana, where he completed his Bachelor of Law degree. He went on to further his studies at the London School of Economics and Political Science, where he obtained an LLM in 1968. And further obtained his PhD in law at the School of Oriental and African Studies. He returned to the University of Ghana, where he spent close to 25 years teaching until he was appointed.
His extensive work in the field of taxation. Year 2000. He lost the bid, and again in 2004. Even while out of office, he remained a strong political force that kept the government on its toes and spoke out on many occasions for the ordinary. His inaugural speech on January the 7th, 2009 did well to calm tensions and unify a society that appeared
polarized.
We intend a consensus-driven agenda, and in building a consensus, we shall give due recognition to the contributions by our compatriots from the other political parties. As I have always said, I will be president for all Ghanaians.
It was for this reason that the people gave him the title of Asomdrihin, the King of Peace. He was known to be tolerant, well-mannered, and measured in speech. He left no room for vindicativeness or but rather channeled his efforts and at his door on the 24th of July 2012. His short run as president provided the world with insight into the qualities of a noble leader and statesman. He left a legacy of peace.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. But more than any policy, more than any statistic, he truly left us a spirit of unity, a spirit of humility, a spirit of peace. Music is a language of the soul, and today it will serve as a bridge to our memories as we reflect on the life and greatness of Professor Mills. Over to the Symphony Chorale.
Symphonial Choir, we're very grateful. Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this beautiful, hard-working lady. She speaks multiple Ghanaian languages impeccably. She looks a lot younger than her age. My big sister, the MP for Shamara constituency, and of course the Minister for Fisheries and Agriculture, to introduce to us our keynote speaker for today. Shall we please welcome the Honorable Emilia Arthur. Please accompany her with a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's indeed a very long walk to this podium. Madam Chair, Chief of Staff, all distinguished guests here, consider yourselves duly acknowledged. Ladies and gentlemen, 14 years after the passing of Professor John Evans Atta-Mills, Ghana continues to wrestle with a question that is both simple and profound. What happened to the vision of a better Ghana? The question is not merely about a political slogan. It is about the kind of country we promised ourselves we would build. A country we founded on integrity, competence, justice, compassion, and service. And so, as we meet to commemorate his 14th anniversary, we are compelled to look beyond the past and honestly examine the Ghana we have built, the Ghana we have failed to build, the Ghana we have, and the Ghana that still remains within our reach. It is therefore particularly fitting that this afternoon's keynote speaker is a man whose own life has been defined by excellence, courage, and service to Ghana and the world. Professor Kwabena Frimpong Boateng is one of the most distinguished Ghanaians of his generation. Thank you. A world-renowned cardiothoracic surgeon, he became the first black surgeon globally to perform a successful heart transplant in 1985. He also performed Germany's first heart-lung transplant in a child, first in all of Europe in November 1988. But perhaps his greatest contribution to Ghana was his decision to return home. He came back to establish the National Cardiothoracic Center at Kolebu Teaching Hospital, a decision that transformed cardiac care in Ghana and has saved thousands of lives. His service has extended far beyond medicine. He has served as Chief Executive of Kolebu Teaching Hospital, Head of Surgery at the University of Ghana Medical School, President of the Ghana Heart Foundation and the Ghana Red Cross Society, Chairman of the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission, and Minister for Environment, Science, Technology, and Innovation. He has also been recognized nationally and internationally for his exceptional contributions, including as a Companion of the Order of the Volta and a recipient of the Federal Cross of Merit of the Federal Republic of Germany. But beyond the titles and the honors, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Frimpong Boateng represents something especially relevant to our discussion
this evening. The belief that nation building requires more than words. It requires excellence. It requires courage. It requires sacrifice. And above all, it requires a willingness to serve the national interests, the national. These values resonate deeply with the legacy of President John Evans Atta Mills. As we ask whether the vision of a better Ghana remains unfinished, we are privileged to hear from a man whose own life has been dedicated to building institutions, saving lives, and serving the nation. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Kwabena Frimpong Boateng.
Madam Chair, actually the chairperson has given me permission to use her protocol list. So, Madam Chair, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I believe everyone in this auditorium and all those watching or listening within Ghana and across the world will agree that the legacy of Professor Mills is defined by peace, humility, academic excellence, servant leadership, and the rest. And his tenure as third president of the Federal Republic of Law and ethical governance. It is good to remember Anna. Yet, remembering what he stood for compels us to ask a more searching question. What would have been the condition of Ghana today if President Mills had had the strength for 7 and 9 until his death on July 24, 2012. He was buried at the Asumdue Park on August 10, 2012.
After years of neglect, a number of Professor Mills' friends, admirers, loyalists appealed to President Akufo-Addo to restore the Asumdue Park. This was done, and the completed facility was commissioned on July 24, 2022, on the 8th anniversary of his passing. It also took another act of generosity from Matthew Opoku-Prempeh to fund the construction of the Atamils Memorial House and Library in Ekupi Otuam, the ancestral home of Professor Mills. Meanwhile, the John Evans Atamils Residential Library Research Facility, constructed and inaugurated in 2015, is reported to be in a state of disrepair. I'm however informed that renovation works have started, and I commend the government for that. Ladies and gentlemen, the floods that struck Greater Accra in the last week of June and the first week of July this year are a distressing illustration of the same institutional neglect. As the waters rose, I listened to politicians and opinion leaders urge residents not to dump waste into gutters and drains. This advice is well intended, but evades a deeper truth. Ghana has no serious system for collecting waste at the point of generation and moving it to disposal, recycling, or power generation sites. Ghana's own land use planning framework classifies certain areas as flood-prone and reserves them as protected open space. Yet, across Greater Accra, all the 7 planned flood retention ponds in Papao, Medina, Oshie, Ajangano, 2 in Asharbuche, University Farms, and Sherman have all been encroached upon. Also, the buffers meant to protect water courses, such as the Lafa, have been overrun by informal development, sanctioned and tolerated by the very state institutions charged with enforcing the laws. On the western edge of Accra is a cement factory, built in a Ramsar protected wetland. The factory was sanctioned by the MP, the chiefs, MMDCE, residents, and the seat of government itself, because it was classified as part of 1D1F in the Ramsar wetland. Madam Chair, a nation cannot summon the discipline to manage its waste and protect its wetlands, cannot by any stretch of imagination undertake the disciplined, sustained project of national development that Professor Mills envisioned. Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, when I was approached to deliver this lecture, I asked myself, why me? I tried to discourage Ambassador Silvanus and Miss Louisa Boba. Let's go and look for another person. I didn't want to call Alexander here because I knew they wouldn't listen to me. But I called Togwe Afede. I said, Togwe, they are playing a prank on me. He said, no, Professor, we want you to do it. And Louisa was very good. I think, Chief of Staff, that lady sitting behind you maybe deserves a higher position. I never belonged to Professor Mills' party, and twice he dismissed me. The first dismissal was in January 2009 on radio, one of the earliest announcements of his presidency. I learned along the rest of Ghana that I had been removed as chairman of the Public Utility Regulatory Commission, PURC. A chairmanship that had, until that announcement, been said to be exemplary. The second dismissal was in person. I have received a dismissal letter from Mr. Joseph Gillichre, the Minister for Health. On August, there he is. Joe. On August 25th, 2011, President Willis came himself to Kolebu. On August 30th, 2011, accompanied by his own Achimota schoolmate, a professor of medicine, who then chaired the Kolebu Teaching Hospital Board, to confirm with his own eyes that I had packed my things and left Kolebu. But I stand here anyway, not despite those dismissals, but in a sense because of them. They are my credentials. A man who was removed twice by President Mills has no motive to flatter his memory. If I speak well of him, it is not because I owe him anything, it is because I knew him. I knew Professor Mills from 3 encounters, 11 years before the presidency charged him. And in those 3 meetings, I came to know exactly who he was. A very good person, a good man. I knew something else too, and I say it not to excuse, but to explain. The disease that will eventually take his life appeared to have affected him. And as the presidency wore him down and his strength declined by degrees, there were certain people inside the administration who saw an opening, who used his fragility to pursue their personal agenda or to certain cause that were not his to settle. Let me be precise about what I am and I'm not saying. Professor Mills was ethical. Who take of the man across 3 meetings, he was good. This is the man I will now ask you to meet. Not through the office he held, but through the 3 meetings in which the world knew him as Asumjeni. Those who knew Professor Mills, even briefly, encountered the same man twice, the private figure and the public one, and they were not 2 different people. His warmth and compassion towards people and severity towards wrongdoing were in him the same virtue pointed in 2 directions. Professor Mills carried himself exactly as Exodus said, dishonest gain and ethical governance. Because the man is not a good man, can undo everything his own character was built to achieve. I knew Professor Mills at a level not many can imagine. The 3 meetings already alluded to shaped my understanding of the man. The first meeting was in 1998. I was visited by Professor Hans-Georg Bost, the extraordinary man who gave me the opportunity to do cardiothoracic and vascular surgery in Germany. I informed Dr. Eunice Brookman, the Minister for Health at the time, and who graciously led Professor Bost and the delegation from Kolebu to meet Professor Mills at the Osu Castle. It was a warm occasion. After talking about many things, establishing the cardiothoracic center. And Professor Bost, on the other hand, expressed the hope that Professor Mills' friends will provide the necessary support for cardiothoracic surgery to flourish in Ghana. The second meeting was in 1999, and it arose from a very difficult situation. Madam Chair, a minister of state in the NDC region brought children requiring heart surgery to me on 4 occasions, each time invoking the name of the First Lady, Nana Royce, as the referral authority. I managed the first 3 cases, and the cardio center paid everything. And when the minister brought the 4
I asked whether the First Lady might contact me directly so that I could discuss some challenges with her. My simple request was apparently represented
and word Ambassador J.L.M. Emerson, the secretary at the time, told me the president was incensed. He was livid. Who is this Supreme Court? Who does he think he is? He is going with himself. Many, including Ambassador Emerson, counseled against it. I went nevertheless. Indeed, I went with Dr. and Mrs. Mary Grant when he was directed instead to meet the Vice President, Professor Atamios. He received me warmly, and after I explained what brought me to the castle, Professor Atamios looked at me for a minute and said, "Doctor, you are not in Ghana because of one person. You came down from Germany to serve Ghanaians, and that should be your focus. Forget everything you were told and go back to Kolebu and do what you know best." I was quiet and I said, I should have known that. And then he said something very revealing. He said, "Doctor, let me tell you something. If you know what I go through here on a daily basis in this house, you would not have driven from Kolebu to complain to anybody." I said,
I took the advice and returned to do my work. That was the Asumdwe name before the word had a name for it. A man absorbing pressure quietly rather than passing it downwards
as lesser leaders of I should add that in later years, President Rawlings and Anakra and he like a brother. And Mrs. Grant used to say he has 2 adopted sons. Jerry Rawlings, the troublesome one, and Frepo Boateng, the calmer one. Madam Chair, the third and most center for the study of global issues. As part of the visa process, Professor Mays required a medical examination. He did everything, all the test results were normal, except the ECG was flagged for a second opinion. So Professor Mays walked to my office with his ECG tracing. I called the cardiologist, we sat down, went to it, and saw that it was normal. And so I dismissed the cardiologist. Then the 2 of us sat down for a very long time. And we spoke frankly, discussing issues including governance, national against corruption. In that 1 hour, I came to understand the mindset mindset of Professor Mills very clearly. I appreciated what motivated his principled, godly stance on national issues. We agreed and broadened indigenous capacity in science, technology, and industry. We agreed that the structure of the Ghanaian economy had to change from one dependent on the export of raw materials to the one dependent on the production of industrial goods and services. This lecture draws on the issues I shall be talking about: governance and the fight against corruption, Ghana and the problem of self-deception, Ghana, a country of missed opportunities, the poverty gap, is a technology gap, and the daily burden of Ghanaians. The Better Ghana agenda, what was achieved? Professor Mills coined the term Better Ghana agenda in 2007 to address the shortcomings in Ghana's socio-economic development, health, education, agriculture, utilities, transport, public discipline, and others. The thrust of the policy was not to declare Ghana good overnight, or better the following day or the following year. It was to progressively improve. Ghana could be characterized as good. It was a process, a direction of travel. So, in the early over 3 years that the policy was implemented, appreciable gains were recorded across virtually all sectors, as we all know. Strong economic growth and significant reduction in the budget deficit, a fall in inflation to single digits, significant reduction of schools under trees, expansion of universal health care coverage, solid environmental sustainability portfolios, Ghana officially achieving lower middle income country status, and the cocoa sector reached a historic milestone, production of 1 million metric tons of cocoa in a year. Then the commissioning of the first oil from the Jubilee field on December 15, 2010, the event that marked Ghana's official entry into the ranks of oil-producing nations. It must be acknowledged, though, that the oil discovery was made during the Kufuor administration, but it was President Smith's government that supervised the crucial development phase and brought the project to commercial production. Professor Mills established 2 universities, specialized universities, during his tenure, the University for Health and Natural Resources in the Brong-Ahafo region. He also launched a program to re-equip science resource centers in all the districts in Ghana to strengthen the teaching and learning of science in the country. These were not cosmetic achievements. They were the early years of purposeful, integrity-led governance. Governance and the fight against corruption. One of the subjects Professor Mills and I discussed endlessly was corruption. We had both studied the transformation of Singapore under Lee Kuan Yew. As you know, when Lee Kuan Yew took office in 1959, he said he was sickened by the greed, corruption, and decadence in many Asian countries, Asian leaders. And he had a deep sense of mission to do things differently, to establish a clean and effective government. With determination and a program based on scientific development, Lee Kuan Yew and his team kept that promise. And Singapore, which in 1819 was a village with only 120 people, with no natural resources and hinterland, prepared itself from third world squalor to first world affluence in just 35 years. Professor Mills, despite operating within an entrenched Ghanaian system, attempted to do things differently. He reduced the number of ministers from 87 under the preceding Kufuor administration to 73, a reduction of 60%, with a projected annual savings of $4 million. Hundreds of special assistants, presidential staffers, spokespersons were eliminated to improve fiscal discipline. He commissioned a review of the 1992 Constitution, appointing Professor Fiado as the chairman of the commission. Indeed, the government produced a white paper, but the white paper was not implemented because of the closeness to the 2012 elections. President Mills took accountability seriously. Barely 6 months after he was sworn in, one minister resigned following findings of financial impropriety. 2 federal ministers tendered their resignation in another 3 months after allegations of accepting bribes from a foreigner, underperforming and ethically compromised ministers were removed consistently, visibly, and without sentiment. These were not the actions of a man performing accountability. They were the actions of a man who believed in it. And ladies and gentlemen, contrast that record with more recent episodes to show how far we have drifted. Bank owners were found to have used depositors' funds to enrich themselves, and were arraigned before the courts to answer for it. But when the new government took office, they are interested in those. He said, no, we are not interested. So a legitimate legal process already underway was terminated. The men who stood accused of stealing from depositors' money were merely released. Not merely released, some were rewarded with lucrative appointments. One was even given a gold mine. Ladies and gentlemen, if Professor Mills' insistence that ministers accused of wrongdoing be removed without sentiment reflected an ethic of accountability, this episode reflects the opposite, an ethic of impunity in which a political victory becomes a shield against justice rather than an occasion for it. Ghana and the problem of self-deception. Ladies and gentlemen, our presidential system of government is modeled after the American system, just as the Second Republic was modeled on the Westminster system. But in adopting the American system, Ghana did not adequately research into its cultural and spiritual foundations. The American system is built on biblical understanding of human nature. Specifically, that man is fallible, and prone to sin. It is precisely this understanding that produced the elaborate system of checks and balances, independence of the executive, legislature, and judicial branches, each limiting the power of the others. And the separation of powers was taken from the book of the prophet Isaiah, chapter 33 and verse 22. I quote, For the Lord is our judge, the Lord is our lawgiver, the Lord is our king, it is he who will save us. What he's saying is that the Lord is our judge, judiciary, the Lord is our lawgiver, parliament, the Lord is our king, executive. It is he who will save us. Indeed, it's only the God of creation that can be the king, the judge, and the lawgiver, and still be fair to everybody. So, the founders of America did not trust any person with all the three powers, not even themselves. That restraint is the foundation of their democratic durability. Ghana prepared a fourth Republican constitution that makes the president so powerful that he's able to exert influence everywhere, on the judiciary, parliament, and almost everywhere. Worse still, to protect the excesses and corruption of a president, entrenched provisions are crafted to shield the president from the reach of the law after he exits the presidency. This is not how democracy looks like. You see, the governance system of our traditional areas endure precisely because they are rooted in the traditions, beliefs, and spirituality of the people. In the Ashanti Kingdom, for example, people think carefully before invoking the great oath of the Asante, because there are real consequences when oaths are flouted. Now, those who doubt the importance of spiritual and cultural foundations to constitutional longevity should just compare the American Revolution of 1776 and the French Revolution of 1789. The American Revolution began with an appeal to the sovereignty of God. The French was founded on the sovereignty of man, on the liberal humanistic theories of Voltaire, Rousseau, Montesquieu, and the rest. The French Revolution was a catastrophe. Chaos, anarchy, and tyranny left 40,000 people dead. And the resulting constitution lasted only 2 years. Indeed, the French have had 7 constitutions the same time that the Americans have had 1. So, Ghana, independent for 70 years, almost 70 years only, has had 4 constitutions, and the 4th one is under review. So the question is, who should lead us? But since we have chosen a democracy whose rules lie in biblical precepts, we should also attend to those precepts about leadership. In Exodus 18:21, Moses received these instructions: select capable men, men who fear God, trustworthy men who hate dishonest gain, and appoint them as officials. Deuteronomy 1:13 echoes the same sentiments. Choose wise, understanding men, and I will set them over you. Prophet Samuel was such a man. He understood the eternal principles that guarantee good governance. He understood bribery as both a legal infraction and as moral offense against his people. This understanding shaped every decision in his public life. A leader who professes faith but is not genuinely committed to God is merely a pretender. Now let's look at Ghana, a country of missed opportunities. Ghana's first and most consequential missed opportunity came at the very dawn of its economic life. In 1963, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah presented the 7-year development plan to Parliament. It was a program designed to carry Ghana towards import substitution and industrial job creation, and with time, towards the export of industrial goods and services. It was a deliberate effort to root the nation's growth in its own productive and scientific capacity, drawing on the work of CSIR and Ghana Atomic Energy Commission and the universities, particularly Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. The plan survived barely 3 years of implementation. When Nkrumah was overthrown in 1966, the 7-year development plan terminated with him, and Ghana's path towards a self-reliant, technologically driven economy was abandoned along with it. Had the plan been allowed to run its course and had successive governments vote upon it rather than discarded it, Ghana might well have kept pace with countries such as Korea and Malaysia, both of which entered the 1960s at levels of development comparable to or even behind Ghana. Instead, those countries pulled ahead, and Ghana's research institutions were left to wither. Then the Kofi Annan movement. For 9 years, a Ghanaian led the United Nations. We were proud. We have every right to be proud. But pride is not policy, and admiration is not strategy. Ghana never leveraged that extraordinary relationship with Kofi Annan to seek transformative assistance from the UN system, particularly particularly the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, to place this country on a path towards sustainable socio-economic development. Indeed, Ghana's first real industrial partnership with UNIDO was not signed until 2019, 13 years after Kofi Annan had left office. And it was financed by Europe, not by us. Compare that to India, that spent over 50 years burdened on that relationship, government after government, until it became one of UNIDO's top 10 donors, paying into the Industrial Development Fund. Thus, India went from asking for help to giving it. That is what 50 years of discipline looks like. Ghana has no such story to tell. Missed opportunity. The University of Mines we have and the plans we lack. Another missed opportunity. There are few countries in the world with universities or schools dedicated to the study of mines. Among them are Colorado School of Mines in the USA, Western Australia School of Mines at Curtin University, McGill in Canada, Central South University in China, University of Witwatersrand in South Africa, TU Beck Academy in Freiburg, Germany, and the Cambon School of Mines in the UK. Ghana has the George Grant University of Mines and Technology in Takwa, formerly Takwa School of Mines. The countries on that list have built sustainable mining industries using indigenous technology and locally developed human capital. Ghana has not. Instead of advancing sustainable mining with graduates from our own university, we are content with promoting the type of mining that destroys our environment, our rivers, and our biodiversity. What is the point in having a school of mines if we have no national plan for its graduates? Can we regard the abandonment of the Better Ghana agenda as lost opportunity, where it is up to us to tell? The poverty gap is a technology gap. Indeed, perhaps the most important thing Professor Mills and I discussed in that June 2001 conversation was this, that the real difference between the developed countries in America, Europe, and Asia, and the underdeveloped countries in Africa are not in resources, not in geography, but in technological capability. The extent to which a country can access, utilize, create science and technology for the solutions of socio-economic problems. To be part of this modern world, a country must allow science, technology, and innovation to drive its development. Unfortunately, most African countries, including Ghana, have declined that invitation. Consequently, the numbers are against us. I'm sure. Africa is the second largest and second most populous continent, covering an area of 20.4% of the Earth's land surface, and is home to at least 16% of the world's population. Yet, Africa's contribution to world commerce is less than 1%. The bottom 25 countries on the Human Development Index list are all in Africa. And the irony of our situation is that we spend $4 billion recruiting and paying 100,000 expatriates. Whilst at the same time, we look on and 250,000 equally qualified Africans leave the continent to work elsewhere for lower salaries. In Ghana, I'm told approximately 80% of inputs into agriculture, education, and health come from foreign sources. Listen, Madam Chair. Ghana is the 47th most populous country in the world. In other words, if we take China, India, and other the countries according to population, we are the 47th most populous country in the world when you take population alone. But when you talk about Human Development Index that takes into account life expectancy, income, and education. Then Ghana falls to rank 148 out of 181 countries. In other words, we are a big population, not developed. Human Development Index that takes account into life expectancy, income, and education. Then we are down. In 1961, Korea's GNP was 2.3 billion, and its top exports in 1970 were textiles, plywood, and wigs. Today, it is the 13th largest economy and global leader in semiconductors, LCDs, shipbuilding, and automobile manufacturing. Samsung, one company, which began 87 years ago selling dry fish. Samsung started 87 years ago selling dry fish. Now, it accounts for 23% of Korea's GDP, with annual revenue of $240 billion. One company, $240 billion, more than the GDP of 150 countries, including Ghana. China's story confirms the same story. In 1986, 4 weapons scientists wrote a letter to Deng Xiaoping, the Chinese leader, saying China is falling behind in the world's technological revolution. And Deng Xiaoping's answer was the 863 program, China Program 863, a sustained national commitment to science and technology. China had virtually no solar production in 2003, but 5 years later, it was producing more solar panels than the countries that invented them. Neither country succeeded by accident. Both made deliberate long-term investment in research, science, technology, and innovation infrastructure, sustained across successive governments. That is the lesson Ghana has yet to learn. No country ever developed without the capacity to produce machines, spare parts, equipment, technical goods needed to power the economy. Ghana must build that capacity because, as we know, the fight for genuine economic independence is greater than the fight for political independence. And here one sees the danger of short-term initiatives. The Better Ghana agenda was shelved. Now I'm told it's evolved into a research agenda. For far too long, Ghanaian governments have measured their success by the infrastructure that they construct. Ghanaian government, the Fourth Republic, their success is determined by the infrastructure they do: roads, schools, hospitals, dams. These are not all important. These are not unimportant, but they are not by themselves development. To me, the true measure of leadership is the extent to which the people can be mobilized to lead independent lives, to feed, shelter, clothe, defend, and heal themselves with their own means, to produce tools, implements, and spare parts they need for daily living and industrial development and growth, so that if for one reason or the other, ships and aircraft cannot access our country, we can still be here and survive. This requires long-term planning and execution, as Professor Mills said with his Better Ghana agenda, which many people did not understand. But I understood it very well because of the conversation I had with him 11 years before, when he said that I knew exactly what he was trying to arrive at. We need long-term planning. What we have inside is a succession of politically named programs that disappear when the president who launched them leaves office. Planting for food and jobs was supposed to have reached 1.2 million farmers between 2017 and 2022. Yet, by 2025, virtually nothing remained of it. One district, one factory, Agenda 111, the 24-hour economy, the Boko Kete are all cut from the same cloth, well intentioned, politically announced, and structurally incapable of lasting a change in government. Any genuine development program must place research institutions, CSIR, atomic energy, the universities, the Ghanaian diaspora at the center, not at the periphery. Science and technology infrastructure such as foundries and CNC machine tool centers must be built and sustained across administrations. And now when you look at Ghana, you can see some element of abdication of responsibilities by governments. While President Mills established 2 specialized universities and built science resource centers in all districts in the country, the general trend in the Fourth Republic is that governments are not merely failing to invest in Ghana's institutions, they are actively abandoning their obligations to them. What began as underfunding has become abdication. I think that my little brother, the education minister, is here, he's looking at me. You see, our universities are chronically starved of funds. The predictable result is that these universities turn to student fees as their primary, and in many cases, their only source of income. Research institutions face the same indignity. CSIR, atomic energy, institutions that should be the engines of Ghana's technological transformation have been instructed, I know it, have been instructed, and majority leader knows it. He was Minister for Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, that these institutions have been instructed by successive governments to commercialize their research activities simply to keep their doors open. This is a profound misunderstanding of how science works and how nations develop. No country that has achieved technological advancement has done so by demanding that its public research institutions pay for themselves through the market. Successful countries fund their research institutions generously and hold them to account for outcomes, not for revenue. Ghana is asking its scientists to be entrepreneurs first and researchers second. And then wonders why there is no indigenous technological breakthrough to show for it. In fact, the most alarming is the fate of Ghana Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA. The EPA has been left to fend for itself, instructed to find the money to pay its own employees and fund its regulatory functions. The EPA is supposed to find money to pay workers and fund their regulatory functions. The result is entirely predictable. An agency charged with protecting Ghana's environment, biodiversity, and public health has been reduced to issuing permits as a revenue-generating exercise without the capacity to provide meaningful oversight, conduct proper environmental impact assessment, and enforce compliance. It is therefore no surprise that environmental pollution is visible everywhere in our rivers, our soil, and our air. Illegal mining destroys our water bodies not merely because of lawlessness, but because one of the institutions mandated to prevent that destruction has been defunded into irrelevance. This application is not accidental. It is the cumulative result of governments that treat public institutions as liabilities rather than assets. Professor Mills understood that duty. He reduced the size of government not to weaken the state, but to make it leaner and more capable of fulfilling its core obligations. A government that cannot fund its universities, its scientists, and its environmental regulators has not found a clever way to save money. It has found a certain way to destroy the country's future. Now let's the 2 minutes ahead of me, I will come to the daily burden on Ghanaians. Something that pressed Professor Mills, talking to him, the daily burden on Ghanaians. And here, let's just speak frankly. For millions of Ghanaians, each day begins not with promise, but with calculation. A silent, grinding arithmetic of what can be afforded, what must be sacrificed, and what will simply have to go. Indicators of macroeconomic recovery, as we are seeing now, are rare. I can feel it, that there are indications of macroeconomic stability, and they matter. But they do not travel to work by trotro in the heat of Accra or any other city. They do not pay 2 years rent advance. The reality of life of ordinary Ghanaians and the story told by headline statistics have for far too long diverged. And that divergence is a moral failure of governance. Transportation. See, transportation is the first thing millions of Ghanaians confront every morning, the last thing they endure every night. According to the National Transport Survey, the average one-way commute in Greater Accra is over 110 minutes, 2 hours, covering a distance of 3.3 kilometers. Workers spend 2 hours in Trotro, covering a distance of 3.3 kilometers. So, working days in Accra average over 12 hours when commuting is added. And the financial toll is equally severe. Daily commuting expenses consume about 22% of monthly salaries of moderate income workers in Accra, amounting to approximately 5,300 cedis every year for people earning between 2,000 and 3,000 cedis a month. Every Ghanaian who pays taxes is paying the people in government to improve their lives, not in speeches and results that visibly and measurably lessen the daily burden of ordinary citizens. If the transport problems are to be addressed, there must be specific targets which should be non-negotiable. Every worker and commuter in Accra should be able to go home within 1 hour, or within 45 minutes in Greater Kumasi, within 30 minutes in Tamale, Sekenita Kurade, Wa, Boroga, Nabrongo, Ho, and Cape Coast. These are not aspirations. They are the minimum standards owed to every Ghanaian who pays into this state. But getting there requires full functionality of every traffic light in the city, maintained and controlled as a non-negotiable urban standard. Comprehensive traffic regulation, not occasional crackdowns. There must be dedicated bicycle lanes in all major urban centers, making cycling a viable, safe, and dignified mode of transport. I want to repeat that. Bicycle lanes in our cities. We must have reliable, affordable intercity bus service with published timetables and enforceable standards. When I was in primary school, the bus service, the bus stops, you don't have timetable, you knew when they were stopping. And now after 70 plus years, you are there. So, intercity bus service with published timetables. A phased tram and light rail program for Greater Accra, Kumasi, and later other cities. A national railway network, but not for ribbon cutting, but for daily freight and passenger transport. These are achievable. Countries far poorer than Ghana have built them. The question is not whether Ghana can afford to do this. The question is whether Ghana can afford to continue as it is.
What about the housing crisis? We have faced a deficit of between 1.8 and 2 million units. And the gap widens by every year by 100,000 housing units.
Ghana meets only 33% of its housing needs. And over 60% of Ghanaians live in from a country in crisis. These
are statistics from a country that has accepted crisis as its normal condition. We cannot allow this to continue. What is required is not another announced program, but a sustained, funded, cross-administration national housing strategy, both on three pillars,
from the mortgage system and a mandatory enforced national rent code. What about food? Sometimes we think there's food. Ghana is said to be an agricultural nation, and this fact has been repeated. According to data from the Ghana Statistical Service, that figure rose by 7.3% in 1 year alone, 2%. In Greater Accra, it jumped from 20 to 29% in a single year. Female-headed households are now 44% food insecure. We are not talking about hunger in the abstract. We are talking about children who will grow stunted, cognitively impaired in the sun or the rain, but because Ghana lacks the governance to connect its agricultural capacity to the needs of the people. 4 interventions are overdue. They are not optional.
We need a national food assistance program, strategic investment in post-harvest infrastructure, credit impulse and technology for smallholder farmers, a food price monitoring
mechanism. At the same time, charcoal prices have risen from 52% year on year, and the grand costs have also increased. So when you take the housing, water, the CCC, gas, and other fuel categories, they are throughout this period of accelerated tariff increases, a significant proportion of public officials have been shielded from the full cost of these utilities, subsidies, and allowances. This is not merely inefficient, it is unjust. Those who govern Ghana should feel in their household budgets exactly what they are imposing on the people they were elected to serve. And these were the burdens of sufficient Gini coefficient. That is the standard measure of inequality in any country. It stands at 43.5, which is far ahead above the world's median of 35.9. Ghana's Gini coefficient is 43.5. The world median, the global median is 35.9. This number says that Ghana is a substantially more unequal society than the world average. The gap between the rich and the poor in Ghana is wider than the gap between the rich and the poor in all developed countries. So, it says that the gap between those at the top and those at the bottom are not only economic, but civilizational. The teacher in Tamale and the minister in Accra inhabit different countries. The nurse in Hohoi and the political appointee at Rich in Accra live under different material laws. One pays market price for electricity, the other receives fuel coupon. One spends 4 hours a day in a trotro, the other has a government vehicle. One struggles to pay 2 years advance rent, the other occupies a government bungalow. And the thing is that when those who make decisions about transport, housing, food, and utilities are insulated from the consequences of those decisions, they have no personal stake in getting them right. Madam Chair, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the challenges I have described are not natural disasters. They are policy failures accumulated over the years across governments, across generations. We know that policy failures can be reversed by policy decisions. What is required is a government that is willing to be held to a standard to be measured not by the projects it announces, but by the time it takes a worker to get home. Not by the housing programs it names, but by the number of families that stop paying rent in advance. Not by its agricultural sector's contribution to GDP, but by the number of Ghanaians who can afford to eat well every day. Professor Mills understood this very well. He understood that governance is the daily work of improving people's lives through decisions that are sometimes politically costly and always morally necessary. 40 years on, the daily burden of Ghanaians has not lightened, it has grown heavier. The measure of whether we truly honor his legacy is not what we say at this anniversary lesson, but it's what we do beginning from tomorrow to lift it. 14 years on, where is Ghana now? Professor Mills envisioned a Ghana that was getting better, a Ghana marching, however gradually, towards the kind of transformation he had witnessed in Asia. 14 years after his death, we owe it to his memory to be honest about where we actually stand. The question is, what will make the difference? What will make the difference? In the spirit of the Better Ghana agenda, Ghana needs to make deliberate, sustained, politically costly choices. To make a national decision to invest in education, science and technology, and sustain it from one administration to the next across generations. Ghana should develop an industrial policy not around extracting resources, but adopt a knowledge economy and build the capacity to manufacture. We must invest in the Ghanaian human capital, uphold the rule of law, zero tolerance for corruption, with the understanding that integrity is not luxury for small nations, it is a survival requirement. Ghana can no longer afford to make decisions by electoral cycle. Every administration launches its own program with its own name and its own political branding. Every administration abandons the program of its predecessors, even if they are from the same political party. Research institutions are underfunded, graduates emigrate, the city falls, IMF arrives. Professor Mills saw this clearly when we met in 2001, and he said it so plainly. He would say the same today. Ghana is not simply behind, Ghana is falling behind in absolute terms relative to the countries we once managed. The question this lecture poses, and the question every Ghanaian leader must answer, is whether the next 14 years will look like the last 60, or whether we will finally choose the path that Professor Mills pointed towards. Ladies and gentlemen, we must reflect on how the great intentions of our presidents were tragically subverted. My unjustified dismissal are minor points to me. But we must reflect on how zero tolerance for corruption, the pledge to protect the public purse, the pledge to enforce probity and accountability, and other presidential pledges, including the current pledge to fight galamsey, have all been subverted to the detriment of Ghana. The legacy we owe, I'm concluding. 14 years after his passing, what does Ghana owe President John Evans Atta Mills? We do not owe him monuments, though monuments are fitting. We do not owe him commemorative lectures alone, though remembrance is important. What we owe him, what this nation owes his memory, is the courage to do what he tried to do, to govern with integrity, to lead with humility, to plan for the future rather than the next elections, and to place the welfare of ordinary citizens above the interests of those in power. Honestly, as far as I'm concerned, Professor Mills did not practice family and friends and concubines government. Professor Mills understood that the battle for Ghana's soul is not fought in press conferences or party conventions. It is fought in the decisions of public servants who choose honesty over convenience, in the offices of engineers and scientists who stay in Ghana and build here, in the workshops of entrepreneurs who manufacture rather than import, in the hands of citizens who demand accountability from those who govern them. Professor Mills understood that the poverty gap is a technology gap, and that choosing it requires not the boldness of one president's initiative, but the sustained commitment of a nation across generations and across administrations. He understood that a constitution is only as strong as the character of those who swear by it. He understood, perhaps above all, that leadership is not about power. It is about service. It is about the worker who needs to get home in 1 hour. It's about the child who needs heart surgery regardless of whose name is invoked. Professor Mills gave Ghana 3.5 years. 14 years on, Ghana had the chance to give Atta Mills something warmer than any monument. A worker who reaches home to her children while there is still light in the sky. A child who receives heart surgery she needs without a single name being invoked. A young scientist who comes home from abroad and is simply told, as he once told me, go and do what you know best. That is the tribute most worthy of the man Ghanaians came to know as Asumdwehene. Not carved in stone, but lived out day by day in the choices of those entrusted with Ghana's future. Asumdwehene, rest in perfect peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Frimpong-Boateng, for that wonderful, thought-provoking lecture. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir, for your contribution to honoring the legacy of President Atta Mills. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcoming all our viewers live across Ghana on the TV3 on DSTV channel 279, as well welcoming our viewers live on Wazor TV and as well on Clog TV. You are watching us live from the UPSA auditorium at the 14th anniversary or commemorative lecture of Professor John Evans Atta Mills. And as well, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Minister of Education who joined us earlier, Honorable Haruna Idrisu. Thank you so much, sir, for making time to be here. As well, Honorable Zuera Mohammed, MP for Salaga South. Thank you so much, ma'am, for making time to be here. As well, acknowledging the presence of the son of the man we honor today. Ladies and gentlemen, Kofi Sam Ansah Mills and his wife. A round of applause. And to everyone who's made time to be here, thank you so much. Professor John Evans Ansah Mills was a man of many titles, professor, vice president, and president. But most importantly, I think one of the titles he cherished most was Asumjehene, the king of peace given to him by the Ghanaian people. In a fitting tribute to the man of the people, we'll close this segment with a tribute in song while we listen to the Symphonia Chorale as they present to us President Ansah Mills' song, a melody that encapsulates his life, his humility, and his love for Ghana.
Symphonals Orchestra, thank you very much. Or chorals, thank you so very much. Okay, the Ansah Mills song follows. Right, thank you very much for that wonderful Latta Mills tune that got everybody fraternizing and paying homage to each other in the hall, the UPSA auditorium. This is how beautiful it is. Yes, the man brought peace to Ghana. No wonder he is a king of peace. And indeed, that resounding, beautiful tune performed by the choral group, moving people from their seats to go and pay homage to each other. Okay, I guess you can give us some more tunes as they finish with the formalities. Right. Okay, so let's try and finish the program. All right, this is supposed to take us to our various seats as we continue with the program. Right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you may resume your seats now. Let's round up the program. Thank you, please resume your seats. Respectfully. Thank you so much. Please resume your seat. Right. Okay, thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's about time to draw the curtains, but not without hearing from our chairperson to get her assessment of today's proceedings, how she saw things, and how, well, let's invite our chairperson for today, the Honorable Ansah Sewa Tete. With a round of applause, please.
Thank you very much. Let me stand on existing protocols, and let me not be the person who stands between you and meeting all the friends and loved ones who you haven't seen for a while and want to say hello to at the end of this program. But it would be amiss of me not to speak to the very strong admonition that has been shared with us through the lecture of our guest speaker, who has reminded us that values are not just spoken, but values are acted. That policy is not just a statement, policy is implementation and execution. That change is made by people not just professing to do something different, but looking at the data, looking at the issues that critically need to be addressed, and taking the necessary steps to ensure that positive change is made, even though that is not a slogan that is normally associated with the NDC. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think you all would agree with me that the Honorable Dr. Professor Frimpong Kwarteng has given us a lot of food for thought and has given those of our compatriots in the NDC who are in government perhaps an urgent task to make sure that the next, 2.5 years that are left of this term are used to make a tangible difference that brings down those indicators and makes a real difference in the lives of our fellow Ghanaians. Because the ability to do that will make the re-election of the NDC something that would not necessarily be imposed, but would be given by those who see that indeed transformation has taken place. The party political cycle in which we find ourselves makes us think in short to medium term narratives. And we have heard today that that kind of thinking will not help us as a nation, especially at a time when we enter a world that is more multipolar, where the multilateral system is falling apart, where geopolitics and geoeconomics and interests are going to influence the way in which nations behave with each other. And so it's important for us to take the lessons that were pointed out to us, even if you don't necessarily like the data and the statistics, and understand that this is about building the future that the Better Ghana agenda envisaged. Indeed, the statement once again by the Vice Chancellor that there is the intention to develop the Atta Mills Center of Excellence is most welcome. Just like the Kennedy School of Governance in Harvard, the Atta Mills Center of Excellence in Governance here in UPSA can be used to help to drive that transformation and help us to move from rhetoric to reality. And I certainly hope that next year, when the next edition of this lecture takes place, the beginning of that process would have begun in earnest. And we would indeed be paying tribute to a man who lived his values, who made sure that he did his best within the short time that was allocated to him, that God gave him, to make a difference in our country. When we're listening to the words of the final hymn, "Begone unbelief, my Savior is near, and for my relief shall surely appear. With prayer let me wrestle, and he will perform. With Christ in the vessel, I smile at the storm." I remember hearing that from President Mills over and over again. And it should comfort us that when we are on a path of righteousness, that indeed follows the will of God, with his help and with his assistance, we can and will perform. And our wonderful nation will surely become greater and stronger. And let that be the legacy of President Mills in our lives, in the lives of Ghanaians today, and in the lives of generations to come. Thank you so much. May God bless you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson. We truly appreciate you. What a beautiful afternoon it has been. We've been graced with so much today, the wisdom of our speakers, the power of our performances, and the presence of a family that shared their greatest with a nation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to formally convey our profound gratitude to everyone who's made time to be here today, I am delighted to invite on stage Madam Daniela Mavis Mathias, a member of the JEA Mills Memorial Heritage. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as she conveys the thanks of everyone here.
Honorable Chief of Staff, Dr. Julius Deborah, Madam Chairperson, Mr. Guest Speaker, all protocol duly observed. On behalf of the Board of Directors of the JEA Mills Memorial Heritage, we give a special thanks to God Almighty for His grace and mercies. Our heartfelt appreciation goes to those who contributed to making today's program a success. We are particularly grateful to Professor Kwabena Frimpong-Boateng for diligently and eloquently establishing beyond all reasonable doubt that President John Evans Atta Mills indeed deserves to be, as Mrs. Charlotte Osei so aptly described him in her 13th anniversary commemorative lecture last year, a case study for the Fourth Republic. To the esteemed chairperson, Honorable Hannah Sewatete, your contribution to this event has been indispensable. Madam, thank you. We also thank Honorable Julius Deborah for the privilege of his esteemed presence. To our viewers on various networks, we appreciate your engagement and support. We are grateful for your interest in this event. Finally, to everyone who attended today's program, we thank you for your presence and contribution. God bless all of us and grant us a safe journey back home. And may God bless Ghana. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Madam Daniela Mavis Matthias. Indeed, from the Ashalebuchi Central Mosque, shall we please welcome Chief Imam Ali Muhammad to give us the final prayers in Islam. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I stand on all existing protocols. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Malik Yawm al-Din. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين اللهم آمنا في أوطاننا واجعل ولايتنا في من خافك واتبع رضاك يا رب العالمين اللهم إنا نسألك الأمن والسلام في غانا اللهم إنا نسألك الأمن والسلام في غانا اللهم إنا نسألك الأمن والسلام في غانا Amen. May Allah bless our country, Ghana. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. So on behalf of Atta Mills Heritage.
Yes, the Borough Heritage, we say a big thank you. My name is Avia Kwako Sapon. May the spirit of Professor Mills live within us.
Ansah Evans Fifi Atta Mills. And I demo koye. Mamunye bitie yenye bi esheye. Ansah. Kasma be dun song na chere sa abono sia ba. E dia kan kasa bono ebeto amoso.
Jala Hamondo say may he continue to rest in peace. So we are driving you team in area. Me can't be actually na me come for so Eddie about. Me pato go fuel. Hey fuel hey papa. Na unya go fuel. One super XP Libya. Wow pa. One say go for a fan go there. Hey papa. Ma engineer na ho odin esesenya. Na ma car nso chama we pa. So bugumwa etemwa Go Super XP Me pacha ko go filling station bia na fuel station bia no ho beka say gas station na kokojibi why Go Super XP no it is fortified with special additives ema engine nya na ho den ema engine ne che ema ka ne su dwane kama onya smooth driving About a go filling station be our Okase Mum Fele, Mum Bungum, Mum Shanema. Eh, mammy. That's right. As I said, show young Quenty. Maybe I baby I'm saying, show you. Now, Pama soon I have a crash show of you. Pama soon I have 5 man, so I call you fear who do Dura plus Fada Roma. Dura plus Fada Roma. One more UPVC. Any HDP pipes and one more day. Boa papa. Kolakoji, my uncle UPSC. Now you're in and out to that could not then couldn't come on board in a top of my Nana, a beer Mawakwabo.
So, catch it.
Yes. Nana, I'm sorry. What would you know, baby? Me buana.
No, Crescenia, Penny Volcano, me and I cost me a little.
Okay.
Na, a higher papa. Which let's say I have IFA. Na, if I acquire your fast wa, your dujima, acquire your fast wa, your kai, Professor Mills. Na, wouldn't say any animal. Ya shasi ya nuna huwabe hiya se ya mame hana tete awo yu titreni no ode jumedi no edi ye na oma nipadomu weshia ehu ti profitro na uyi ya notu nchanya niya emse ne ekosu kesi ya ehu be hiya se etifo ebenye biyatia wonotofa bomu efa niya yura frempom buatin ekan yura frempom buatin na eki no na okay, send me or shall see a choir of fast swap, Odisha, Professor Mills. Now, I'm running to Abia Bako Kano, and I made an idea.
Okay.
Now, your kind in Yako will say, it will be an and Kamako and say, one I walk a Kumaho Haukakra. Late former president, Lieutenant General John Rawlins, as to myself, I'm running change, na omwa. Na ni all can say ni otaso na ni ba no ana ka say ankabeya on kan kire first lady na ko no aka say enfre no e ba ni sa no ni ka say no former president etie no na ni anje ho obi say na hwan kra ni from pombo ate no a o ka say say meti so no so ni say fra Lieutenant General John Rawlins say no tie obo ana ko e wreni ho na vice president atamos na ho enti me atamos ka kire ni say onko nonko edwuma na apana free amana so masum ni papa na oba be so o mamuni nyina enti oka koduru se ye pe oni papa ene na no ene Professor Mills na oyobi ana ompekita hye oyobi ana ompe project oyobi a enema eya de jan a emo Ghana nkankro na ne nje nkra enti ehun abahia se oman no yenso ye besua afri ne modie na mum ade ba ko kan ya bunu se hu hia se ye de tu enkoto dem efa okwan a emresanti ni nke bia ko se President Mills ewu akire no ye hye dan tumpon empo okeka man bi te se okwan a Lincoln you fa so na ode sachira Singapore abubu akura hodo a na o kire se o hye ba bi te Singapore empo a in 1819 neni padoma at 120 na a typical village. But few years, if not many years on, and a Singapore, be a so to Kanko. Na dia na bibrim and can Ghana, yes, we be a free. Sign come bonum. Nina Coco say, former President Mills, soon, yeah. So, Bama Ghana, a better Ghana agenda. No, sir, and it's why they who know how more. A good year, you might say, you Okasafa, say, Yibinya, a year, and it's why they who I could chill a group cat as well. And no, and I be and kind. I'm your good room and a pamphlet, so part of the your friend, a political agenda for the country.
Okay.
I don't know, and found MPP in a beba, and then this in a beba. It's also a national policy plan. Ubia ba, ubeti me a disa policy plan, and to baby. See, and community, a choir could try. Echo, say, your mofra sebi. It can say, Uncle, yet see any show. Your woman sebi. Woman number here, not as a country, Lancasano. It said, Yenya or Papa, and we pass home. And that's what and it's what you know about Bois, near EML for a few him. It's a next year, Professor Milsa. Name memorial lecture, Nankasa, can hear. Name of a few at Chinacomo. You make sure, say, and some night, if you are Hanuman. Okay. It is a seminal obey you. It's largely no. Okay. And it didn't come off. But, Oshemwa, now, some of the kind of can't pa. Because I don't say, I'm a man of them. Or can some send it here? It's back of far. Even time abandoned by one more tier to galamsey bi ase na ebi ewo mining site any ade etre okwan a police bit sound pocket and kitchen other police be hono a esan ke fran into maye na kwa say political slogan say eye ensem a ye dua ewo nkraka so a aban bia ba obetimi asua nim bia free ho ene betimi aboa na oman Ghana afa ne ntoma pefra
na otu dako ebrenti maya na wase na yemfansi aboni nyina tofa de amayen
say hawa say hawa we were Prof Mount had the vice chancellor me and papa of University Professional Studies Accra so ni say hanum the nance metri abega masters Accra okay papa any papa wait yes no me patwa kakrevi papa kakrevi we will body to mind akobra se kwa so e dey na obetimi ya e fa na djuma ya of course
100.5 FM 80. All right, thank you. Mr. Chair, Chief, now, him say, partners here. Okay, that's in him. A good papa must politics assembly. Oyobia, like I say, the first speech of mine, and I say, oh, Bobie, a memoir, a year father for all. I mean, the short period of a year of a key president. Yeah, will say, oh, yeah, did you back come? Reconcile front of the Ghanaian politics. It was rare. Say, name also projects are not completely. The other political factors. Now the former president and the captain of the former president to even come to commission them. It tells you that he's a man of his words. Now, unfortunately, you know, it was one check. I want to check around. That short trip saw the economic, you know, achievement. It's so difficult. It's not easy to achieve a certificate inflation. And the future
MTN Funya Mfia Macon Eduasa. 30 years. Na eduasa no ono mo chade bebre kasa kese ene sika hodo omode che no mesrew ne esese wuye nie bombodin a na fa huji mu bi na wonsusu ubenya chede ne bi dial star 530 hash star 530 hash uta dial a ebechrew follow the prompt ebechrew ne esese wuye and I use my MTN app no now so do ho ahye bi achede no doso pa ye wie ni sa dem say review scratch for wins there ayetiawa. And once you dial star 850 star 5 hash. Star 850 star 5 hash. And no. Simple. What you see your station. Ube play with game. No, what select you take amount. 5 cities up to 2,000. Wait me I select 5 cities, 10 cities, 20 cities, 50 cities. Now what you show lucky card out of 5 options. No one confirm gameplay. No one enter momo pin and no. But I that phone. Mr. Okay, who say star 850 star 5 hash na udemwa na uko ya frami kechire kwesi pia aprekometremo ede ma kwabena Bobie Ansah and no to dako meko but mamenko say ye fra baby abodwe e won kran ha aha mamprobi abodwe go filling station na ho no ye chiachia mo ni say bia mu ha
Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana.
A Benshell filling station, no. Yakopra. ya te gota no e de agu gota no ano ya twen se enso foforo beto na se apia nyina e de akogum Ghana. Yeah. The legend. Yati bola na de gu ano ne ya se apia gu ba. Ghana. La. Dan suma ho no so down no why constituency no. MC where? But Kenya wo mu din ni wo mu pictures a. Wahu. Yeah, we say ke as chief of staff ehwe fire MCs ni bebre obi a ompesua so want me answer sabola ni bia no. You see discipline no ya di see kromu na no Friday ni Saturday no. Esa discipline ni be government appointees so. We say esa obi di chief of staff no one president fa ho adwene say ya tigotanum every fiada ene memenda president jirem ya tigota ni asesa ne de agu esoro ya no so assembly ni ntimi nsesa ya no so ye nika se de fa na ni nika se de fa de amunya ma ne ngugotanu na ade na esa ye kogotanu Oh, and Kwame, I keep on saying this sometimes. Are there way initiative way from presidency? Presidency a young monitoring team. We have a national security for. You need a monitoring team on backward rounds to check say yasesa bibia. Are there others who go? And you go to Tanum. The Kwame say baby adigui. Sa katuna brone go Tanum. Aben piako. Indi enso ba akotwa na ni nyina ase atwe hwe efi no kra ase esi gota no hwe we nyina ase no say we nyina ase no say yeah oh my background said no ya no abambu no ajai no obi so aba be kasa sa na bamabu no ajai because Rollins kredu ba bi na bambu ye Ghana de wosha Kwame sa wosha Ghana fo yi a we untam na Moses ekwagim na nsem dunu a oba ya na womo ede womo nkawa ne womo aye abosom ne ade no what you are for ne wo Ghana for? O steady pa. We are shading na ABS Bible verse no. Na I said that kai hodi na Ghana's for so di. Yeah side for normal. Answer ye free Jacob as for no. Any Abraham ni Isaac. Wosa Rahab o jaba money Rahab obe wo ne ma no and I wo Ghana for. And I Ghana for. Hey. Tie Kofi and or something. Kofi say, Bobie, the assembly or cut down someone the boy I saw down there. No. Or say the assembly is just about 100 meters away from that spot. Assembly me just way MCE, secretary and communities. Saki omunyina. Tie, Commander, they will make sure they clear everything from that place. They want to derail the water from it before the truck will come and collect it. Yeah. Mini Emmanuel, Unusuwa Kenya mama. Ima. You want to talk them so to any the whole Ghana the any you want to talk them and so to ya a best actual kwakuragotanumu. Na anya nso mpraye ntumu anya kamu ekwa na eso neko na wane ka cho so yade na egu osare mu nso ntwen a free a nano memenda and rakwesi bepem nedwada. Ah, ima. Yama munyesa ati. Aye minia. Asema wa okay. Eyofe. Where ye man probi. We picture no dia ba on. Simpe Johnson. Also positive. We cluster of schools. Simpe cluster of schools. Man probi. Ena oma se sabol and oma chechere. Na ima way. Ima the our politin bag no so say na term. Ya omo twa ama na twe. Oh. Hey. Assembly o. Ebia baby. Still day. Garbage day. Daniel Edu. Ewo Daniel Edu. Ewo oh yes sir. Daniel Edu. Yeah. Hey, Ghana fast forward ding. Hey. The president see Abontinwa chief of staff vice president no mu tribika me eya na kwa me mpehwehwe animu adwuma ye wo me mintimi nhwehwe animu adwuma ye na manfo anase we kwame anase we so local government minister didn't say Ahmed we so Ahmed Beka tell say highways adwuma na ni entake highways for no mumra mefa senya assembly for no adwuma Achulo say Bobie, the government must open up for investors to come and handle our waste. For us, Zoom Lion alone can't do it. Kwakuji Sam, freedom. Oh, my brother. Also, Bobby, I'm watching you live from Pokria. I say, Myra, Commander, now be Bekasi Mintia. Matese, hey, and yet, clean up no communal labor na ebeyeno. Enye communal labor na ebeyeno. Ena ebesi eye efina no. Enye communal labor no. Na yanye video so no. Ye no so emfaso be na de bae.
Hi, Western Communication.
Debi ye we are here Westland wa here.
We
Ayawaso. Yeah. Westland enye Gampa side o.
Yes,
enye Gampa side o. Na see I crowd we crowd is we dey say say and did omo abo na da sugu no Okazi Bobie Okazi Bobie ba good afternoon who area be ya
Metebe ho. Yes.
And the video one.
Yes. Metebe ho.
And one is
I'm just next to the bridge into bridge back up na try any omumu. The bridge na de bia yiri na fa gentleman otimuto no so. Sa bridge no. Enti fiti onya minim hope.
Enti sa ade we hu so mo gya no.
Say Bobie say onye prophet o kan o ede na ye be din kita ho wa no. So
say
ye be you. Yeah, what is the next step? Because I say only MC Kasala. They had some 6 places. Maybe they're moving for Asimo. I say almost 6 transit points. So okay.
Mansu do real fiasem.
They be 15 crab being mommy promise my marine feeder. So there was 6 transit points. And I know not just no more one carry 1 point or more area how you see. And also boss baby Emma or they contractor be assemble me Zoom Park on. they all fell within his constituency. And I can say after the soldier for the crap no pay. Say Kayenya emergency situation be more with the management of the same silt now. We are the back actually no say Omunya emergency will be a more no transit at the
exactly
that transit points. Exactly. You're born now so into Abbey. It's a good radio and you can't.
But I'm just going to
and no problem no because the first way say maybe say minya nchechirimu kakra ni say no mo say Friday dey no na komuja na insurance free we say that was the explanation eti insurance be free mu dey and there just say me see o menim to ade na me hu say caterpillar no if you chrome na ba me bompa say ekoye aban adwuma. I'm not saying this out of malice, but me patch say I can say drip machines no. Yeah, so you know. Time and all the signage no.
Oh, so there.
I hope you say sa back home no ekoye we say edwuma ni bi my.
Cause see kwabna chale mo network ni extremely bad oh. Yeah, chale. Ade there ntimi nka ho asem bia. Because I know say network agent so baby but to I'm going by force say MTN. Why na am technical head? Why Kofi?
You baby can be na Ghana phone na hurisi ni kon. Na me wawa. O kan ne den. Sana na sa de bia sa na o kan no. And yes on upa ko tie me interviews, say several interviews am I say one of the things even in the tax world no more corrupt people no. Your chairman, you see, your transfer. No. It was one of the things that a punishment by Ghana. Into Mamenica almost at we're playing the ostrich more.
Because I didn't know. And Omo Kasavi, civil servants, Omo Kasavi. We actually 4 years, 8 years on Beko. Sir. And to everybody 4 years now, me connect me you be 1,000 a day. As you have the power no. The more people see yeah fire, yeah high. After the nipa no
kebekoso edwuma no bekoso omo she da pa no mo je egu ono say entina omo say de bia say see am minister ko kan say ye edwuma na gu ono. This one has also exposed there at the assembly level no obi e wo paper so inspect ade we why ho den
onye
enti ono so normal enti ono no oba ko resa o de say okay ye man say na ochu ba ko na BBI.
Oh yeah.
That you say, you know, and you will be here. You didn't you can say, I deal with Kenfanto calendar. So say every quarter.
Okay, said 2014. The then chief of staff,
right,
and still the current chief of staff. What the initiative we buy? Sanitation Day. Yeah, name say every 2 days at the end of the month. I think so. And or your local government minister. And outside the policy car home one household, one dustbin. Say I buy dustbins across the country. So that time go for dustbin be brave by. Yeah, not the idea say a better. And the other a party no be good sa policy no. Last week me say president can ho asem.
Omo be all the things that they have to do. E wo mukrum. Ade na ebo obi obebi no. What ya na no ekun.
Sa asem no Kwame Nkrumah kan no. Why not children sa statement man kan and the black man is capable of managing his own affairs.
Right.
And I said, no, can I say, we, our time black men.
Now, they be, what's your statement in me? Yeah. There's a little ambiguity in there. Or say the black man is capable. Or party as any party, I can bet me again. Now, I
think it was a definite statement.
But it was definite in the sense.
It was definite that the black man is capable of doing it.
You are capable. And I say, sorry, I'm a person who watches your winning. Like, no,
we're not talking about living your life. We are talking about managing the country.
But managing the country comes with your initiative. What do you want to do with it? The people want to do it won't be given the chance. Minister.
No.
What? No, not saying no. I'm not saying for you. I'm saying, why is it that
Madam Bakondra near Kwakosumoni in Comoe. Ebe young one was saying, Bobia Metier, ye be mammy Jumedia Bisseminu or Ghana. While young Quasiasma Medino. While who you say, Bobby penny. You see, yeah.
Okay.
The MPP and the NDC, the president, the chief of staff, former president, Baumia Kufuado Kufuano Milano. Na omunya media de no ono omusha yenkoma ya no omudio
ampa
with passion
ampa
yeah even plano politician wo opposition ya the ideas bebrebe
ampa
the ideas onen transfer ni ndi nkoma oh ye we ni na oh we need to do this of my way he say ye dwene
but say Bobby we ti abon kofo mienu mi ese bia
odi position ni man no aka ba
say Bobby we ti abo nkofo bia omudin a obo a utimu se djuma na ye de share ni nsa no odi djuma no ti say so say your man wonder say
meba menya menua Okaikwe North Baja ewa homanso Baja na di ni di sie ni wa so wo mbesesa ona ba kwa ba
mejo so obeni
boko de
Yesu adon service to God and country
ne da wono yanka si ebe shemu ne da wono egugo bola ri egugo onu egugo abontin minka so constituency o egugo say na no ya kan o se da bi
no kranim tipa tracks e work room anyway ma min tia otie fo nyina ni wa hwefo nyina tipa trucks na war man mu ayet say o ma boy abro His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama ya announcement no sanka omunso omunfa omu kadie no ebua na yemfa nye evacuation ba me na me kasai at an assembly no ya kasai high ya tipa
yes but honorable what stop I didn't engagement so the assembly should have engaged them
but me kan say me crofo ni MCs ni nyina ya boss say aka say the best sign ni nyina because when turn around time now you dey come dumping site now you dey bano enye easy because you say ya more police escort which they did omo ko eastern region asa omo chi aba ebi mu ko da ho enra me kan ya sesa ye de minim say me crofo ni other MCs no omo so sesa but enra no doso Bobie, and now make us say Makofa, Osu, Mafa Lajo, Mafa Circle, Mako PMO, Ablekuma Center. Yeah, DNA now. Yeah, the attraction, no muso, emphasis, because they are overwhelmed with the field. Easy. Mama, you are in fire, some. Yakacha, you can't tell. Power Shati. Na ye nyina ye nkuku na ye kuku no sa na we are rising to the patriotism, the nationalist spirit, but open say ye catch Ansah dia na hajin anyway the because so ani o ma din ko nkote nkita ho na ye ni o ma kasa say a drum re foforo a ye from no ana ye kasa ye no omfo mu njim no mu suntie radio no na His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama call no. We should heed to the call as citizens, not spectators.
All right. Okay. Honorable. Yeah. You be doing come here, that's it.
Vacho, you be that it.
Yo. So arrangement we are uncle so. So you see, Honorable Baja so ye nua pa o. Some no ni ono nti. They say ye can't say. Arrangements are so.
We can leave it at the advice level.
Debut. Hey, na debut ani. Nene nka Abuja nyina na yedi ahye mo nsa nka bende. Because Greater Accra na ya sesa filth. Egu ekwa ho. On mind to say Ghana within 24 hours. Greater Accra nya Ghana asem na yeka ho. Greater Accra. On mind to say Ghana within 24 hours. Yent mean clear streets no. Hey. And what you smart Honorable Baja kai. Omo wie omo de nom de car na abre osufo constituency no. No omo so de asesa omo de. Wele man pari ni chief of staff jamu na mesri mu. Ah, urim ya dada ye ho. Yeah, dada ye ho say yeah chichiro of mine, but deep within us we know we are just lying. We are lying. Assembly. Municipal assemblies. Assembly being to me organize one. And my friend Baja is telling us that enka I truck for no omuya juma within assemblies no. Say be our this assembly now truck and nanka wa the aba. How?
Those weak engagements.
Over how? How? So all this while, went me a regi in engagement. Assembly gone cross so there. Identified because registration is anyamano. DVLA. Bet me a chemo what tracks ni na chale momra mi meeting we the best remo. Ye ni fuwa. Na nka jamo so de mo ahoden ebeboa no. Ghana ni obeye. What do catch him say? Or nupa no asore anu watu ne car. Na. Ow. And you, what? Ahmed. Only I saw Ahmed catch us say a highways for Juma. Jano. But what budget here? Body say a community way, echo way. Then at the end of the day, we say want to make us a budget carry this year. Ebeko allocate maybe a half per and no multimedia. Yeah. Yeah. They can uncle. Now next year I say a budget for fro. Now half court. They can uncle. See na they can a young self finish more so more. Said you
usually omunya short for and guys actually no when that so be say SKB say and obey me.
Now why no the Bible tell say as we na me pe ama you know the how mbeka.
Oh, usually entina obukohwe auditor general's report no mo say SKB or ebetwi assign kakra ebisu be ba ne breso pepepe enti investment na different from the budget and then so say yeah class boche and the
ama nebia eba scanner emphasis this the budget half about for local ministry half na next year nothing na backlog back na bad
only chia say any DHD and so omutua say ntina dey bia ko hwegla tedema ya obi bia o mo fe no tax and we say financial irregularities no and those irregularities no as a result of so you need the and say and also dey bia you go to public account abon say e bi o ka assembly request ka bi e de ko SKB abre o munsa no pa leap and it's kind of the disabled for no when they want to be they acquire a fro, so they misapply it, and then usually when you're from public account committee and because somebody be kwa shim biom nti ne yan say anybody actually ya says can emfa baby ha ye nhwe se ke se kofa ho.
Delahamon says Ghana needs to buy more trash trucks for every city. Abdul say kabna a attitude English for no omo colonize o minor. Odi hwe Nigeria, hwe South Africa, hwe Uganda. Just enkwasi asebon kwa English for no na be yes ah. Hey, trucks the best sabola no so we don't have it.
And we muno near maybe a ye twa and raso anke want to ye obeka e boafo. Kwa bi nkruma boafo.
Yeah, kwa bi nkruma boafo.
And radie no. And you know, no catch say the black man is capable of managing his own affairs.
And him so no na say na no can.
Oh yeah. So your matches factory.
No, and America say.
No kwa. Only one nanom na yeah.
And America say. When they say that, yes, you can relate that phrase or that statement to them,
to that generation. So and they behind us, and I can't medium. I have said it that this is the most ungrateful and very, very, very irresponsible generation. Now in the Omomudi University of Ghana Legon. No demonstration as at that time. And ya me no abre we o. Demonstration was yes check meat. Me. Demonstration. Yeah. Na say say ye be mo aduane no. Enso aduane na e ba no. Won chicken meat. And the time na ye residential user fee demonstration no. Na me akwala student leader na me catch say munja go tena nchen. So I say your generation you fighting against the food that will be given to you for free. Omo happen so na omo dada
utie nkomo a wodi a sensa ka oman no a eni afe Ghana be say you know. Enti I can say me anya nwanwa say me no can say nkomo a me no di. No achina bi do can say akwakoye minister na so di president. Na me to me no can say because but unim the problem is that omo be position hono. There is a very horrible bad system, cartel, cabal. Civil servants now build to a Intina Maker say, for me, we don't need a strong institution because we can't have it. We need a strong man who crash SaaS system no no. Because you see, system no ahemfo ahyebi. Unse kroma ayewo ahemfo a omo na ayewo madwene se omo etu aban si aban. De omo no beka na e final. Omo kaba a omo di boni bi. Oba escafo no level a omo kaba omo na kofa niam free abrochire ba they don't pay taxes at the port. They beat GRA system. They steal government lands. They steal government properties. A chain. Omona a TS can be my MPP politicians, no more be my NDC. They supply NDC pickups for campaign 50, 100. No more supply NPP 50, 100. Of the presidential candidate will make me a man pickups 200. Safon also kaba no ho. Ansah no about civil servants. What about civil servants? Almost so oko ministries no almost the end and the politician no system no system no choking
onim me ne ya adwene se sakaba no ewo ho enso ma nkyere ma adwene kakra mfa ho no oh before there was a Magafuli there was worse in Tanzania and so I can go with you say system no betimi awo ho enso system no enye adwuma say top ho no nipa no ebu aye doom system no ya said that na doom na ye na manual and say onipa no ba no be so that system na shocks no waves na fisro sa do bi akọ so it took a Magafuli to enter a hospital no say a ma o makọ e da form one head of this place say onu ni ofa Kofi we say na oyiye and a sister ni said a pick up until go for now bobo any nyina no won obia nim de obetimi aye onim de so ye and so akwa say how kan no until I always talk about the thinking problem and people don't get it adwene dey dream bone no na dey dream papa.
Yes, but politician buy no wabeto system ahemfo na aform system yeah and I know na make us asem way because say now Ghana himfie criminals wo Ghana himfie a chain be bia because boys and girls some compare adwuma ye no also medane menena nanenam on compare adwuma nyo or a land guard and adwoko armed robbery etuo no omode kono ye no na ahemfunu si ekromu a sa boys no se mask no mo boss etuo num it's not registered owia no asade akogu ahemfie ho or the kobokro no ba no de akoto ahemfie ho so hene ne de ono abrada enti anadwo sa pompax no and the boys no do koye operations land guard ne sa na ema no so you can imagine look some boys we ya also na omo awia no masai attend omo aba abaye guards ama politicians look at yes here Kwame Mfante katache every boy be no almost kobo no this boy onyajuma but what we have in Mranti say 15 as a 20 as a 30 omo be 500 Ghana omo nyajuma omo di nachi what you say so that is the system and politician no oba obewura system no mu a oni bibia obeye than to agree hey massa ministry ade ye try ade ye ni say you with the economic side me who say this NDC government is trying hard because a lot change ye sikasemu even right now we a minister and I say yeah you need approval from forcing clearance even with Ukraine employment you need those things that's fine but can say the fact of the matter is that omo medi anim no me ne nkomo nyaso omo enibio wo mu dibi ema ebi kura timi di nkomo su opposition say so omo ba say oman no ye omo page oman no
must rescue the country.
Let's rescue let's rescue the country. You need to do also knowing that oba or yes something
but I think say enyeke CSR unim you have to be principled. I say we say be subain be a SOD boob or bow brain.
How many people?
Well, but I've seen mama who do now almost omu and say any see and say any no be would say Professor Mills mu any at 4 years at 4 years or any near me see so you see say you can just stay principled and now I did back account and say act wisely.
Also, Obi said President Mills, for instance. Lucky for me, I had the opportunity to stay close around.
Right.
President Mills on the personal vow or principles. Meanwhile, President Mills will not steal. But President Mills, I would say, with no apologies, he was one of the weak presidents we had. Very weak. Because a lot was going on. A lot was going on. Ofa ononkwa say ya, perfect man, solid. But ofa the leadership, you and oni JM na no beka say baako na wo baako. Just that JM ya branch intino. Ne de no movement kakra wom, mafia kakra wom. But who do me no gina ho a obi ya dia no an say obi ni panesa then they will give you reasons why mechanisa eni pano so se konso ye so tu konso no now the wom entubo se nipa ofro baba be tekisa akodwa no na nipa konso no so no kai de ni nua ti kwa ya onko ho with principles yes e be nipa no personal principles but the leadership is weak.
I told you so. I see our kind is a cartel no me take me take na o share see o me trafa ho na o so want me just system no my system name pro enti obitima ahye mu sa na wasesa ne a obitimi asesa na wa hwe nim say me obedi wechi no eso betima besesen bia. They will allow you. Yes, so obesha encrophobia wo ha Professor Mills he cracked the whip. Otimi kakra enti otimi hwe so say system no sesi awa kan o hwe mapen na no akase edidim ye de dangerous o kanka ankasa time ade bia obi say right from the security man at the gate ekosi top no ha ni ya obi edimbi security man no be gate no krapo say ono so expect say ono ma obebi park here no o kwa ono so hwe pese hwe nanim say obe why bibia say the whole system gets corrupted obe rema say obetimi now I am Magufuli de ibi and the wa now nemu na say ayidi ya na nkofo kufi na o chechele nkofo because Ghana ha no system na nkasa na be run no say wo say ope krata ene policies ene niama ene ya wo bibi ya hihye bibia pepe ye nim say obia ye no and so say ye de krata na manual na kwase manual creative ni ye de ato nchen and ye mia we na we so na ye pa den de ye no be ejuma
hwe nkoma honorable Bajani edi.
Yeah,
me a president and I know that want be engaged. The issue is not about just say president am akoto to track, president am akoto to tracks. No. Me because I tell me nyanse bi anim. When you could have engaged track owners, me if I'm holding the president today, me Aminia Ahmed, can I sack him? Oh, I'll sack you.
Now only baby amefo also pa will be a obesha baby a muncheni bebe no mo se mo pe obi omaye obi den ambassador adentina we 3 days to time bobi etia o ka say I'm not saying this to patronize you, but someone who followers.
Yes.
Who followers no money bank managers who followers near a driver for no. If you speak every day here for them, when they that is wrong, you give it to them. But that love has been created. I don't know beyond befrel. Second one friend say the drivers within their metropolitan or municipal area no. Yeah, only omo enkasa. Na ka ende Bobie obenya about 10 to 20 trucks. I'm telling you, try it someday and see.
Because
just try it someday and see.
Because I must say babe and a minister
when I catch him governor say on fire report ba okobo ma ba.
Debbie.
Almost skebi.
Debbie. And so they were sending it.
How many of the municipal authority heads and omunim near koso ewo when him say a picture report ya oji any video say oji be from neutral say from the top, some of them will know say they are question.
Oh no omunim. Oh
and me bisa me nya bema me bisa say tie adwuma na one farm ma no our program so wo ye no be fa kwakwa we adwuma so eno so ye den
and mama ya now so kra mama say trucks also na me bisa Baja say mo ya trucks available so omo ye baby a omko see a minister say Greater Accra minister omo di unkomo bibia ye available, you see. So oh yes me governance say deception me pay deception when you are dealing with me. That's a grown enemy dina say me who deception indicators ba ku me no bia na me twe me ho ko actually because me mpe just be real.
On Japan for omo go share football match we e omo country omo sesi ho obi ba so kra
omo sesi ho
onim se ba no edu generation bi mo gitu mu say ye de edi o mine them. The next generation no, we should train them so that they don't get it wrong. Let us train them so well. Meba or form 1 or secondary school be. Now when him say okodu na we fan we no. Now why he's so worried? Adentra Mary Mother baby or secondary JSS one. They have a basket case lost but found. And that is Subani be. And ya media who is for I need the gloss a missing but found pen. Sa dear na no. And then obi fa no their cotton. No, that environment no, he's so willing to leave the school. Yes. Because baby are not no yes our if we continue those generations now munim say anopa good morning, good afternoon, please. Thank you. And no one is here. And no keke. And a beboy. Say how can what captain me? When him say you should go. Obi to be pie. Or say when you go create a kuchama obia and then border go near the profit I never the company. But you see, that is why you are saying say opportunity exists. Say engagement. Talk to the person. A research by CDD Mr. Bosubium say just about 4 or 5 years ago, say about 80% of Ghanaians were ready to pay more taxes only if it will be used for the things you said you are going to use it for. And I'm going to do. I saw them. I'm catching. I say, you can't say so for baby. Out cat case. You can't so a crown for. And so you go finish mape. You say Monday for my 1,000, Tuesday for my 600. Organize say better on me. I no credit. And now boss.
Yes. Oh, I can't say. I wish. There be a that sorry. Yes. JM administration. One of the administrations, and I was praying for, but. I want to see more. I want to see another leader who stand shoulder to shoulder with us, and make sure say obebubu eye foundations be now fe do dia share as free baby.
We have to go to the heat.
Yes. We
development must come at a price.
Ghana. I think somebody should disorganize the country and organize it again. Somebody with heat. And so remuno bubu or mine down. Near size because see, me would the entire akola a year kg. Primary school basics. Akolano, I've been saying this thing, me try proposal. Say, yankolano a free a year basic nuano. Ye chere woman or the ball at 2 her. Ye bomba, would the way to her, ye say, would the way to her, ye say, I was a communist for no, or the hoon at tete or mo.
Ye show tribute.
Yes, ye do or the hoon at tete or mo. Ye and an animal tell you who know the samai becho, kakai becho, a Jimmy Seven Kwa, Antonium. Ah, you get Antonium. I dare say ye need sign among almost ye. But woman who yan sign and for training so. But enka ye basic so. Here, let me hear documentary be. At the age of 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, Japan, China, one say ye mankolano yo omoduane e wo school. Oh, a classroom addition omo yo omoduane na omo nwene kete na omo esua say dey see carpentry handicraft. Yes, no woman.
And right there, you see a bit of GSS. So okay.
Yes, no woman. Skills. Yeah, yes, no woman. In Jacolano, Obedru, a JHS, Oko College, no, or not to me, Nieman do our uncle Tom.
You do it yourself.
Or no, I bet to me, it brings discipline. And Mobia, Edin, say, Juma, and money a year. But we have a system. We are only waiting for a year school for no so baby. No more Baba team or party headquarters. Honorable.
Because Ben so recently, unfortunately, a bit late, but he could have done it a year earlier. The former Deputy Minister Campton, Minister of Education, and Ananado Abayano, Madam for Duchum. Yes. So he came out to say most of the curriculum is universities, no, they are not properly aligned. Meaning they are through. Minka said ondology in you. Minka said some of the courses, how many people do you need in that one? And then when you go to that archaeology, how many people do you need in that course? And then the rest of it should be TVET, technical training, no, except BIM. It's I say, so how do you connect your raw materials to your training and then training to industry? That triangle, no, but
the point is, baby, I had see I'm found call for me and build this structures, no. And through me, I did about JM buy or yeah, now your opposition na meka say mintiasi entia ye school from basic yemfa security courses enhyemu mankoda no
o say enra na ye cadet
yes
so be kaya na ye scout boy scout
yes. But they only go out there to match. What I'm meaning is that it should be a course say akola no course wa wokosua de say ensuo eyira na me duru ha ese me yesei say eja to ha na se me hyedem wo ha ese me yesei
the reactivity no
say me wo impotemu na se hoho bi ba impotemu ha ese me yesei
me need out
ese me yesei oh those things me say personally me ba kwaku onyi na me de ne chance agim office school baby am man ko swimming training and ma ko register karat me ko register no e wa gym no me nyane na no passe omianko a no dada ni ti one day na me de ne trance na me kwaku o ya be ma won one day se de nyame a hihye wi asensa na tie se me kojawo but me kojawa you must survive and increasingly in Yera Emra Bonimu, there's so much crime. A bedroom moment person, they're not crime, no crime, they don't be a ye. I'm just positioning you to be fit at that point. Says a cow kwana se bibi pioswa. You can tackle it.
You have to be streetwise.
Exactly.
Yeah.
In the first street, you know, a kabuku no. Never ball bra. That is where I'll bet him. I say, Namsquagu, oh, what? BBC, baby, yeah. Only patenting the other first target.
Yeah, you be the target. Any huge person.
You are huge. And
the
BBC will be a beer.
You are the target.
You are the target. Yeah. But you should make sure, say, in your training, karat, where you know, you can take 3-4 people on.
Yeah, self-defense, yeah.
Say, Nipa says, 7 went me now from who are fine. But as you are growing, make sure that you position yourself a back critical no be anywhere in Nipa 3-4 the over to no my. That is where he started taking interest. But my point is, these things should be basic. When him say last week Ansah talk base 6:30 a.m. na grofo twa enkola wo mo ejina kwa ho mo ko school. To be the Sunday chief of staff. Lucky any be a Ukraine who say interior minister issue statement say baby obi obi stay put. But you see, can we basic thing akura no nim
that lessons will be there. Yeah.
Onim say your teacher catch say nsuo to na se baby e wono we should stay. Nti ombe bo mo anu akope. On say even Israel almost say no bonus a bomb ba omo water tunnels. No say nkola akura na na no mo dimika kwa tunnel na say no mo take cover. Ghana need there you no okosia bomb na ko say bomb no e te say kokwa na
for danka dig pain say ni ko for ko the blast won ko for kun ye
ni e ko. So you ask yourself, tell somebody, yes, will be bubu or mine, no, say or mine ye.
But be catch yourself on Sanyama, okay. El pepper so. A casse pain, be casse, of a me ba, tell you can't root ministry as me. Nipana, so I said, man, woho, Yajine Jumao, a Jumana, so so at the ho. And so I say on ye, add the interaction in you. So we be casse, also could tenefi. Ye frɛ ye ma adwuma no obedi se obey no anye ni yie enso krata de ba tie se obetimi aye adwuma no enso ye de adwuma no hye wonsa no anye ni yie ebi te flood ya okay me I feel say we've not managed it well to benefit ourselves. So the next thing is to do is actually to make it a calendar event. Say every holiday or Ghana be no instead of say president ye celebration so, but I mean the rest of us in the house no 1st July 6th March, we should take on this special calendar days. No, you find clean up, which a creative waste management system, enclaves. Share Ufiana or Qua Adahaya Crapa, or left no right. Share say that we can create those transit points now. Minyabe Maka, create those ones and then quick. You say training quickly and training young man in many bizarre. Bus stop boys, they've shown their interest. What are we waiting for? Hey, and quite people interest now, bano, and I'm come for you videos. No? So the Gen Zs are connecting.
Yeah, they are connecting.
Into a China money park, you know, yours is to just create the enclave for equipment to be more. No more for Juma. Some collect me other a drip equipment. Into the more or one fan Juma Ankasa Moma ye. And then you build them in camps, and yet one area, every district, bet Benya, Sapaxi, Baku, Minumiensa. Now you're turning the troubles into blessings, misfortunes. No, where Yamino sometimes over Chuasun, he punishes you to know.
Yes.
The filthy that is killing you should be blessing. Sweden turned their waste management system into a gold mine,
bro. Yeah,
what you are calling waste.
Anyway. By next week, Ghana and Commonwealth Sacred CBBNC.
Now, only you say, waste management didn't continue. We could have done our local equipment. What prevents us? We are smelting iron or vacuum. Carrier bucket.
Can you ask the friend a good?
God bless you.
There be a mebusa say enti no more can you ask the Legonia.
Adia ba ko ha me o kataka. Tamana obey sports cars in Yamano. I was always saying, why wouldn't the man focus on actually waste management equipment? Said the whole of West Africa, Ghana, and with our smelting plants and with our technology, get this one done. It's not late.
Say MPP,
yes,
say NDCU,
right.
We have 2, 3, 4 powerful people be at the fight. You want him for the fight. Yeah, well, as of for the fight, do you know why?
Okay.
When there is an opportunity for contracts, say young Kofani men from an neighbor, that's where the politician needed it.
Okay.
You look at how bad it is.
I get you.
Over there we are. No, we have the big command as of for no. We have the big command him for no.
Right.
Now, say, a chroma. Your minister, you want to report to President Emma Ahimfo. Near friend or Ahimfe Kesibi. And I say, only I know, Mr. be away, you know. And said, I near you, cranty. Oh, and nipa de development dibi, and a mastery eba. On one quasi a baby or mubu. Now see it in your day, so I not afraid. Oh, ye dear debut and more when it can fee. And to would know almost where dibi. Oh, mine on your nabe any ye. So, oh, mine on your nabe any ye. The obey no kakra. No money, no. So the point is that, and yes, all Munimu say, you bet me a yeo. They know.
Deliberate.
The reason why she say China and foreigners, Lebanese for Abaji, Kuya fine say, Oba Okrebi abeye $500,000, $1 million, Oba be invested. Contract now open, you use maybe $600,000 no the bay. Watch it, minister $200,000. Nensaka, Obewi no or extra $1.2 million for so. Who ya Ghana ni? Eya who afraid of ofefe. Who $200,000 are the culture minister no?
Maybe.
So when you go there, they will tell you say be anyhow.
Oh, and they say,
and I must say,
cartel follows to be go.
No, cartel for no.
Other one front in
the friend say, "I want to me." Yeah. Or said, "Ne abraba say, you know me go China for no buy."
Yeah.
Zoom line say no so partners China. Because say no kwa yem fama no just go for China ni ba wo no obetua use o mo dia bribe system no. Mami no mi enu nante nko ene ministry say e be ka che say kwamna baby anyhow o. Baby anyhow no me akwese atoforce na yire niema mu saa baby anyhow. Oh sorry ya no anya information contract $10 million, $20 million. Some of the match China nibi says here. What one grabs Australia for brofu bi abetwam no betwam ay mom ntra reception ho omo holding room ho wo see e dia brofu bi ni bibini ba akwa odin na
me guy contract bi sa
omo ka chance bibi anu owia wo sorry ya na brofu no na omo akotra say so o ka so be ni local kra no a they will make sure they sabotage it. It won't come on. But the other side, I'm a person to how can MPP and NDC sit down, even if MPP is in opposition? Like this field issue, for instance. Let us agree the two parties should sit down. Tell you, what do we do? Because whether you are in opposition or you are in government, you are affected. So hey, let's sit down. What do we do? Because and say behind this position is say no. MPP ba omo ba beguno. No ma yo omo de. That's NDC ba no so begu MPP de. No also de ne de aba.
The only thing about the National Development Dashboard, and say start National Development Planning Commission, no, say no National Development Planning Authority. Now you opinion or better no neutral. Say I electoral commissioner boss no neutral no. Now no documents they be for national development no. The PMO ayenka say we Ghana's development plan. Now no education when ye ye buy health ye 20 school buildings. Yes, so yes, I many we are now manifestos of the political parties no. Omo draw emphasize development plan so that there's something dashboard be a osha can they share the NDC yeah. Now I can say okay, share your development plan -2 no more no and no mutimi achieve 3 out of the 20 that no MPP 4 time no mutimi 13 out of comparison with me yeah so documents that's our NDPC you know that was the spirit now Bakunsi say your 10-year development plan as a country for education. This is what we need. Say okay or confirm
sprinters Tesco market
yes
say no be actually send you meboa okay ball am nesumo no enti akoya na ye buy say ye koye pa na se kwame ye buy ye koya na ye buy
the old friend the ball and your money it's money gold in the go on the Swedish gold in our discussion the Swedish gold the old friend waste no in Sweden no or no
asai ko gota no ebekom asai ko gota no ada kwa meboa
ebekom
asai ko gota no sprinters Tesco market
ebesakom
ila
enko kra ko diso agro kakra pa na pipi
oh yeah
nti ye besa kom chese eduane kakra use ancha fish bi asen niama kama so ko be ka sack no
I didn't say go got a no
Auntie, say over here. Just
I said you were not the prophet. Say 4.
Also say, what will be the plan to dispose the rubbish?
Because that is the end result.
One now beside the 6 transit points in the bayern. Say, what will be the next point of disposal? And I got trace your transit point here, Bobo, so no, and the Zoom park in the discussion, a bad discussion. So what I say, at every point in time, in Kitawa, this is Yano, yeah, worrying, and say, dear them, no, I dare say this cabaret. It will not only employ engine conform parks na yekano so BSA parks in national parks na who dey go for waste management now or no more mbako ejuma omo no o ma kire o yunim dada
anyway
bus stop boys o ma yunim dada Kumasi is another group that wonderful young men be so Kumasi almost almost esi Kumasi. So I mean it is natural say en conform na common e de obeduma no ho kom de omo no e wo ho abaini so crazy can be assassin ni so bi go at west the obey ni say fankura e go go no mo separate waste na yen fa waste yen recycling say the omo yo usu police station ekiri ayi. That is what you call development. Obi ehia bobi aka okay usi ure fi na want bi ehu a bobi abet na wi awe wejuma na obeye no a obe frefre country planner coordinating codis about bobi a ni nyina with videos. When you type text to videos to show say oko ha bi wa ha so what I found municipal environment can say what movie in e be kire say ko baby
oh na me chief of staff me yaman for die wi basa
me sure say chief beti me sure say I'm thinking I hope say a chief will take an action. He has to tour and see these places and call some of the municipal chief executives.
It's bad.
Oh yeah, training be ma. I think follow up should be a quick call.
Shukura Sani says, and the children have to learn how to swim from basic to secondary. They have to learn how to swim. It's very important, yes. Famous Semak says swimming is part of the UK educational curriculum at the basic At the best, yes.
When you say emergency,
oh yeah.
We've lost 3 wonderful people.
Yeah.
Yes. Our former vice president fell down as a country.
Yeah.
We lost a former vice president. We lost PV Obeng. We also lost. So as our emergency idea we say.
Oh, Sanya marketing, no basic level.
Yeah.
Because we need to know they are adding.
And I never be when you say a church crown over who are. It's not part of your life.
But say basic level no you the training kolana junior.
When my sister-in-law some group be on my friend Ruka Foundation about emergency. Will be another time for discussion. Say you catch the you perceive say one in BBR for emergency who na say you know, see a fiance no serious. And it takes only about 10 minutes to know.
Yeah.
And maybe I'll be better from maybe 5 minutes or
me say Kwaku OVJ SHS and I didn't go shooting range. I don't register.
We need protection.
Say at least fair idea. Ono papa ofie yenya attack. Ebi a mintimi sore emfatu Kwaku sua na one day yemi enu ye ho kamu a watimi atwitwa ageme oh ese mankola no eye so sophisticated wo adwene enye book no nko a edu ja no na so no nko a wo ho a oho eno frame o daddy first year for your your friends say dinner and ajube 10-11 and on my friend freak man say akwaku afre am say no say and ajuse also am so he safe jano now wait me bibia wait me handle because
exposure
you say ko training you say and these things we must learn.
They don't compete with Ghanaians Omano compete with Ghanaians. They are going onto the international stage. Oh, sir, bro, phone getting it. Say you could G World Bank Luna on better now.
Some coffee say, Bobie, this coffee. I'm listening to you live from Durban, Kumasi with my brother Franklin. Regarding what you just said about a strong leader who can shake things up, reorganize the country, and inspire a new mindset, I have a suggestion. Convince Kennedy Japan to lead the NDC. And Kennedy Japan, you know, or no baby no pedia woo. Kennedy Japan, Sakara, Makachemo, Unsa Kennedy Japan, ye did there, Bibi and Conny favor. Be a Conny favor in the favor, dear. No, or man say be good, bad on Fahon.
Someone also about my dream say on the waist, my final take for us to have that enforcement. I think Ghana for one time. Yes. I think
the trial could be a target chief of staff.
Wonderful.
Say
Wonderful.
A bit me, some health sanitation workers.
Serious task force.
Any idea, I know. Yemfa and Kolano. Yes, be create jobs. Now, Kolano, Omunya sanitation, we will find you.
You be more free baller. And so, and we are on
this kind of. The problem now is how do we pay them their salaries?
Oh, say Antina, they create so it's a commission based. Hey, Otioa on Yashe, or also on Yashe. And so see, who dear waka wonderfully. A Kete Jumanmano. And to no qua or Samawa, say Jessica, Obenya commission, but there will be a seed money to start it. And the everyone says, I can't through one drivers, you see. Shotgun in the video trial. Bang, and that's what a quiet office. In Sassicano, a cost system, Yajiamano. And no bema a Jumana then.
Aboso. All right, so Raymond says will be the problems we have as a country are just two, which are impunity and law enforcement. If we are able to tackle those two, Ghana will be a beautiful country. Raymond, God will say will be okay, so I've touched on this one. Let me move on to another one, quick one. Felix says, Commander, the government should tax tall buildings in the country to buy good fire tenders, which can serve a tall. Okay. All right. All parties say, and common is normal. Your friends say fire tender, but they pay taxes.
They do.
It is kind of quite a central government where they know this kind of year. You see, that is the problem. All right, Samuel Kofi says, thank you, Commander. Home sense is working. All right, so Felix says will be the Kantanka tricycles. Far better than the Chinese one. So let the government give them tax incentives to increase their production. Because
if you answer, tax incentives.
But even say you don't one crown. Because Yankofa Chinese they are better no be 10%.
But it's a good call. I mean, but just incentives. But what give you up on Ghana now?
Baby, I be.
You bet me, sorry.
Chairman, me say. Just obi ebebubu omani nyina no sai hye.
Enti na say wow.
Because nyame de ne be ya stop gap my yo. Say jam am a ball my way breaker.
That's true. I mean, to hold it. Yes.
Now we need to look around and get somebody who will just come and disorganize the country.
But what if JM now decide they say
na fe de ye be kan ye hye omani yi.
What if JM now decide they say first half what first half we share match nim o betrase o so tenase o kum Bobie nko Bobie
the religious leaders chief imam ne na sofo ne Christopher no o ma hijack country no Ansah na politicians na problem o
the business cartels
share say see JM to me who no or really presidency me who need that. But bro, me see JM to me me can't say him for be unfriend or say prosecution say cause no e be how munyim.
They always work in your way and there. You
see, but we need a leader or him be afre no we dey mirror me no wan komo kakra o say bra Obaya unim Bobie se onua no se na ne wofa yegonja ni ena ne wofa no nante ya ba santimampon ena obewo akua bia na akua bia we dey wofa ase kamesro we dey yenhwe na yenya semwiga ko no hine na no si ya no afra police for ne ya yine ntuma guo ne ya bonachi ma na video si ne so ne ya dey abeto abonten so ohine wei and one more stress the macron for. Well, we need a radical. They know also Rollins go in for no. Rollins no the Abano or Bar 72 no or the Abana will war yem for Jimmy. That was why I want to make clean sea system. No blood was shed. People were killed to make sure say system no be steady. Why? A free funny champion. No can say I am for now. Alfred Rollins. They'll call the claimants and SSS, but people must go so that the country will stand. You need to clear them. Says I if we have a block, Mr. Jam or boy if we say will be
send the traditionally no.
I saw for crop here. Jai, Duncan Williams. Jasari nominee Sancrophone no. Yeah. Government be almost control. No mako komu nai me unu de ntia say dia so for governance no mo keka nkwase asem. Look at asem makacho da synagogue church ewa na synagogue church wait me block road 3 days so mu di Easter na yesu si wono mu bedidi wo lord kwa mu na grofo nya ba bi mfo mu ka emfa no approach mo police escort mo guard mo block sprinters from tray to tray. And I see chief mama ko ba bi o say he said sukura o say he fa na say fadama boys no chief imam boys no video no yes papa from forecast he say kremoniawu no mo kwa e dey langasa 2 days what will langasa ya jeli omda when they for phone frefre
and pay for the biane
so they have become madrass Langa to me catch us will make tear so and poor become. There are one of politicians no buying during elections. On one side, why him fee? We are in a big mess. So trust now, yeah, analysis here. We are in a fucked up state.
But we can come out.
Last week, boys are engaging military for any police for I think Eastern region. Aye, you saw it. And another one, SIC Nra, it was different location.
Yeah, that temerity alone.
So you see, at that boys, so much to me a group 50, 100. At that ombit me at arms. A young bit me up arms to say.
Usania money they share, we are sitting on a time bomb.
So because we need somebody at the end to and say, Eba. Then I said, some must die.
The economic gains, no, no. We should let it transform. Just say, okay, men, yes, paperwork pay. And transform some of these young people, they don't have any employment. When you are engaging them, now omunya kakre jumani kakre bi asese ayeka waste management then na omu mu say no say galamsey no so mutu a try and polish it now omu small scale mining and I go board we say one of the things are yenua samije feeling in for mu gold board in our engagements as CSO say no more engage you know one of the things omu can say galamsey there's a way omu person done in any baako behwe small scale mining on more expanding no na baako so aye reclaiming of the land say asase na ya edwiri gold ne film say e be aduaduane ma so a e be ma asase na agina yi na ti sa ade no timi ye e wo sa enclave ni mu a he o mo gold tika o enjo ka tell say onko suku a enye o mu nyina no be there anhwe o be pesa mo be ko enjo che na skills bi artisanal skills bi a o be add value to the gold no now the be some value addition chain now the show no oye no edwuma eno de ahwe obeye na onya na edwuma ama oso anya ne kakra edi
obi message commander greetings to your council. See all these things you are talking about gets to the point that the MMDCs are not proactive, no organizational acumen. Finito, simple.
He said one side of it. Recently, many Kokmafoye Eduma Kakrebi, many consultancy Kakrebi Mom. Ameshe, Utumu say some of them have brilliant ideas, but like you have said again, they should make sure say more problems or more they bring it out because omo some business forum, the business system within their enclave no eba meeting. Say how can a corner engagement be say you have people you know them already. Companies they have the financial muscle. Obetime judge kakra or no at their high track.
Kwame fa yoko to hamame sisia fatua. Na unu say we dey anya won common tu nka ho. Kwame na Kwame Mfante okateje free fa say when you say 43 and 44. Hey. And I go from a die. Seven China, I said 4 years was 5 years. Hey, 43, 44. Yes, what I am on hospital. Now come on next weekend. For Yoko statement to a mammy. So, MBB for no street in Mana. That's room. Other idea what is happening? Call demonstration. Call demonstration. Huh? Hey, I hope more. He says so from 7 and you may 7, 8 equal. I will be a bebano. I will be a bebano. Now, Obi, I must say, Munim ni location. And so, one who says, hey, your mama money breakfast. Who need location? They don't know who's your money breakfast. Eh? Hey. Okay, so we have a statement from Economic and Organized Crime Office. Press statement: arrest of Dennis Abuaje, aka Miracles, and Gerard Apia, in respect of 55 million. Ghana City's investigations into the Inter-Ministerial Coordinating Committee on Decentralization. Hey, do you know office say all right, so let's pick maybe the first paragraph. And I read: the Economic and Organized Crime Office wishes to inform the general public that it has arrested Mr. Dennis Edward Abuaje, former Executive Secretary of the Interministerial Coordinating Committee on Decentralization in connection with ongoing investigations into alleged financial and procurement-related irregularities at the Secretariat. The arrest follows extensive investigations commenced by Iyoko after receiving a petition from the current Executive Secretary of IMCCOD requesting further investigations into a forensic audit conducted into the affairs of the Secretariat covering the period from 1st August 2022 to 2nd February 2025. Unim kwa last paragraph for I wanna adiwo ho amenti ase. But okay say Miracle Sabaji one and is executive secretary. Unless maybe Yoko nya BB, because I don't see how an executive secretary can be linked to procurement, negotiations, payments. I
don't end it in anti-corruption. Obia oda anono. Una uyano. Na seka obi krapa na only the uncle di current minister way for finance. Ono na senu krapa na yakra ebroso. Abra no ya ama oswaso abedi chiri ahwe skasebso no. Na omogoto ambulance bi no. Ono one ton ambulance. Atu force on as at sabre no on ton ambulance. Ambulance ya koto sub ministry health on ankasa no. Omo expect say komhwe say transport requirement omonya for ambulance e bi nie. No dey otini bi omo dey buy ohwe mu say sika asem no. Say mo say motor ambulance ten na this price ye hwe ohwe we ase afa na nya na eton no. Oye ne we say judicious scan through and o ma say omo ngoto. E ho bad e ho touch ma e buy. Nia o supply ambulance na say me ambulance me supply me juma. And to say mo de eri ba na atochima kakra mesesa amam e krapo na de asemaswa no ono e den enti u do say e ba top person say we no kakra na o chereche ni am o chereche ni am kra o menti say de bi o say eye kwa na ese bisa na asem e de oda no a ode ni sa share so na em say ya na mo bonya me ko chire do
I'm saying so let me give you the point 7.
Yeah,
Yoko knows that Gerard Appiah has voluntarily begun refunding,
right,
or returning loot, no.
That's where my joy is.
Or say refunding of funds connected to the crimes under investigation. These recoveries do not, and by themselves, conclude the investigative process. Neither does it absolve any suspect of any crime.
Right.
Okay. Following significant new findings last week relating to suspected fraud and theft involving Miracle Sabwaje.
Yes. And the
fraud and theft.
I am my enkai ejumako me anyway. Shraj any Yoko. Me wo buo son ko bi mom. O medjuma na to de bia to sin kakra obetimi aka e ho asem ba community. So they are one of the most strong institutions Ghana me celebrate you. Especially Shraj. In a period around time and a short down. Oh my God.
So
Shraj ni Yoko no omedjuma no. Yoko ho no nko ye ate ehun nkofo makọ aba o mabeka say enye say enia omukon ana ye de ade bo omutirim ense mi say ya omukọ menim kro bo ma wo lawyer dey ebepiem oniama bi ese omu bisa o Ghana sika ne ye kan no data.
So with this Miracle Sabwaje, but underline ye mame.
Right.
Fraud and theft, suspected fraud and theft involving Dennis Sabwaje, who is already aware of the investigations and has already visited the office on it in reference to the investigations. So Yoko initiated an operational plan to affect his arrest this week. As part of this process, Mr. Abwaji was placed on the stop order a week ago to prevent any sudden travel that could impede the investigations this week. Unknown to the office, he had already departed the country. I mean, this statement doesn't make sense.
Sometimes in a discussion round, no, it's better late than never. And say would da omo radar so say anhwa me sure say omo ne kai anhwa ne din kita ho say be tena ha bibia ebre bia na ehia ono na bomode na yini ama na emaye enti say ukona wa ankra omo dia na aka che say sisi ana dro na ana space no mo kakra no we ya abuse no enti anhwa na so omo frɛ no mga che say ofa say we ni sei na ankoye ni sei a anhwa nyama bi a akwanya bi ma e ma wo no yebetimi agisa akwanya na efiri ho but say awokado say me catch nhase na say omadwuma no me fepa so eto de bi a eto chiba kakra so wobakọ mu akọhwe no dia ya papa bi a ye man pay ba ko bi kan eto masume to give it a human face ebi wo ho a ye koya be they are decision to give it a human face no and e dey akoto bebe edu yo mo ye ne say oh we na kasa obi obu ne ho yoma bia de bia ehunu radio so TV so the holding kita ho enti na oye adwuma ma amampenya be de chi dada watwebu enti ye nim se kan ne kan obewa around na baku mu na o ma hu bi ma hwa mtutu no mti na mo se okay se obe pa asema ma me dia ene bebra na ending kita ho fa ho
your friend is Sunafo North MP my brother Honorable Haruna Mohammed Abejoin here Harun, this issue about so Yoko a specific say there's a relating fraud and theft. Sa office no, sa decentralization you know. Would the local government not here? Because I'm trying to wrap my head around it. What are some of the issues about possible fraud or theft?
Bobie me for akonya zmachia we tie phone no hefu nyina
yeah
what jiri wo hu
yeah we having a conversation I just need education how
Bobie on say ye ba for front
yeah
now you could start your investigation I think say omo ba out because say so far they have more than 1,000 cases e wo mo books your friend say ora more than 1,000 cases. Ewo mu books. Bobie, ye nuanu we yon. Emra no mo abem no. Na oman no, se do man panika na a crime scene. Hwe opa ene CEO, ministers, deputy ministers, director general, e bia any common agency bia. Obeka che say, you say bia they have been lenient. Obeka che say, be bia omo obia wo no. Say ye kase yede pepe ya juma look share agency bi ya kan wasem yi but we share almost the name is a procurement issue. It's about procurement. Procurement so the agency institution obi aye procurement and as executive secretary no institutional agency bia na ekwanya omofa so define omo administrators and as a managers of such institution eti me hu ni say eho no omo good
people have misconstrued
exactly he was like the administrator
executive secretary
exactly
okay
enunti na so hwa ono ene the accounts say finance officer no and o my implicated hello Bobie unim yeni onu we ho se omunya no kasa na me hu se Ghana ye diakro so omutimi especially look at the person in subject and some obetimi aka as one dey so abofo free buy se omukofo no ni ma we unim case ndi akoye I said the armed robbers nipa me nsa akoye na me nu akoye robbery ni achi baako no so TV na me fire na me die ni a friend say decoder me fire me die ni phone na me fire me die ni sana akoye o eto mu kofo regia bonten so mu ye dede no omu nim de omu ye ya chi an robbers me anu ba ko say TV akofa me die ni say phone na me kofa me die ni na ba ko na kada na wa beka. This is the scenario. Sure ye ba bemu no me Adiana Ghana for years NDC for yes they know say betimi developmental projects infrastructure na dey keka but Adiana Ghana for your concept and accountability da bia me kasa say me say o mampanyi mama ne orientation ayeye 7th January no asem okan ya crowd ni na de ba hopa okan accountability en wasem enti no chese Ghana for asa taxpayers money ade bia so kra to tax siano girano na fa boa ye fa ya adwuma ma ye ho to ye ha ya na obedi says kana look say nya says kana mpo Ghana for de mo kan no ye nya says kana o ma wi ani mpo ni anya hwe kro mo pe because justice has been served. And so far ero mama on appoint here appointment back wa ya onim oye me do from a house of yoku Emra son shofobi no mo church na almost say as I and this for hwe you don't learn na ya checheche am for no reason omoke kasa na omo nim reason oya akwabo kuma se onu kwa nim say kojo jan to us wine but church and number on Facebook you don't know the reason why this guy has been arrested. It's in less out than I tell you know me call me baba me call Facebook or pulling it down because you look stupid. Mo champion mo spear this a friend is saying o man panyi ba ye no yanchichi obi a Ghana sika ya rekupie na ya chi obi se o dwane e airport yes ana meka no na
no mo so akwa aba
no ko
Davi wa akwa aba according to statement nature say omo ade travel ban
after be 1 week ni I say o ma say your friend
but okasi cheche bibi mu na me hu na de kura asi say there was a gentleman agreement between Ono and Yoko because I'm so about
statement na investigation cost you is aware.
Yes. So I think and also about Humpo. So I think there was a gentleman agreement because Ono miracles or na before kakra when this.
Yeah.
So maybe sometimes the say Charlie stay put kopem say be investigation.
Yeah.
Time when Yoko enya hint no. Say opeso to kra travel ban no to no call. But
whichever way.
But maybe the point is, even without that, no crano. Because about it, and I got just a bit of travel. No, any campaign to a communication director. Okay, I say, but a hand or bet you know. But honorable, sir, agency you say they interministerial
and this and
what really work did they do? Because now we're parliament, so at least you have an idea. Yes, new regions now.
Yeah, exactly. Once a time, especially free, you know, places other than Accra. Yeah, advocates say, oh, as a Ghana be I am crying, centralized, I want crying. Into a crime as a first bridge, Sir Gabano. And I think that this is the purpose for setting up certain agency. And I think they work hand in hand with Ministry of Local Government and those types, you know. What did the make say? Exactly. Eti Bobie, she agency be say she agency be say. Na Sky involved 55 million Ghana cedis.
Charlie, you know be small.
Now
what you say? 50.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Bobie, so no wonder why say you trouble na be person passing confo no oppose la trouble na be e pass ya enye Ghana na ya CD Ghana will be the winner, so why do you oppose? And the main reason for establishing and I say you initiate this tribunal bill no and it's a backlog of cases and it's a be fast track your friend is saying cases here because President Mama Krakai or say yenti me then be a Ghana for eba bema Ghana for boys of one say you better tell us ana for is national case back and that is the main reason why I set up that tribunal bill no and oyon quote me ka say yenti ase na ebe partisan ebe kwa fan sembebre those times they na roll and say look you hun yenti na no mo yes ade no me say agency by agency sector by sector. Si nkofo no mo de dan no aye o madwen se on pese ye cheche nkofo du etum pa obi nkenya dwuma bi abie ko pese ye be chi o mu sa ko pese 4 years na ba say dem me ba na me monitor I am for and I'm for some.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, I will say it without fear of favor.
No problem no.
Bobby, ya nhwesui, ya nhweni yesu a. So hu. Na ka mafia ba mo ba efie ba ko ne bosu minsia. Hwekwa mo fa so prepreso mo basaba. Branch election boy gidi. Branch election. Put about a friend's constituency, or more parliamentary primaries here. Please, for those who to become over there. Branch election. Branch election.
Yes.
So, I
want to be a man.
Oh, come on. Omo branch election. The Abama one who say, we mudiano. Omo promo beg giddy say. MPs no. So, cases your baby, I see MPs now. Ayo ma album.
Yes.
Exactly. And how come baby and then omonya problem aye no. But here the justice system no. The justice system no nya adwuma. And MPs no era mama daroma. Sabi constituency bia no nkurase nkru no. This be woni mbre. So pe bia konkon ade obenya. Akokrom. Especially the common fund na the assembly common fund ya on capino no. First now 20% penalty cost, you know. And you full chunk. Get farm projects, big push. And you don't need to fight over, album and our branch election. And the other night, you drew a month for now guys. I have for no in class 20 years can say we talk. And I have not to grow kinds of mokono. We contest it arena moment to arena. No announcing a light haba. That is the situation. But yeah, dear, can I say the best especially.
But I'm the so good street in me.
So and round. Now you conform statement in mine.
Me and I'm
good. And to wish now I am Miss Russian or Facebook and other social media platforms, But and then any park na now Omoka say ye tata opposition for and Omaka say you could burn homodin. So I'm surprised that they are still on the streets. If say Yoko the statement where stated it clearly the reason why this guy was arrested. Last and we said somebody am for us man so. NDC will be the imam yamu shame. Because even before I was swearing in.
Yeah.
And President Mama Shell Lancaster. Or cancel me first one day, the kind say, and never be obey one party for any day. Because we are diama, ama, a mamuni nyanya at the expense of the party. No, my example say ministers now obey. Yes, we remember ministers bear 120 near the day, but no be pegging 60. You know, say bear 100. Exactly. To a point, all very good. But at the end of the day, no
difficult.
At the end of the day, no. Dear, what's the way you be away? Now here ministers your government performance. Do you 120 100 no? Well, he's no when
that is the main.
Osak and we no can say. Wow, one share sabi. You better say corruption and that's be no.
Wow,
for kwine. Na na ban so fa no kwine. And enyam one because yenye wa Victoria Hammer or the down on the council when you say cannot be there. Shema me will free me. Bad rebranding. Jifa Ativo. Chabuga Pele. Financial service those times. But we countless issues. President Mama na kasa who say no, these people are our people. But look, the integrity, the D, and we no legacy. Now because tata no say President Mama you corrupt and then. Ni say onwa kasa nkofo na ochiwo mu no Ghana say wow fight no
yeah who
never kasa that is it. But I think say and your call ya saba no they clearly see changes omohu ensonso ye da two political parties.
That is my member I can say so Miracle Sabwaji after this what
I think the most important thing is clearly you could actually say it's a matter of suspected fraud and theft, and I totally condemn because Ghana's money is not for anybody. Ghana sika na you be a papa edia, and baby I do na dream ni catastrophe try for best da best say no
theft no na me dey madwina from wa
and I say
action ben e betumi describing as theft
action I be theft say bibi a we dey unsa abo afa it's not authorized. If it doesn't go through the main way, say clear view, say ya point na laptop yi o fa necessary way ya dada ya you project no we to kofia and no so theft we CEO we secretary we the kofia theft and tisa nyama we nyina o mo go hwe na I think say it's a process say mete say you ko start say omoje scan bi every other guy copy losses ni bi sa action
bibi atutwa
bibi ko baby na esa ba
in the case of that guy but not in the case of miracles
say na mete say si ano say loot 6 kalo na me ni je say ni ofa won say dey am ba me ka tell say ya na mete corruption ban say na me jele no ya na madwen ko ho me jema de ne hia me say sika no ehia me because me want me three Benz wo bra me sika na ese me ko jelu because it become an adventure ho be ko ba be job ama obi so no be nya adwuma na hwe na busuom se nkofo egu nyina omunye ye de bia da na dream sa no de 23 ma any or the dream any kata share prayer be share tirim oba bombe se $10 million na fa no kotum
ya 4 years class so
so kombran o chia send me sa na 3 years kwa na okode mu na ne party ba power e be yin film ntina wonya $10 million ama na ebusia ono ne ba ene wo baba ko wi o school oba gete ne papa bo bra ntina de bia me ka tell say ke yi mu ntino ye the hall of shame e wa ya museum o bokro na e we engrave it on the wall na o china ma eco excursion o me hu say me na mbe bokro na bo kan si din wo o ba ko o bokro no paying power. And if that is the case now, recouping is very oppressive. I respect the rule of law. And says you can you say or more any dink town a fascicano no dada. And now yes, says I call say or call says ya mumukam wada. Says or call aduano. So Basuni aduano. Uncle nonco yina non church there. Me di pass Oyobia, I don't think say Casa be anything because he knows he's very
is he a lawyer?
Debbie,
a lawyer?
No, he's not.
No, he's not.
He's very articulate. He knows the rules. I mean, so Adebia, you know, one way who say Papa so you say Indian no hotia. Maybe if you say Bonia and they say recouping on the be here me. They recoup amount $55 million. Yeah, say they be a bad
55 million.
Yeah, 55 million cedis. Mr. Mikau. Your body say I am for do now. Say you do them this baby. You hear this one, it becomes normal. When the wrong is done over time, it becomes a norm. And say I so boom no muti as say you the 2 million Ghana cedis and the 6 school down back. Now we 25 schools over 25 schools. Yeah. School are down you 6 classroom block headmaster in a classroom. Staff common room. So explain it that way so that they will understand
I think
with anger.
At the basic level, 2 million Ghana cedis can do 3 classroom blocks. Or 6.
2 million Ghana cedis.
Yeah.
I say student classroom block. I 1 million. This DSCF.
Oh, okay.
DSF. Let me
1 million. 6 units.
You know what I'm doing about $2 million? I'm 2 million Ghana cedis. I'm looking at maybe staff common room.
Okay. Maybe teachers quarters. Exactly. That one there. Yeah.
Complete.
But the single, the single station there 960,000.
So okay. So what can say? You can grab also. 2 million Ghana cedis also. Into a 6 classroom block. AC playground urinal for boys and girls. Your teachers staff common room. And your teachers bungalow kakra tale. And no 25
constituencies.
And I good. And today be as a we should make them have a picture of the danger. And say
practical understanding of
and you 4 million Ghana cedis now can comfort 30 and hwiri omunkwa or dialysis center. So Kana Ghana frontier say and yes you tan obi ana bibi say sika nyina no ba say o quarter services here akogina bon nkofo mu gu o mu koma mo bi ene nyama o mo twen bus and say $55 million no say bus ahe na betimi ato say $1 million bia betimi ato bus 10 na Sabas no and Uncle na eche no and Uncle Brane ede bread and butter amount no and said at that point the next thing we can say look when we talk about establishments na wo hona yedin town na yesi on be bit me obi on tiase as minister of finance our be na yes will be one of the things we said about anti-corruption to firm up the loopholes because they be ana ngofo gunu so on the schedule one flood the same way sikada da na da na opposition for no be na e move be mu no and you say for every $10 we use scanner de my say for go flood no now only $9 near for $1 pen on the entire flood near mana say and besi
no omega to my
it's not say what for say sikano monchen back no mo de den ye say enu nti na scanner chair ya ogofo eka ebo ne sumbo so no na 1 year scano and na flood ne beto enye sa that do na sikando do o mo yi $22 million $22 million training my accountants management
previous administration
me na make catch $22 million
for the
just how we journalize day na am iska say oh you be say improve journalism in the greater Accra region the biba no na see abi $1 million e dey be training wa no tikati wa you be training biom and no no
$22 million.
Yes, it's on record.
I
say you dig town ni bi wa ha and na de ni na you move ya na ye tim say ye biom no and na de no say flat area no obi Ghana aban efa ye me so nya machines e be dwiri ahwiane fi gota dem and obi say o workers egu me backyard mo fa machines ba me stick a better le won keke engineers and planners me ye got any no yeah sir obi buy no it cost us more than $40 million and you want here offer me say yam say baby ade bia me ka say me president mama shia na ye be di ngobo de bia me ka che say o can say me be say o twesan say Ghanaians are short memory not all of us me memory na short me ka bibia had one of a humbling opportunity and me president mama or commission train Takra decide on. My late boss was there and I mean yeah share as a trade on got now opposite and say and Ambassador P Yale Etimen say we saw it when the Ghanaians were waving to that train and DJ when you do it and they like it no you shake up cabin or say also no like you know seeing the train we on here is just seeing the train move, but the excitement until the movie, and so the train brought that young child joy. And Nigeria said, yes, this is it. We are getting there. The young ones know, the old ones know. If you do have no any evil intention, as same way I hear, yes, you'll be a fiscal. Yoko, Momako Abba, both political sides. In Mako Abba, because say, oh, they were only interviewed, they were not harmed, they were just. Na ave street you so got na street now all block you know. I say na obi collapse here. Don't say Yoko there's a main line running there. I call Polibu ambulance bit na for any ma. O block is that road. Who say obi akofa ni sika so far one fire and unti obi wu. What are you doing there? Say who get there e Yoko say who gina say Yoko na who block road ni. I think they should crack the whip. Say who can you? Nyame si Ghana ha. The leaders showed some strength and their power and the President Mama Diama, the various we say security top couples, the IGP or the Greater Accra Regional Commander should just go in there with the men to clear them. You don't have any business on the road, you will stay off the road. Ukwa the ebe ye wa be mo fi kwa no so no. Say only say Maria sa track no is your nedwumani hot water cans no o madwumani na obi wa ahia de say o hyew no bem kakra na on twensa because the nkofo mi na ye ka no there's nothing sure say their life is in threat. These are people they will just chat with the system and the system will release them if omunye bibia nti e yenko enim na final one member can say look I think say yenko enim no recouping the losses say be di ska ma ehia yen sisi loopholes no na saka Yoko and Shiraj Niamano, then show my hoarding, name out to we have back their work to recoup our money for us. na sa public education is nko so yam say nkofo bi nso ayo modwuma ene ese omko Facebook ni sa social media handles na they are spreading a lot of misinformation and now obi say wow tie say I'm not here to patronize you odwuma na wo ye na wo bie mu pem no it is a life saving and a nation saving initiative say obi wo ha hwe enye men ka obi a onko school da o mu fa nchem you or your degree holder o e ka master's degree or type bibi o Facebook now kan ya near catch us up to the air corner say it is a Google away. So I Google say 3 seconds. And now 5 minutes maximum. Obet me ya read.
As CSO, I think say honest, but a dear pana, you can point that this ministry. I think for the past 1 year, 6 months, drastic changes. Abba, Omojumayim, this ministry, because any Abba.
Look, and then maybe say, let's say, Omotuya, the last tranche of IMF omo loans be and I'm saying maybe na obi aposti can you imagine she ekwanya ye faso this best various statutory funds about assemblies no na make say enu ti say we MP and so we DC ya look you have
complain bien ho that one the omo
she say they see manage your friend is saying your exchange rate your CD against other foreign currencies. Look. 2 years when you but since say now your bar for this is artificial. Now why it's not sustainable. Area. What's it then? We've sustained this consistently for almost 2 years. And now creating some which I know say. Me cry the name see and can call the the 14. One your friend is saying $1 to 14. Me let me say
you say obinche wo dollars a ya be kwa cause say say jebo and then say dollars because
and I will check it $1 million. That is not 10 million Ghana cedis. But first no $1 million. Set me to crew. But that is not the case. Share your friend say your inflation rate and I may say amount focus we don't feel it in our pocket. Are you serious? You don't feel what in your pocket? Say the workers will be in $1 who the economy say okoto ade kan na okoto your friend is saying obekọ kejeti ana so obekọ be say you kuma se di agro obekọ duma beto ade within 24 hours now the na okoto no ya 100%. So one who be you appreciate the performance of this government and ministry, you know. Yahweh agric. Look, agric ministry. And then may there be a mekase one when the righteous rule, the people rejoice. Food glad, you buy and I feel them about frontier into the name of but and then said they buy a bro bag, now you turn on first, now you turn 1,000, 20,000 treno, and then 350 Ghana, 400 Ghana, 300 Ghana. And then your friend is saying, Kosia crit. You buy now the best son the same thing. And then Kosia Akuko boyful. Akuko a boyful. Where Bobie say your car, your energy. What is that conscience?
Yeah.
8 years on by now. Yeah, be free soon. Now, certain Canadian MC. No one can hear more than 100 communities within 8 years. Conscience Baku. What is so by 8
years?
Yes, from 2010 to 2016. That's enough enough. Yes, more than 100 communities. Oh, can you hear the MC Doku, Mohamed Doku, Honorable Mohamed Doku. What is so by 8 years no? Come to the 10. 8 years in now. There be a trauma challenge no. But we buy echo 2 years. Me 15 communities. And still counting. Extension Grand Mile. transformers I yes no and then transformers fans ba kwa meje pa transformers the 50 kVA ya de 100 near say de no ko village so nkronkro na population density no near the 100 kVA about near sesa no near the 50 local villages yes sir and enya me honko across the country. This is what we are talking about. Bobie share last ministry when my dear say minister boa wanya share kura when my dear me there you free maybe free forest and a timber Ghana had a timber there ugba mem timbers ne go someone half of the timber
yeah the bible
Bobie maybe bani see ato achimota forest na mafo intimate ton William se ufri ye ho a unim se leme ye ho constituency ye area ho ne western of metu akase forest lo do na ya toma ni pa ba ko mienu mo compartment concession el pa ba ku ti meje 50 kom se John Mreso ni pe we nkan chi asemutia
endi anya achimota ngwana
ye ton forest compartment se ye ton katie na eburo e wo e friend se kwa it's sad, very very sad. Eti yan kra no de na and the problem yan yan say mo ba no ba bo ho ban we mo ba no ma bedi you ba kwa ya na kra ne ka
yeah
mo ba na ma ba ya bibia finchim because na wonya ba bia mfa na de aka kwa watoni nyama individual so mo kuto mo nkrata bo na ele dia wotimi di ban atototo yede atototo so ba no kra no e kwa kosi say because the kokko to ma ye bibia wi den channel da de nya wasase no so ma ye wi. But we see our last 8 years, it was terrible. It was trying. But then, the ministers, said them kind, standard, era mama, setting. That will be a 110 parliament. Now, we move 40 as a 45 who the ministry appointments. Also, it's a competition.
How do you feel?
Honestly, said you now. MP before now who minister be team is a minister with you when you're home like master this is not what is happening here so be every minister be yes because the corner baby and almost send your man and now mom that board so no board be okonya say we call them me come free so
sure
board first board because this board there Ghana gas money there no but boss to money your friends so Tom say energy related boss boss in the team say na board kakra but ene omo ko siesie it's why a board member e wo yere mama pensu now we expect say board now o koto so no wo de ko panya ho de na oboa akunim se Bobie o ya we That's right. Yeah, Bobie CC. I say, your friend say, and you may share with our session. It's the America cuisine say, Ansah so far, sectors in the you can't say about born in Ansah, I don't see into me, but so far, dear. The mean say so far so good, and it's all because of competition.
Yes, I hear competition, but I'm also thinking about infrastructure. Because now we need to expand our school.
Yeah,
we need to expand our roads. We even your water system
and health.
Yeah, so that drive.
Health.
It is a infrastructural drive.
But what we say, government be an priority. And I make when your school say, me meet me say if say common fund projects make gonna get fund. But look, but there are a lot of things going on. Just that your first 1.5 years money. What is it? Akra na say take it time and sana akra na enyina oye. Enti nema bebre ho a egu akwam. Look, me wo last year nko han. Me nya 2 check clinics, check compounds.
I see.
Oh yes, me nya 6 in the classroom block. Me nya your friend is saying, me nya 3 in a kg. Get fund. Who still say cost to mem senior high. Obia paso chene bobre. Obia pese o chene bobre. Ah, unim say akando. and now I'm not say. Yeah, name district. It's not enough. Now your doctors are fear 3-2. Because omako hu dan ayakututu ahwahwamo e de mototo akra ne kumasimo. But na kind of buy yeah echo 2 years ne I can boast of more than 40 doctors out of my basu na
40
exactly oh
sorry sir I can't say lie sorry
what the 9 uti or the 9 by last year and only 32 but this year and was I catch mobile catches honorable
or the 32 no bar na or the aba
what post to my 32 no sir because say benya accommodation crowd the beka ho na it's hard timer so you doctor we a nurse na ya train you about bo hoka na chinchin fan to Accra mewa Accra doesn't need enough doctors na I in Cristiano na vulnerable and this is the courage I can't do DSR post you know last time we will be friend me say not to one why you know say I can't do me can't when you post you no post you. That is what is going on. Then because your ministers will be a person proven the right. Will be a person challenge Bobie and the necessary post you moon. You now found out original who not choose original. You be a portal original will be choose no. And it just will choose no. Once the sound that and 1 hour better. Yeah. Because almost you need panel. I didn't think I was a district. Maybe district with a population of about 300,000, 400,000. Now yet you post to doctor me, no doctors me sir. Can you imagine? Oh, because Obiti baby was you ready and more fast. My way say it's your fan to a crown and fan to Kumasi and fan to regional capitals. It shouldn't be so. So these are the innovation as an initiative. Your ministers near day. And then Usha Salameka say is a clinic or district chip company that they say agenda 111 in your Numajawi. Since you sell it 30, is it 35 as I say? You see a complete year, my agenda 111. We own him, Ghana for home, and Lutina, I'm on your phone or your bar. I am not yet the donor yet the open because Yama politics edit. The same same yard we are the a party for one bad day. About sorry, said Akoya Yachina, your friend is. Akoya Yachina, I'm off for streets where can you imagine? Because one is Kaibi. I'm off for a street. Agenda 111. Bobie only say Sika mo twatu o mo say be 400 million to 500 million in no. Bobie say Sika no say wo check here. Also be them.
Sir?
Now a friend say 500 million Ghana cedis. Almost $1 billion Ghana cedis. Your friend say hospital project say to be any bakokra. And bakokra no what stage you bet a fashion. What are you trying to tell me? And no man na question no. Now so you munya no almost timi nya akokodro e kasa. Esa kasa o abawe ba ye no agena won ankosi timi ye yesi market na ye kosi. La mo na mo kasa mo ya clinic no. Mutinya ba akokora ewie ye. And na for yesi ye mu 35 as a 30. And I'm very happy because I can't do any abro say ye be wie sa you know. Ansah na yesa movie yako the friend is saying the next thing. And na o share Mahama care.
Solid.
And health insurance. What is your friend is saying? Facility be a complaint say
no, not.
He said because almost have increase over you know. Now say me say your case be increase. If you want to run for case bia, any man e cotton child fund e be. Facilities na never. Yeah, or aban e be increase am. And health insurance CEO a friend is saying Europe, Dr. Victor Bampo.
Yeah, Bampo.
Look, Obey health insurance staff will be I don't need share. I said, and this is for my bammy and yachi. Omo wages, treating the camera, omo services, omo customers, omo debt. BBR is on point. We need a buy no. She Ghana Medical Trust Fund. And no last year, I was so pleased. Look, so who a buy woman penny for me to say ya. Say what you are say you are part of. Say how as a government. Now why you proud? This is the pride.
This is the pride.
Yeah, this is the pride.
This is my time. I'll come back to you. Lion Accra.
I like that one.
Lion Accra.
You have to charge him for marketing his political party.
Yes. This is your pride and this is my time. Anyway, okay, so here we are.
Yeah.
We are looking at the previews today.
Sectorial.
Where?
So we share sectorial and me back Skabia Hona, the revenue as in finance area Hona, revenue generation akọ nenim kakra. Me say introductions bima. I'm seeing a connection bia na de bia ye kan na me say asodin amwa aban na twa mu.
Okay.
Connection ye Bank of Ghana and Ministry of Finance and GRA omu love game bi omobo. On your sika no ma ono. E se utie no. Na o finance no o hye wase o ye adwuma no ma ono. Wetie nia o hwehwe. We ye ma na munya na mo ye adwuma no bom. We say a collaboration between finance minister and the Bank of Ghana on so no aboa your forex in some into be niama api mu ne say we expenditure cut say a udin kita say am kan about ministerial cut say 5123 eba baby say 60 crap ya sa 60 ni so ye nya 60 ni crap nti sa e ho no na ka o we e ka obebo e wo sa ministerial cut ho na e no so na akofom prudent spending say we say am catch me ball flood say me skebi yi ma ye we be ho na sa atu force ni o ye na enye ode enso say o catch say on sample hwie ngu bebe hwie gu na eno na also ubu ye sha ase di kita on say kata bi wo ho etu hwie gu ma they will have a way of opening that space na scanning ngu and I say they be ana hwie ngu asa wa ko che omo di ye de wo bebre kra nti that prudent spend nti uba so a na debt stock management e ka bi ana da ho no he me say de bi amire fi o me say u panyum pa o kai sa anyum no ofalo no oto ntu aka o sa anyum na ye bo magana e wo amanone on the world stage we junk economy obi a ne o embedin kita o ka say ye di agono ka say o pe obi afiri asem o ye nti obi o it's as a do be no waka say
yes Ghana for be fradi o ni atum
mo na mo be yo ni atum because oba obegia ontimi enhwe so yi ena me ne wo kasa no watimi edisika na ogege ne bi echiechia ye ho ka ebi mu eyi free ho bi say ye ko ye ni mi say o hwe dollar management ya dollar no na nyina ye wo ha e ko ye sa ko soro enso ene watwe abra say a wo kan say ene obi che dollar kra no ko say sa wa hwe ya me da se no nti unya kan ni ena omo so a omo ye djuma etiechi omo wo dollar mu enyo no mo mine senior ma no ho mi omo kakra nti uti so obi so
first obi ma $100,000 so you are doing around yes. $3 million $3 million to $4 million Ghana cedis.
Inflation ya ke minya be ma boss no.
Say obi ma 100,000 say 1.2
a little 1 million.
So inflation say ya ke then 50%. Abrebi we ne number say 8%, below 8%. And ke goods and services ya no ka say enkrofo atititi bi so anwa enye mehwe enye school for nkwa say obi mu amukra mu degrees ne there be edwasofo ne bi wa videos e kire say not only say and say not on enti wo so we twa ntro na hwinse na no ye wasem say me top petrol enti nyame menya I'm not a saint me top petrol not a price na Russia Ukraine war no egum na America Iran dey so abetaso na ma below 17 na be catch them say me turn at 13 point we say me for man 12.8 me for man nko sim say enye papa what are you telling me enti eja obi na catch them you board so na na me koto me petrol no e no so wo ma ye hwe e na wo ko enim so wo hwe borrowing rates you free ska e wo bank ensi hu no akofom e sa nyama we nyina na wo be hwe na wo say the hwe ska sem so no oni e ko enim health medical fund o kan yi me say ade bi a ento wa no ada
what you want me
it was through this initiative any dialysis no I mean mother-in-law not dialysis so so obi a ono pharmacist na dialysis ntimi twon na ohun karoti about 2 a week na 700 800 na 2 no kwa drombe mu a na obi a onye adwuma na obi a sika semenko ne ni no kohwe no so ne de so under that free dialysis under that national health insurance no omo police hospital and other hospitals omo no enti no yetimi nya ne free as no nya ne baby ko so you will not get the impact of way as I say obi wo te won chen o hu so ko adwuma ba enso sa dialysis yo ko ye ni ti no ne salary no enkodu baby a as I say in a week alone no na ne ka e number say 1,400 and 1,500 and so na dey money free and no any year ka no and accelerated
say you say that is in a serious game changer.
She look me catch madam for be last 2 weeks here that NCD non-communicable disease a bet me a poor man in just 6 months you go from wherever you think you are to a poor man and I mean to you sa kidney da emu yi and I mean to e feli say ya ye and not 1,500 a week no only the one means you
light bill, water bill,
and then you can be a negotiating and so come medical fund and beam and first degree on chair would have been gone. And I say I can't cheap compound and a recruitment. And this is backlog no. Net them say I come better 2002. Almost 50 2002. Obi a mom let be and sa backlog no and the current needs of health no at the age my all konim. Now o hwe sa health na so me the pass government maintaining the same taxes on the excise taxes no all year no and no so be my nyiska e dey go medical fund and national insurance
so you boto na no be chere no
so ebe boy ka crack say ya na ni amani bi mu say sugar sweetened beverages say and then kura yi no ni bebre e dey assemble ba na akọ yen ka se men no and so e bro so ka krepe na say afi dey asem abre yen and I believe education, the free SHS. Some of us from the CSO, we may say education platform. They said that they will maintain it, and to our excitement, we maintaining, and there's been some improvement. And I make a video such that SS inquire no much. Let's say at their dining hall, no, the consistency in serving, no, about him, and then conform say 5 H number, and the privilege is here, and no as papa, and a whole now so no. Opportunity they ma local suppliers no and also ya dey be say omo so na they should expand it the free level 100 no mo ye no so e adepa bi aboa pa offer say unya break akra den kofo bi di nkita wo mo nya letter wo mentimi anko first year even though they go admission wo mentimi anko then you know what this one sir and the one of the education inputs and kofo puye e brebi atwem na ene omosa e kasa ade na e shime pa e menstrual pad no ofashe if you knew the number of girls they stay out of school because of menstrual pads and the infections they get using other materials and you see you sit in a crowd what thing obi edidem obi bre some of them lose class hours the whole week ma edu sa bre na so tene fie e say obese no and you see what free menstrual pad because we told you no oba besi ani kunu ewu eja no okunafo nam ho ne mba be se fo omunya onye ma otone dia do atofo
na unim mamenka se minchiro very interesting and it will shock you. Madam be a teacher in the northern region in Krono Bako, so I won't mention because me mention to be a behu. Ye di sankomo ye you know say MVP before nim any analysis ni with the free sanitary menstrual pad. And I'm say on training at the corner ya me ba radio so amaye. No say ye nim say nkola no yo mo SHS no. Ebi mi ji wo menstrual pad na omno mo ma menom ne koche e wo fie.
Say it loud. Wow. Let the people know.
Yeah.
Say it out.
For these students know.
Yeah. You have no idea.
Say on say omo ma menum ni adwadifo hia kakra wo. Yeah. Enti ma menu kura no.
Enya kakra ohia ni 3 stages. Yeah. You are watching. And you hia no me.
Oh, bro.
But from a distance somebody sees you and sees you are down.
So what crowd? And he will say,
you can be lost in your world.
I tell you, free primary health care.
And even in Accra, there's urban poverty.
Yeah.
Even in Accra.
Yeah.
Go to Gauduma say here. Go and see.
But
for yourself.
Exactly.
Maybe some madam for the say. My no say no squammer. Say my minute to me eto pada and Kakulano coast to and call the Amoisia and a
thank you.
Osu from my
It's true. It's true.
Some use foam.
Yes, foam. It's a seer or say Omunu Yabino. And Kulano, to us, say a man Kulano crying to me at the Brodo names.
Yeah. Can you imagine?
Yes, of God or Premilumians
need it.
And the Akufie.
They don't want it.
It's true. And Bobby, yeah, what baby a cuckoo near you. Omo kuku just one. It's a cocoa season.
Yeah.
Unim says season each ma. Se cocoa season each ma. Obi wa ohun wan see the cry as you say be season for. In the answer to for mona do modu de cocoa na se no.
You know no to di.
And no to di. Yeah. And till cry no salt cry no. Sika about to salt na you know. Oh yeah we be.
Na wa become a menstrual pad one self.
Ade about to a boss of my pie review of scholarships. And then in all humility I had the opportunity to be the secretary to that committee. Professor Aktuga not so.
Oh I see.
Now wouldn't be eh?
Yeah, no, but
no. Last year, so they reviewed the scholarships. So our scholarship be na marketing Ghana. No, be so no the person marketing. Now in fact we were owing millions of pounds to UK alone.
Can you imagine?
So what is new on that?
So the new one is that the only course I'll be to is science related, STEM related courses.
Yeah.
Okay. A being Ghana. University.
Okay.
What you say now? Omako minim. Pa yen. And here Asafo also a boy duma papa. Eh, or they say, look, committee, do it for us. We don't have the big money you expect, but ye juma no na menchiremo. Of course, na me name nya Kofi Asare. They are not tunde bi ase. Ade no bi o say o here ni ba, o here say obi boa no. No, they will test on your person call York University. And also university. Oh, obi akofa bi o fi eva ko. No nipa ba konkwa ni stipends, ni airfare. Any tuition fee. Yeah, what can you make 3-4 Igbo more? I bet me educate about 50 students. Oh, UPSC and now University of Ghana they gone. And till no to the idea, I want to say no, yeah. Until the good thing I'm so here and say, I'm going to continue for the last year academic year. Not this year, no. We'll be able to remove her.
I see.
But your course be a Ghana, I be no. I don't know, because on the way no, I want to.
It doesn't make sense.
New schools be a course projects and I mean I don't duplicate it. But the good thing I make more about we echo finance, echo all other sectors. Yeah, the fact that they are continuing the old projects. Yeah. The pen legacy projects. Yes. Look at that city.
What is the current state of Saglema?
I mean, I know.
When I remember of Vex
I think I'll leave it to
me. Remember of Vex House.
Yes.
So how far?
So she say in the eye and say, Saglemiano, a friend say, BOT.
Okay.
Your partner with a private entity.
Right.
Look, Bobie.
But some mobile now almost a private entity is about.
Oh, it's just Saglemiano.
No. Saglem was an abandoned project.
It's an abandoned crowd with no reason. Yaba yes, negotiation. And me sure say I'm home. I'm sure say I'm
me call agree.
You hear information on
that.
There's some privileged information.
Yes. Yeah, know. A friend is saying PPP. Bobie, Ghana.
But I hope the agreement favors Ghana.
We are desperate because say I was new on the committee.
Right.
Senior. Now Oko Saglemi project ya spend be 200 million.
Yeah.
Now akase na ka some few touches you be project no. Look, say kwabran ebe dedicate resources and also be committee say yo aban dada na wie die na ye complete no kra no ye bani project na man ne Bobie ye course Saglemi no. Look, I'm so bia we sit down area ho bia ho no fan materials free.
Oh,
the difference.
C'est dos. Yeah. C'est dos. C'est a friend saying plumbing a year water closet near the day. Say Louver Blaze. Na Saglemi. they almost build this agreement, almost build a community. A
complicity.
She said the underground almost be a form like it was perfect at the
sewage lines, perfect electrical cable.
I feel Diana is say we know. I feel man for a human man. You quantify, you know. Sika is a cost agreement. Sika is a common. It's more than security starting, baby. And we have no other choice.
Until Oko agree here, the aim the won't say Coco board near me. I review. Gidi na on a movie muye. Sa Coco road senior man and Kofudi di wono. You are forcing the sa stamp na be see say no movement. Enti ena o share management or they bar with the fertilizer introduction in Yamano to replace what was there yesterday. No, ama nipa ehun tono. Esa say sa katashene prayer na ye efiri ono. And to the otisa omo etie ya na kai omo say emu bi nso we have no short memory. Ye share ena ade no Cocoa Road project and crofo bi won a kire omo ne. Omo kwaji Cocoa Road contract omo ntwa kwan bi no. Eno so eda ho man. Na o school feeding say omo tap from that Greek support na okiafo no emu ne niama ye to no so another good one and a free fertilizer no so ade bi a measure akọ
on agree to say because of intervention because of the farmer service center ba ko so me ho na gede pa farmer service center yes yeah friends we no call lunch bi o afram place no am say so far no omo si am say 30 abom na finally for the no me ho
for near about pa
MPs there he's a good lobbyist actually so
and we have what
project in there cause
minister so you can imagine that
nkiti project okay the input this project no now big J say just like a one-day game changer.
Don't mind them.
It's a project it comes to defeat the importation. Rice, sugar, any poultry importations annually over $300 million. Yes, it can be out to be a Kutiana who produce Ghana. Not just a balance of trade. Now, Oko in trade ministries here. Dollar rate CC Abwa means and how the minister has been working with the trade associations and their work echo with one thing be a maka efa sa project about doing a trade box. I bet box ready to better so no. Hey, what's nature a obi o ha what so there now work dollar and said then say I don't know can what work dollar no what fool also and so obi o any brain or the be proud
naturally bombard
it will market free market okay turn see how person turn but deliberately make an effort say or more be case on person mo tiso turn reasonable price no more makonya bi na some software bi he say can say abefo so na when him says agogo ni amanyina no twi de we just do something obia ebeka twi no ate ase okọ aboso kan a lense o kan ba ko mienu eto so mienu za kwan da wo nsa benkum so no those are innovations and kana we tech and yes tech no we are just knowing about the software but they be embre twi mu ne fam be didwa
other local languages
sa ne fam be didwa kan se see transport you betima come say the challenge will come in when government provides an option the price options no be ma yetima ko atia sa the energy say the sa ye review ati na mo chi from kan fefe say ati
refree
me say o me pacho ka bi o ti ati ye den
ma refree
enra ya o dum so I see maintain hun kita hundie bia bi o mo
obi ayi
kobra ne ka kira o say there were all transformers fidie na ode ye adwuma de bia no ina nkania ne be fa bidim ye fa transformer na be checha ma obi a na no na ye dada da kan ye dada krapo a nipa etu tina ho bebre no na ahode no ebeti ni so a ese sa
Jonah bin Chono na make us so far me constituency kwa no we've changed about 20 transformers and so stay there Me corner see akra no me ankasa no omu se maba no very phone ba me kwasa 5 and dey 50 kV no you moving from memno gospel now say population e cost no you moving to Krase no so what the make an 100 kV ba and that is what is going on across.
Okay. Ye ko kebi mankofo ye o. And then Ansah dum so ba ye obi si enkobo mpa engu akosumu so. And then Ansah ni mu a ye si enkoto generator bibiri na be generator farm. Obi ba ye every day I want to compare inputs. Power badge mienu ebesi yo ye say capacity no osoro dodo. Ye ni yenhwa obi si ji say ebubu ba ko de ko Kumasi as a bit me ayeduma. Meanwhile, me call for me electrical engineers. Our motor say power to move from Takrady to Kumasi no, it takes less than 5 seconds. The part na fame. And so probably this is a swap machine. Obi ba wabeye ema that gaps na da ho no. And electricity energy debt na da ho no. Aye hwe no. Sa one city no mo de to so no. So on church mo ba ye one city in church mo ni say omudi sa gap na de bia ye betua energy debt na e betom no omudi yi enti na ye tua gap bia e ka bia meka ho bio mo enra de na obi ye gu ho no sika ni bi one city ni bia e de yi no so efio which is also a very good thing about the energy sector. Last 2 to now obi sika yen ton yo. Hey, you see Ghanaians no. So you are right on some people. Some of them have short memory, but I don't have it.
When you pick only energy ministry, there's so much
achievement.
And I think, sir,
the story.
Yes. listen. One person who has been under celebrated, Combat, and his team over there. Sure. And yes, I say, obviously, and they deliberately do this over the years. They will just make sure they will destroy Ghana Telecom way, Ghana Airways way, Brian way. You see, now that the black man is capable of managing his own affairs. But that's like the thinking cap no be negative, obi the green obi the any for no mujipe change in just a short period. MPA so petrol price check. Baby, I'll share. Sana de buy and yet I did a man go fuck when you move forest. Yes, you know, far forest. What's your own young she? Now, federal will risk you because or not sure be a feedback, but a feedback. Not the feedback to I feel so and now 8 years watching over the. I mean, what is wrong with you? I wonder, I mean, to ask you to say, what's me about Pro Becasao? Now, oh, Bano come with clean hands. And nobody on Brazil, Basel. Say Professor Mills a baby a trim or or man paying more say I eat my humble pie.
Simple.
You've not ate that humble pie, no, and so who do I not be see pra one pra Obia planning a car the see a message now baby no. I say now we or pra a car push a deal with or my son can share if you are say oh yeah there bekebi unam here bekebi say I can fraud in same now oh dear for each dollar be $10 be. One man must lead the way for us to follow. Not Ghana, your money, your gold, to own it. Nowhere in the world, there will be more resources or no, will be better, no money be. And China said, be out to me. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Me wo me wo salt, me wo tomatoes. Obviously, farmer men have got ready and no, I will be fearing. I'm in
TB. That is that mindset. And I can't enough for good until you see doctors, lawyers, professors, omotimi a check on the B. Omutro homa. Actually, I said, na debi anamo can enough for be good CS or man pema sembisi. I didn't your captain their more. Me say you are cartel. You have been bought by industry and you want to kill the Africa and Ghana. And then me palm what and dear Yera Ibrahim yeah. Already trying to go deeper about gold board
straight up.
Now if you start here now who to go the transparency became a crime to those who were preaching transparency and accountability.
Go to and come front.
Hey, how much time?
Let Bobie unim ya.
I don't know why I'm baby no one. Now the fact that I'm not against human rights of speaking.
Yeah.
But how do you what to me preach here say ade na ebi mu tell me nyam kofi bent mo na ebi mo ka o mo ka tell say no ye ni say scan no na say o mo ka no e be oya uti workshop obi a uti mu say ye the human ni paper to o pass say ye try ka wait mama no akire no na obi ti bi ka chese ye ni industry kasa Ghana ye ni say scan no enti abrofon na mo jikisa contract we no o mo fa 10 million na 8 million dollars ni amba o omo ba omo sa pan say any negotiations are no the kakra letter of credit ba.
And omo outsource most of the departments too.
Yeah.
Omo outsource other subsidiary na some year dey half. Name on dey say omo half no. Who say omo ba Ghana half be 1999 as 2000. Until be 3 years here no start here ekwan area ho.
Yes.
Kenya sene
Newmont of Abaya Hafo. Show me one community or Ghana.
Me blame from
assignment. We only be
and a class.
Honorable, you might have but one community or Ghana. A good year no etimi abo mo say obeka say oh this is a model community. Potokasa mega say model community we na ya hweso na omo a omo so omo agudie no omo so hweso na agudie ne mbo omo.
Now they have a reason for that too. When it's all your kwan na that's a baby I say because they assume say
so we catch the
man community na no nkronkron mu kra no na go there den e wo ho e to so mo ya kwan ne ho na e koto am prospect no mu say bedi a they have to spoil those things na no kra
because
Messi.
Now I'm running out. Yes, that's the reason behind.
In the mine sector, no, and environmental sector, no, you didn't come on. Yeah, they should go in there. That in kitchen to be more camolin, salt alone, the potential of it me upwaying the petrochemical industry, and I mean, crochet tracks are a move from Ghana, Omudi this salt friend say omode ko Burkina Faso and Senegal and the more account you need the salt and there are other minerals that we can use all of it in far valley we are enguso and now say yes sir gold no na ba na ye ko and that initiative Omapeyi Mama say he's bringing it out is a good initiative for us to add value to the gold minyi ba no uko adabaka goldsmith fogu and no more. Meanwhile, we are training in conform we say courses related to refinery. So at the end of the day, the whole thing I'll tell you in the conduct about this environmental mining sector with education, as I said, let's make sure that we train people with TVET, skills training, and which add value to all these things are making are great. What products we are producing, they say the value count. Now you're making sure says yeah importing macroma. Nigeria, Ghana Neo, Honorable Odum. He's an MP, retired MP. Or did in the school feeding program. No, he's my friend. We were chatting. If you look at the pain in him as a Ghanaian, say Okasawa ha yentieno, Emma or no call be close over Nigeria no, or could lead the revolution for the rice industry. They stop the importation of rice. They overproduce rice. When are we doing ours? We have the people, we have the men who are ready to work for this country, Ghana. Mekai will say, oh.
So they back a damn soon could between ye and a friend say MPP.
A cable for
yeah, party no. You be a penny for.
Anyway.
Say party no, General Secretary, National Chairman. SNA directive Basia. Who dare you? Me kai se omo ko ablekuma baby Obinwe. Your friend is saying. You call 19 police.
No.
Omo issue statement. Say ma good. Ma parliamentary candidate for free one no. One no say am kept radio station because when you no call. Omo bebrebe omo mo mpanyifo. Anka emabunu ebetimi asuraji say General Secretary to Abamano. That group of young people say a demonstration say yeah second what be that there secretary to abamano say yeah there's no discipline party in any direction but NDC look you pay for this capri
what do you do I best remove
oh remember Kwajimwa ebe di say branch election I di sana constituency ebe ye candidates no ye ekwanya ye fa so etiti ye party like extraordinary we are extraordinary a party your party no ye bibia no hey and I'm gonna say yeah bibia Emma pride ade be bia ya ade a ade en munyam hye eba maye eti we are very optimistic say oh election especially she constituency bit say Sunyane East Sunyane West Doma Central Doma Easter for the past 24 years TNT any seat na young guy be anase obi atimi ababechia and this party name rush say obi nne komsa ni pano kopre
yeah so
consensus building is part of democracy and only idea NDC yeah idea but we money dey nyasafo no doso obia ye krachi obia wo pensa no madwen omo ba so ba kombuko pa no
friend man o ka cho mo say next week go better car if you take man now was me na metransi ni na ba to was me na metransi ni okonore ya so no metransi ti ti ada chi no ni ya fa bo na o ya to fa pai na ko kwara se car ko ujan to
e paro chano
se mo che ba bi am metri ni
sa no mayo by the assembly yes you was what me Jimmy your day
all right thank you a quick one 2 minutes
on this the MPP they are not managing their defeat well and it's not about this election defeat ube share NDC for a call as an analyst sitting back so omu ye book bi omu ye investigation committee omu ba out with a book and that inform me omo bibia na oyaw na nkasa efri let me say that discussion I had the opportunity of also discussing omo document no which means say omo document ni kire bibia be say edwuma no cause wo ho ebi bia bi wo na omo ye project ho but na akoye say bi akoye ambem and obi so nkofo giboso ana nkro mo mu se no magia aboso ntie no ebe ya asem na NPP for more say they have a history, they have a compendium, and yet and then the first time I'm over election, 50 Professor Dubai, Mota maybe seen them. I'm a believer of youth. I say, and so unfortunately the youth was exuberant. Minime, Majima Yemen and more power to me yesterday. Sir Jinabian, Ofa leadership, more a dead. Oshana Mumpi for the young ones in Mukasa. Ya no more refuse more the Nyauta Macros, the Kwame Pinins and Damboches more. And look, and no say what MP no Munkan or Mokai. There were some anomaly but a bit also their materials are there. The Damboches ambassador say it's Uncle Freya Ubwe and no him toe. These are fine materials. So now or him toe as a
fine
is speaking. Yeah, politician be can ask them will be able to say school and perpetually. And it's not about you holding the degree or the master's degree. It's about how you apply yourself. If you're Ansah, and super wow, and suddenly you are and so you can't. The coffee and I catch that no final one to them is I wish them well. I'm thinking, say, a bit more art to a sinino is part of the political system. But ofre kwame no ofre kudu no ofre ata. Munya mutenasia. And suddenly be more ambeka. Maybe also you agree even to disagree. Na omodi aye omonim ko ye hia omopa say NDC ye na dwume so bi eka etia na you know it is not I don't believe in the opposition I believe in the jaw talking na yemfa hu say this is the right move and then we say wait by 5 am catch NDPC board no ho that development dashboard no ho wait me emu ahe e me nya say we debi we emu ahe say o ka say circle photoshop me kwa en si wono we say radio hospital photoshop me kwa NC ono obi so say oh we mu so ye free SHS o mu si dan bibi o me kwa NC ono na ama ye di ebi ato ebi hu na you say Ghana no ye ko ye nim
All right, so that's it live on Accra 100.5. Thank you so much.
Emra utrimu eye goil yenim se goil de wonum fuel eye papa enye ne yafra from no bia na se wo pese wo engine ni gina so kese pa na engine no timi bo adwuma wabra emra eye goil super xp Goil Super XP eno any premium quality ya eno eboa ama ufiwa anasa wo engine no etumi ejina ne nice so Goil XP die se wo failure wo be fili papa Goil good energy ma me ma usika e da bia me kasa ohia ya damo 1 million Ghana cedis and na review scratch for win say what they Emma war sika eni obotomu a wo mo papa na review scratch for win ya ye ka ho asemi enu ani se obe dial star 850 star 5 hash star 850 star 5 hash enu anu no o dial is on all networks no choose to station obe play game no select stake amount now fay stake amount no free 5 cedis to 2000 Ghana cedis enti bia wo pe bia wan kasa obetumi a choose no stake na what choose lucky card out of the 5 options here, the confirm gameplay. Now enter Momo Pino. We will receive you game results and winnings instantly. Easy, fun and exciting. Get ready to scratch win and live your best life with review scratch for win. Kai say 1 million Ghana cedis and a de Emma war. Dial is a short code abedi 2 jano. Na scratch keke. She said ubedi sika say ya bam. Wuni nrumfie du ngotria. One car grey hoshe and away ni be. Dura plus to say me fan to anim and then ray. Someone said one more dear. A long lasting UPVC and a HDPE pipes are 1 chain and a Yebenya papa ni na e de free wo mada wuruma wo mama plumbing and construction works aye nika aye for kane pipes ni bi hye mo a wo be ho an se motor fa so na pai na esai nyoma na broka hodo gu so se say de with Dura Plus nyame adom ye hunu sa ha no nyina bio over 50 years ni and a Dura Plus wonom any atena wabe your household name enti ebodin no a wonim ne dada say omo na de water tank aba water tank de and only water storage tanker e level indicator ebe boawo na wo hunu wunsuo no baby ededa say ekofom ana say ededa baby a wo pe e wo fie and offices ahodo ni nyina Dura Plus number enie 0244 336665 0244 336665 and a 0302 225 001 0302 225-001 Joshomochi Kwai Ewo plot number 10, 11 and 12 Dadiban Road North Industrial Area Accra North Ansah distributed beer ben ubia ko nakwaje authentic Duraplast product ni nyina bi water tank remember say while Duraplast goes water flows afei MTN say Momo Edim Finchie Driasa MTN Momo ba ye na anu adayo is 30 years now. Not just a wanyini enti MTN say odebo aso eyo and wabwa ama Momo ejra ne nai so enti call bi a obeye text bi a obeye browsing bi a obeye Momo transaction bi a connection bi a say wo ye home fiber and answer everyday activity ya wo ye wo MTN app no and now my MTN app no so no wo be any point enti make us say wo ni my MTN app ni bi e wo phone ne so a bo modern akọ Google Play Store and App Store ho na ko download bi e san say ho na say wo de be ye wo transactions ni nyina na wo ba be che wa chede point a wo any ni nyina no wo betumi di nine brand new Toyota Land Cruiser Prado sa wonom ede asisi wo hyenhyen we ye tia rubber one tea paper what I say enti fa ho hyem sa afei over 10 million Ghana cedis and also so ye cash prizes wo remfi da e wo bra wo bo ewiase emu MTN say every moment every move it counts pa into dialer star 530 star 530 hash mum and I'll say ube yusuma at my MTN app no na wa participate see I would ho ashim na wa stay connected everywhere you go. MTN at 30 promo no was say make every move count kai say terms and conditions apply. I was here for Nanka Breninti. Oh, ka ye hesenke betimi apeke call so kakra. Nanso I was say a tonade. I was say a tonade. Internet dear, madama, mo de beche yen. Na ya tonade said it. Konkrumeni esi abra wa han ani he hwemene de. I just say am fanono. Entino Yana Commander Bohama say Nadama obetina se edada fidie no edema ye kwam kwache enes kwame kwache a producer ena konkroma wono so a producer bi chinchim fidie from ade en call Facebook eka ho ye frem afia brempoma hina busia me na maba be pon wo last killer aha enti Nyankopon ya adoma wo chena ye besan ehia ye akwei ye de mo ehye adwumayiko Zen Clinic Ansah na fei wonum so adwaton de kakra wo ho de wo kakra ye de atwaso ya kra mo e ma moneti ade hye
100.5 Accra FM yo minu abema medase ami se na mutuja wa hasenti no ma betom ye de chia kese pa na fi Zia Natural Clinic dodo na so nim ye se ye frɛ Dr. 3 days aninti no ye din no de oti 3 days na chese how bi eda osu bia na ye de aduro kan no ye de ye wogidie se dro na edo papa afi ede ba ko mienu miensa no de ese utumi se nipadua no ye den kasa eni kwan se nipa ode dro so obenum aduro no saa unhu hwe da bi Zia Natural Clinic dia nyesa na ye de ne tie enti yale bia ha obi ya de ka ne se for ni kire ya so ya afi na ye nhwe Ghana ha ye kesi mu pa e wo Kumasi etimetim Lumba Junction Kumasi etimetim Lumba Junction oho ana ye fie kesi mu pa e wo na so wo bankran ha dia ye wo Kasua Tuba Cafe Junction afi ni go prampramfo Omamo be Ashama na so betumi na kire Ashama Christian Village na freye afi na enu edin komo ha woni se nete bia enu bedin komo na enhihye na so atimi ababi 0246 59 41 14 0246 59 41 17 eniti fa no ba ne to ho na fe yale amebo so no odi etisa na wa pekira kwan Zia Natural Clinic de biona nim ye se ye frɛ Dr. 3 days no ye dwumadi a ye di ne se menua ebi a odofo bi wadamfo bi o papa bi o nabi stroke agina tenefie de bia me ka se zianfo de ka se stroke ya ale a ya na egu ni penimase se bi o agi time ebre afise nipa na stroke aya na wontumi nya no hwe no agi se mupo bi e ma no atani to e ha adwene ye papa de na ha adwene pa so ni se stroke ni bi wo bu sa ye nipa no afise nipa no kra bi ajanan kra ba wo hu junso ba wo hu no e ahomete mesrawo wo nipa bi sa wonimu no woni neti mantem mpo ebia na wachinechini bebre e de akọ baabi ahodo bebre akọji eduro nanso enkosi aga enitimi kan yi because oh doctor heba de yakobia nanso enyama nkoyi nanso mpenifo si ye tietia nso fimu na yakosa nso pa eniti afi na ya de bre na du se be sa wayale enti de make kan se menua dofo otie mi a entena se for ni cheziana so clinic yesa kasem bi se bi odi oda fo mu esu no ye ntimi san fa ba ye de embo ni trim e de entia umo yale yesa de sikasem yire wo de bi zianfo ye nya ni sa uba ye no be ye nhihye ye de dro kani pedua na amani pedua na kasa ansa kra na ye no na aka sikasem enti umpe wo pedien enti fasa stroke ni pa na ye den ebre na mfa edro ni kanu na nyama enkoye ubetimi afa 0246 59 4117 0246 59 4117 na enu di nkomo me wi adofo tiemi ebia wo de ne eye wani ene hawo eni yale eto de bia aya na eye nsem bebre tese se wani hawa uji wenje asa dia wo sa high lawyer just obi na kro mu first na nka bible no na kan ye pa ba sisi ade asa ya no ni wisu ewusebusebusebuse uzu nti every month maka se bo esi wani so dabi hawo kese ene eda wani so ebroni fe bibi se cataract asanjifo fe ne ete anase glaucoma anase pressure bi na beda woni su se ne tie bia me se yepe ne wonsuo ensuo bi a ye dia banti gana fo se jianfo de mo ya yisem mo kire mo ho yepe ne wonsuo a se unumo wa sora no pa no na wodi normal water dia ruru ni eche wie no oni su awie no na wodi sansuo no eden e dia ruru ni su keke me mo just 3 days woni ni se ne etie bia ese eden etimi hunu ade enti brana be so sansuo we hwe ensuo no Ghana fo no bia kra to ne din se eye magic water enti mi odofo otemia brana be gisi anfo nsuo bi na woni ne hawo no na fa horo so bi na nyama eden enko ye kama mawo odofo otie bi e bia menua ba wanya walepa watumi awale kama afi ekumafo hwe se fiti busu miensa ekono yefunu be yese pi na so ade mba why wadi se chenchire nchen afi de hwani ma yefu ntumi mba afi okumafo kra de obo ampe misrawo ahia wo kwa hwe sister na why wadi chenchire na ekono he ontumi hu e na otia na odidi sa na wayetotwe misrawo menua ba sa na otia ensu biom awo eyade bia turo bia ya na nsem bebre nanso usu brana begizia bebi ni bi misi last year mi ha mani a enkola dodo etimi afa yawofo so ma wo mo no omo kika ko 40 enti sesi akwa sika sem nya se enkola omo de ato e no enya sika de ahwe enkola yi enti brana begibi enti wo de no ya yawo nko na misi brana begibi enya yisem na ye nanso ye dro eka ene made kan ka se ye 3 days na da so no enya se ye din keke wo edro no rani padua mo afi mu se from day 1 day 2 kono tede mu se bibi kasa sana ese dro ye den eye djuma ene kwa se unu edro sa debi enya sa netie edro beji wa esi eden aha fa so mami enti misrawo enti na fie enye se ena ye de yabre heba fo yabre mu brana be so hwe na uvanka se odi ho adanse e de akire obi odofo eto da bia eya na wawo wakola akode wahwe na kodu baabi wo VSS abi okwa Obeko University na akola wa start so no mudrobone hadwini papa ade bia ba ye friend tramo tese senia emranti atu agusu a tese enkola ne sei misrawo sa wo akola bi wo dofo bi a otisa misin de watene de emfa sa nipa ne mbre brana beji edru na fa kansa nipa no brana beji edru na hwe se ensana nipa ne nom no anase drobone na nipa ne nom no so obesa num bio mase ehu bisi brana beji edru fa koma odihye na wafa edruboni no awonum a watom tintan a so mfiri mu no brana beji edru na fa kokasa nipa ne se enyama emfiri so ana eni ti dia meka ne se edofo entie ne kwa to anamo ebrasian natural clinic na enyama entumi enkoye emawo menu aba anase menu aba ma edofo utie mi abofra bia woni natena anase mawo no fufuro ebia o neighbor bi ena ne batisa obroni fra bibi cerebral palsy embofra ya wo mamanya for 3 to 4 years eko abofra yi ne kasa ho ani den ontumi nkasa sebi mpo nante hu bisi brana beji edro fa koma odi hye na wafa adruboni no awonum a watom tintan a oso mfiri mu no brana beji edro na fa ko kasa ni pane se enyama emfiri so ana eni ti dia meka ni se edofo entie ni kwa to anamo ebrasian natural clinic na enyama entumi enkoye emao menu aba na se menu aba ma edofo utie mi abofra bi a woni natena utie mi abofra bi a woni natena anase ma wo no fufuro ebia o neighbor bi ena ne batisa obroni fra bibi cerebral palsy embofra ya wo mamanya for 3 to 4 years eko abofra yi ne kasa ho ani den ontumi nkasa sebi mpo nante hu kra aye ne din na afi abofra ka fa ko ontumi nya no ho bibia na fefuo astati omu tro din ewu school ase e de omukọ bo nkran ha eti anase Ghana hesesi school na ese abofra no wu na atia 2 years ko 3 years o ne ko school o die yi wanya 3 years Ansah se ne nan no ase entene wakafom ena ne kasa kra mba misrawo ensu biomate fa sabofra we Brazil natural clinic ne mfa side drone kanu na ne hu to misi ye pene wo haban ya ye betimi de gu nso mu de adwala abofra yi ye be kire onyama wo be ye de aka abofra no a abofra no betimi asore kasa no no ntumi kasa no ye de e betimi aba amanyama akoye kama misi frese sia na enu di nkomo 0246 59 41 17 0246 59 41 17 menu abema when you say utie mi pa wo na me no kasa tie mi say japade anyame dia ache wo no na nka first na mu udu pa na so se obeda so bia se kura na ewe ho da bi akura wi hu enyoma nkoye Ghana ni ba bia ne ho pa ade ache crayon dia make utimase anase omu pa ade se chalk eni se wo ye bema utie mi na o japade no esutia na eti sisi aka ketekete misrawo anhwa asutro obeje o mpaso no anya asutro ketwa asutro obeje no menu abema me say akohoma na ye bo no tieniye menu abema oti menu so oti patieniye o se mema no ye bo akohoma ayemienu na ebo ba ku se obema oyiri anaso odofo bi sika se akua anase mansa je na fa ye aduane ma ye ndie ba ku susu aye mpaso enti akohoma na ye etu ye odade semodie ene on paso de na so that some de ndi otumi ye ne kama edu mpaso a afi na be ma kwabrane wa so regina ufa na ofa adia sa na uyira she 1990 uhunu yi ana weni afefra weni fra bejedro enti se otumi bibia to nchen na ubu adwuma na afi udi nsem bi be ya no akua na nsem kodwumi boss wa me mpontem enti misisi na ye me ya misra ubua enye osisi boss na opontem onyama na nkoye enti obema na esu ate aye ketekete no mesi ye pede we du abrana begibi wa na ebebisa wo se upese di wait ni na etu so ma wo ana se open sen se na open no na fe na ye de du account wan kese mo se untiri na ye den sorry ana se wo ye 1 minute man abu wa no hu atimi sorry kama na so se bi okosi ni ani asesi ana wa ye den wo free ho enkoye wo de ade no ukra wo ha afia so onfa ma wo machi o fresa yesi yemo na fe ye di machi amawa afe no wo dada ho dabi misrawo menu abema utie mi a fa bibia to nche fa fere to nche wo de obak ka chem se doctor misrawo na no na o ka sem bi wo si mo powder be mti you say powder bi ye wo ye fe no quick start ye powder amanko krofo ni na da ne mrantie omo 70 plus 75 koni na no o se omo be say doctor and na no mi se me kama sem bi mind bi a na fe oba ya so ho oba no tese otu se odimu pa wa botakin kama afi man ba afi me bisa no o ka chem se doc mi ha pa mitumi mu adwuma wo mitumi adwuma ya so ti aneti ana me fe ya neti fu ana se mo the quick start no hu se bi du wiase edro ho se bi du ya wo se bi edro afi man na o ye omo de na ko se ye fe se kana kada shem no afi de be na won tutu na tell me ni bucha enye mo bucha enye mo mo no so ese wan no wan bring us this won tu na tell me this wa emeli we ni bo ya maso afi mo na so come ni se do ho ja enye se e ba fu na ne kasa ke e do ho bra na be je dro na ukoko don so na ese cho na so le mo o ti ɛhɔ na ɛwɔ nti no agyanse ɛhɔ na ɛwɔ ɔbaaga ha so a misi yɛ ɔkasoa tuba kafe agyanse kasoa tuba kafe agyanse afei ahyɛmafo ɔmo bɛ ahyɛm nyinaa so ɔmo tumi de bɛkyɛ Christian village ɛhɔ na ɛwɔ nti baabi ɛwɔ bi ɔfrɛ no ba media to gya 0246 59 41 17 0246